Tricia Kindleman is tracking that part of our coverage this morning. Tricia, what are we seeing in terms of the response internationally?
Yeah, well, like you said, Chris, everyone sort of waking up to this news across the country and around the world, the reaction steadily coming in. We have heard from many people. But let's take a bit of a look at sort of the population in Canada of the Filipino diaspora. So they are the third largest cultural group in BC. There are about 150 to 170,000 Filipino people living in BC, and across the country, over 900,000 people in Canada. So definitely a lot of people connected to the community, feeling the impacts of this and the concerns around this incident. We did hear from the Philippine president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., and he says he's shattered to hear about the terrible incident, saying on behalf of the Philippine government and Filipino people, Liza and I would like to express our deepest sympathies to the families of the victims and to the strong, thriving Filipino community in Canada. We did also hear from King Charles this morning, too. Similar wording there, saying both my wife and I were profoundly saddened to learn of the dreadful attack and utterly tragic loss of life in Vancouver. He went on to say, our hearts and prayers go out to all of those whose lives have been shattered by such a desperate tragedy, and we send our deepest sympathy at a most agonizing time. Now, again, reaction continuing to come in. We also did hear from the Philippine consulate in Vancouver, echoing some of those statements, just saying that they are shocked and saddened by this tragic event. They are also offering a lot of support for the community members that are impacted, again, across the country, around the world. They have released phone numbers. You're seeing some of those on our screen right now. There's also an email that you can reach out to. And of course, this is a traumatic situation for many to witness, even to see the pictures that we're seeing come into our newsroom. It's really upsetting. So there is also mental health supports that are available. At the scene, we do know as well that there is a community center that has been set up as a bit of an information center for people who might be impacted and who are waiting for those updates. We are, again, expecting to see some more information, hopefully a little bit later today, around 10 o'clock Vancouver time. We are expecting to get a bit of an update, so hopefully we'll have some more information from that as well. Chris, you touched on the fact that we know 9 people unfortunately lost their lives, were killed in this situation, but we still have yet to hear more about the number of injured. And based on some of the eyewitness accounts we've heard, it does. I'd say we're anticipating that number to be substantial. We've heard phrases like a war zone and that sort of thing, describing what people saw at the scene. So definitely a lot for us to still learn.
Tricia Kindleman there for us. Thank you, Tricia. And this tragedy obviously shocked the Filipino community in Vancouver. You just heard Tricia talking about how large of a community it is there in that city. And certainly a lot of people are shaken, including Shane Ottens. He spoke to our Vancouver radio program about what happened.
I wanted to give some perspective from a Filipino Canadian who wasn't there. And I'm assuming my experience is almost near universal for the Filipino Canadian community here in Vancouver who weren't there. And that being of receiving multiple texts from friends, checking if I was okay, checking if my family was okay. And, the first few texts I received, I said I was fine and that my family was fine. But, Tita Michelle, I actually didn't know. I'm a university student at UBC. I'm not living at home with my family in Burnaby. So I called my mom, and full disclosure, she's fine. She wasn't there, but she didn't actually pick up when I first called. And so for a second in my mind, I thought the worst, but, turns out she wasn't there. But I assume that this is almost a near universal experience for Filipino Canadian community members right now, the barrage of texts and checking in and being unsure. And Tita Michelle, I hope you're taking care. I'm glad that you weren't there when it happened, but definitely I'm shocked and I'm shaking for sure after hearing about this.
And so that is what one member of the Filipino community had to say. But we also spoke to Filipino artist Romeo Reyes. He spoke about what had happened earlier last night.
My parents were there. My sister actually owns a barber shop that's in the area of where it all happened. I was supposed to be there. Like, I honestly was going to go there before I headed downtown to this comedy show. I didn't find out about it until the show ended, and I looked at my phone. I was getting phone calls like left and right from my family and like friends, checking if I was okay because they assumed that I would be there. And it was just, like I felt bad. I was a comedy show laughing so much, and then hearing about this news is total opposite. When I came out of the theater, I saw all the Filipino people in the audience like looking down at their phones because I think they were also getting like phone calls and messages from their friends and family, like checking if they were there, if they were okay, if they were alive. Like, yeah, my family was asking me if I was alive. Like, it's very scary. And I wasn't even, like, the first thing I thought is, like, oh my God, my parents, like, are they still there? Are they okay?
And were you able to contact them then? How did you find out that they were okay?
They were the ones messaging me.
Oh,
but,
very good.
Like, at first I was like, wait, my parents, and, like, even my best friend, I was just, my dad called me from there before it happened. He's like, oh, I bumped into Alexis, and he passed the phone to her, and she was just telling me, like, yeah, dude, this year it's, like, extra. Like, it's even better this year. It's, like, there's so much going on. And when I found out about it, like, I thought about her, too. I'm like, oh, my God, is she still there? And me and my friend that was at the show, we found out that one of our friends, like, got hit, and we don't know any updates about her. Like, it's just all so surreal. Like, this doesn't happen here in Vancouver. And towards Filipinos, too, like, I don't know of any really Filipino hate. Like, we're known to be, like, very warm people and, like, welcoming and caring. And I don't understand. I just feel for all the Filipinos. Like, I'm in shock. Like, it doesn't feel real to me, to be honest.
I can hear that, Romeo, and of course, needless to say, the Filipino community in the city, I think, is on everybody's minds right now. Your sister, I understand, now she owns a barber shop nearby. You said.
Yeah. So when I was like texting with my family, and they're asking me if I was okay, I'm like, wait, what about Donna? Like, because she owns a barber shop right there,
Mm-hmm.
but her and her husband left like apparently 7 minutes before like the crash happened. So like they're lucky. Like I'm lucky I wasn't there. I really was going to be there because I'm Filipino and I'm proud, and I was too tired. Like, I had work earlier, and I'm like, I don't think I'll have time to go. And part of me felt bad for not going, but like, I guess I just also wasn't meant to.
Mm-hmm.
But I just like, thinking of all of the planning that went into this, everyone was so excited, and like, Filipinos are very happy and proud. And like, we don't get a lot of these things for us. And like, when we do, it's like we all show up and we come together and we're so happy about it. And like, when something like this happens, it's just like, it's so tragic. And I can't wrap my head around it.
Romeo, it's Michelle Elliott here. I was there at the event today, and, listening to you as a young person talk about how you're so proud, you're a proud Filipino, you really wanted to be there. It really struck me that this was an event, I hadn't seen it before, that brought different generations together. I have grown up in Vancouver, and I've gone to many Independence Day festivals, and I have never seen an event like this that really got the younger generation excited. And I saw kids of all ages there today. And I'm wondering, just how you feel about the ability to come together like that, the ability to have your voice be heard as a young Filipino person, and what this event meant to you.
I think our ancestors would be like proud of the fact that this event even happened. Like, even last year they put it on the first time, and it was raining so much, but people still showed up for it. And this year was like nice and sunny. It was a perfect weather, and it was even bigger. And they even brought large, like, well-known performers to it. Everyone was so excited. Sorry, my mind kind of
No.
went blank. Like I just like
That's so understandable. I really appreciate hearing from you, your perspective as a young person as well, and glad that you spoke with your family.
yeah, I'm glad they're okay. I just really feel for everyone else, and like the ones that were injured, their families, the people that were there and saw everything happen too. Like that's very traumatic.
Just heartbreaking to hear from Romeo Reyes, a Filipino artist there in Vancouver. He was saying how he wasn't even at the festival, but you heard in his retelling of how he is feeling now, how much this is impacting him and many people within the Filipino community, certainly, and the wider community as well. For more on how people are coping through an incident like this, I want to bring in Roy Ellis. He is a grief and trauma therapist joining us this morning. Thank you so much for being with us.
Good morning, Chris. I'm sorry to have to be here today in these circumstances, and my heart is heavy for the people.
Yeah,
in
me
the
too,
Filipino
buddy.
community
For
and
sure.
the wider community.
Absolutely. I want to go back to what we just heard there from Romeo, because one of the things that he was talking about was how in a moment like this, where there's so many unknowns and we don't even know how many people are injured yet at this point, nor did we know in the initial reporting of this how many people had been killed. Police have now said 9, but still at many points throughout the evening and this morning, there were so many unknowns, especially around how many people were even involved in this. And then that led this young man's family to be reaching out to him. And I would imagine countless other families would have been just trying to call and figure out who's okay. What is that kind of a situation like when there's so many unknowns for people?
Well, that's called traumatic distress. It's the first thing that happens in an event like this. We sort of divide it into 2 parts. There's traumatic distress, which is at the front end, which is all the hypervigilance, the fear, the terror, the sense of being unsafe, the threat response in our body, of terror, of rage, of seeking shelter. So, someone said earlier that, the threat level is down. They've apprehended this individual. But the threat's not done in the bodies of the people that were there. I promise you that's going to go on for days and days, if not weeks or months.
And we've heard from some of the local councillors there who have said that they don't have words for a moment like this. But of course, a lot of people are going to be searching for what to say to friends and to loved ones who are impacted by this or dealing with the stress in the body, as you just outlined there. What can people say in these sorts of moments when they're dealing with people who are impacted by something like this?
Wow, what a question. I mean, what can you say? Like the mind and the heart reels. That's the work of trauma is to disconnect us. It makes us feel alone. It makes us isolate and withdraw and pull away from community. And in fact, this individual didn't attack individuals. He attacked a community event. So coming together is actually the antidote for trauma is to undo the aloneness of trauma, undo that sense of not knowing if you're safe, not knowing if you can trust people, not knowing if you can move again in the world with any hope or joy or peace. So coming together, and would be the first thing that I would say. Be with the people that you love, be with the people that you trust. Talk about it and be in your feelings.
Yeah, well, and in moments like this as well, it's being acutely felt by people who are at this event, by the Filipino community, and by the wider Vancouver community. But certainly, we've learned a lot about vicarious trauma and how something like this can impact people who are just waking up this morning and seeing and hearing about what had happened. How can vicarious trauma impact people, and what can be done for the wider community?
Well, that's exactly right, Chris. You said ripple effects earlier. These kinds of events spread out from the epicenter into the wider community, into the bystanders, into the community, into the communities of support. Violent actions like this are hard because they're violent, which means there's terror involved, there's volition. The individual did this thing on purpose, which robs these deaths of meaning. And so we who stand in the vicarious on the sides, kind of watching this, and those who are in the middle, can't make meaning of a moment like this. It takes a long time to do that audit to figure out and to be with a story that we can tell ourselves that makes sense. So a lot of the first part of grief is getting past, or sort of trauma, is just getting past the trauma. But then we have to make a story that allows us to live in our grief and say, move forward and make some sense of what happens. And that is a hard thing to do, not easy in an event like this at all. We had this with our Mash Kasley event in 2020. We had it with Swissair disaster. Making sense of these kinds of events is very challenging. It takes years. And the best thing that we can do is just to continue to come arm in arm with the people that we love, talk about it, talk about our fear, and make sense to each other of what has happened.
Roy, you've given us a lot to think about this morning. Roy Ellis, a therapist in Nova Scotia, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chris.
And if you or anybody you know that is impacted by this, is struggling with this, you have a number to call. Victim services are available 24/7 for those who witnessed or experienced any trauma from this. It's a confidential and multilingual number and available across BC. You can call or text 1-800-563-0808. And there's certainly a lot that we're learning about this morning, so let's get you up to speed. Here's some local councillors.
Edward, this was really intended to be one of the most joyous celebrations of the Filipino community. We have such a vibrant city, and that community is such an incredibly important part of it. There were food trucks and basketball games and music and dancing, and it really was a place for us to have joy. And obviously this is not the outcome that we wanted.
Local officials there reacting, witnesses as well. There's been an outpouring of support and grief after the tragedy in Vancouver last night. Vancouver police now confirm 9 people died in what they are calling a mass casualty event. A 30-year-old man who was driving a black SUV was arrested and is now in custody. The investigation is ongoing, but police say they are confident the incident was not terrorism. And we want to examine the issue of crowd control and safety now, because we know that up to 100,000 people were there at that event through the day. Kevin Kennedy is a specialist at Kennedy Crowd Safety Solutions, joining us this morning in Montreal. Sir, thank you for being with me.
Thank you. I'm sorry to meet under these circumstances.
Yeah, me too. When you, as a specialist in crowd safety and crowd management, what was your initial reaction when you saw and heard about this incident?
It unfortunately is the new reality. We've experienced these things so many times before, and you're always concerned with the people that have suffered from this and the people that are surviving it but still suffering because of the loss of their friends.
We also know that there were these plastic barricades, removable barricades that were there blocking vehicles and things from getting into this event space that were then able to be moved by some of the festival goers, it sounds like. That's what we're hearing from eyewitnesses. What's your reaction when you find out that there were these kind of movable barricades protecting people there instead of something a bit more permanent? Okay, it sounds like we have lost Kevin. We will try to get back in touch with Kevin Kennedy because he is a specialist when it comes to crowd management. And certainly, a lot of people have questions about how the crowds were managed there in Vancouver last night, as shortly after 8 o'clock, that is when police say the driver of a black SUV drove through a crowd of people. And as I was mentioning, there were these barricades that had been blocking some vehicles from being able to enter into this massive festival space. And obviously, that is when police say that there was this incident, and the driver of that vehicle then hit people along that way, killing 9 people. And so I was just speaking with Kevin Kennedy, who, Kevin, I believe is back on the line. And Kevin, I want to go back to that question then. What do you think about the fact that there were these removable barriers that people had inadvertently moved to allow vehicles to get in, instead of having something more permanent or perhaps having police stationed at those barricades?
Yeah, I really don't want to comment too much because I don't know all the background on it. All I know is that whenever you have people on the roadways were designed for vehicles. They weren't designed for festivals. So whenever you have people on the roadways, for a festival or anything like that, you're going to have to try and do your best to protect those people from the time before they arrive until well after they leave. If the street is has people on it, we have to make sure that there's no vehicles going on it. And that goes beyond the intentional acts where people are trying to drive into a group. We have to be concerned also for the inadvertent driver, the driver who might be impaired or somebody who might be distracted by their phone and just driving down a street they normally drive down where it's clear and open. We have to make sure that those vehicles don't go through. Whenever you mix a vehicle and people are going to lose. We're just not designed to take those sort of impacts.
Well, and we know that leading up to this event, Vancouver police say that they were involved in quite a robust safety analysis to look at what measures should have been taken. Can you explain to us what would go into that kind of pre-analysis of safety protocol from investigators?
So the police are going to obviously do their investigation and make sure that all the facts are known at the end of this. But in advance of the event, which you have hindsight vision after the event is over. Prior to the event, you have to try and understand what potential things can happen. There are two different kind of perspectives on this. There's the risk perception from the organizer's point of view, but there's also a risk perception from the spectator's point of view or the attendee's point of view. They have a conditional bias. They assume that the event is very safe. So the organizers, and that includes all, whether it be the organizer, the police, fire, ambulance, permit issuers, they all have to consider the potential risks that might occur, this being one of them. And then they have to make that as part of their planning to ensure that at all times the crowds are safe from, again, before they arrive until after they leave, that those crowds, anybody on that street is safe.
Well, and part of the difficulty with an event like this is that it kind of ebbs and flows, right? You have some points where it's wall-to-wall people, as some eyewitnesses have described, and then other times when there were quite a fewer amount of people who were there. How do you balance that kind of safety concern with also people's freedom to move around an event like this, especially when the crowd size itself continues to change through the day?
Yeah, if there's one person on the street, you got to protect that one person. If there's 10,000 people on the street, you got to protect the 10,000. If you're closing the street to an event, people are on that, and this is where the conditional bias comes into play. People are on that, assume that they're safe. They assume that everything's been put in place to ensure that they're not going to be hurt. They're not paying attention to the potential for traffic. So from an organizer and security point of view, we have to ensure that that conditional bias they have is protected also, that they're not aware of the potential for vehicles coming down the street. So we have to put measures into place that the vehicles don't come down. Again, the streets are designed for vehicles. They're not designed for pedestrians. And when pedestrians are on the street, they're assuming there are no vehicles coming. So there has to be measures put in place to ensure that that doesn't occur.
Kevin Kennedy, an expert in crowd management, joining us this morning from Montreal. Kevin, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, of course, the federal party leaders all had full slates of an agenda of things that they had to do on this last day of campaigning before tomorrow's federal election. But obviously, now priorities have shifted in the wake of the tragedy in Vancouver. CBC's Ashley Burke has been traveling with the Liberal team, and she has more on how Mark Carney's plans and potential pivots are going to be laid out from Hamilton.
I'm Ashley Burke, traveling with the Liberal campaign. We're in Hamilton, Ontario, where overnight leader Mark Carney posted online that he's devastated to hear about the horrific events at the Lapu Festival in Vancouver. Carney offered his deepest condolences to the loved ones of those killed and injured, to the Filipino Canadian community and everyone in Vancouver. He thanked first responders and said that he's monitoring the situation closely. Now, his campaign was scheduled to leave the hotel this morning to meet volunteers and supporters in Hamilton. That event was canceled, and we're told the campaign's movements are delayed in light of what happened. Carney had a packed schedule today. He was supposed to fly across the country and time zones for rallies in Saskatoon, Calgary, Metro Vancouver, and end the day just before midnight in Victoria, BC. That could all now change. We're waiting to find out how the campaign will respond.
That was Ashley Burke, who was speaking in Hamilton. She's traveling with the Liberal team. And what you're looking at now is a feed from the Liberal campaign. Right now, they're just testing the mics and getting set. But soon we will hear from Mark Carney standing at that mic. And we will take that for you as soon as it starts. Stay here on CBC News Network for the very latest. That covers Mark Carney and the Liberals. But we also know that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh was actually at this event. He was greeting Lapu festival goers through the day, a short time before the driver plowed his vehicle into the crowd of people, according to police. And Singh spoke to reporters after learning of the attack, saying that he himself was still struggling with how to make sense of the tragedy.
I don't have the words to describe the sorrow that I'm feeling right now, but I want the Filipino community to know we're standing with you. You do not grieve alone. You're not alone in this. We are with you. We're going to stand with you. And whatever comes, whatever information comes out, we're going to stand with you through this. We're going to defend you and protect you and shelter you and hold you. This is so horrific. I don't even know what to say. I was there, and I just imagined the faces of the kids that I saw smiling and dancing. I imagined the aunties that were there. I don't even know what to say. It's horrific. I'm heartbroken. And I just want the Filipino community to know that we stand with you. Everyone is with you. Everyone's standing with you. And we're going to stand with you in whatever comes the next days.
Jagmeet Singh there, the NDP leader, taking the words out of a lot of people's mouths this morning, I'm sure. Not sure exactly how or what to say in a moment like this. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre also putting his thoughts on social media today. He posted on X saying that he too was shocked by the horrific news emerging from Vancouver. He said that his thoughts are with the Filipino community and all the victims targeted by this senseless act. The senseless attack, he wrote. And then Pierre Poilievre also thanked the first responders who are at the scene as we await to hear more information from police. Now, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, also weighed in this morning on the tragic events from yesterday. He shared his comments on X in French, and I'll translate for you. In British Columbia, another act of terrible violence within a community that had come to live in peace there. Our sympathies go out to the victims, loved ones. Self-examination is essential when people descend into murderous madness. The Bloc Québécois leader wrote, why? How can we prevent it? How can we help? Courage. Definitely words that a lot of people around this country will want to hear today as they are waking up to this horrific news, learning about this incident that happened in Vancouver last night, shortly after 8 o'clock at the Lapu block party. It is the second annual one for the Filipino community, a massive part of the Vancouver demographics, the third largest cultural group there in the city, and certainly something, this attack that is impacting people there in Vancouver and right across the country as well. Police say that a lone man was operating an SUV, a black SUV, and struck people who were in this crowd. 9 people were killed. Many, many others were injured. We still at this point don't have a number on how many other people were injured, but we do know that people were taken to various hospitals in the area. Police were quick to say that they do not believe that this was terrorism. Obviously, a lot of people had questions about this as NDP leader Jagmeet Singh was there in the crowd. There were also questions about whether or not this was racially motivated. We will continue to track this story through the day here on CBC News Network. So stay with us as we learn more from police and we get more reaction from political parties and from regular people. You're watching CBC News Network.
We are following major breaking news out of Vancouver this morning. 9 people were killed, multiple others injured when a vehicle plowed into a crowd at a busy Filipino community festival Saturday evening. Police say the incident is not terrorism related. We will bring you the very latest from Vancouver. And on this final day of the election campaign, federal party leaders are already reacting to this news. We'll have updates from the campaigns just hours before voters head to the polls. It's Sunday. We're live. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday. We are coming to you from the Broadcast Centre in Toronto on this Sunday, on this final day of campaigning, right before more Canadians head to the polls after a record more than 7 million did in advance polls just last week. The campaign, though, has been thrown into some turmoil this morning after these events that took place in Vancouver last night. A number of campaigns now trying to make decisions about what is the best way forward in order to campaign. Mark Carney, the Prime Minister and Liberal leader, is expected to speak in just moments about the events that took place, that took 9 lives at this Filipino festival in Vancouver overnight. The CBC's Georgie Smythe is at the scene in Vancouver. And Georgie, as we wait for Mark Carney to speak, I will get you to take us through the latest developments if you can.
Yeah, I mean, police are still at the scene of where less than 8 hours ago, a man drove an SUV into a crowd at this Filipino festival. You can see behind me the scene. Police are still working to figure out what took place here last night. You can see evidence markers on the ground and just the chaos of what happened here last night when that car came through this crowd of people. The tents are still up, the vendor trucks are still there, and you can see things just littered all over the ground as police try to piece together what happened here. This is a suburban street. On the left-hand side of the screen, there's actually a school as well. So a very suburban setting where this crime scene investigation is unfolding this morning. And we had many eyewitnesses explain what they saw last night as the festival was packing up when this car came through. And that was after it drew 100,000 people here yesterday. And this is what some eyewitnesses told us last night.
Right there, some car, some Audi, black Audi, he just like stopped or whatever. I don't know, but from over there, from like the start right there, he just pushed the gas all the way through the whole block right there, crashing into like everyone in his way.
Can you describe a little bit what you saw?
I heard like a bunch of like crashing and stuff. Then I walked down like not even like half the block. I just saw like a bunch of bodies and everything, and I just went back.
So police told us last night at a midnight press conference that they didn't believe that this was related to terrorism. We're not sure how they came to that conclusion. We'll certainly be asking them that today. We're expecting to hear from police later this morning. We were also told that some of the bystanders at this festival actually held the suspect while police arrived. And we're also told that the man was known to police in certain circumstances. We're not sure exactly what that means, and that'll be some of the questions we'll have for police later today as Vancouver comes to terms with what happened here.
And Georgie, do we have any sense of when we're going to hear from police or from organizers about how this happened and the lack of security? Sometimes at these festivals, more roads are blocked off to prevent these incidents from happening, given that they have happened in other cities.
Yeah, and the police were asked that last night, actually. There are often big dump trucks or trucks of some kind that block the access to festivals like this. Police were asked about that last night. Police said that they'll be looking back into the planning of the festival to sort of understand why that wasn't here. Witnesses have told us that the incident did happen as the festival was sort of ending and cars were being let through to help some of the vendors pack up for the day. So it's possible that the car may have been let in under the guise of helping the festival pack up. But that'll certainly be some of the questions that'll be asked to police. And we do expect to hear from them in a few hours. It is still quite early here. And we are also expecting to hear from the Filipino community in a few hours as well.
Georgia, I'm just standing by to bring Mark Carney's comments to people live. But one more question before you go. There are 9 people confirmed dead. Do we know anything about anything more about the people who were injured, the nature of the injuries, or how many? Sorry to put you on the spot with all of these questions, but just in case you have any information.
Yeah, and it has been, we've been getting information through the night here, given that it did happen quite late Pacific time. Police have told us in their last update that we had 12 people who were in a critical condition. I don't know the extent of the injuries or any more details about that, but again, I do expect to get some more from police this morning.
Smythe, thank you so much for bringing us the very latest from Vancouver. We will come back to you through the day, of course, as we have more updates. Appreciate that very much. Georgie Smythe in Vancouver. Of course, these events that occurred on the second last day of the campaign, so overnight on Saturday, have thrown campaign plans into some disarray. Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, was actually on site at that festival just before this took place, but but left before it happened. With that, I'm going to bring you now to Hamilton, Ontario, where Mark Carney, the Liberal leader and Prime Minister of Canada, is speaking.
All Canadians were shocked, devastated, and heartbroken. What we know at this time is that at the Lapu Festival in Vancouver, an occasion to gather and to celebrate the vibrancy of the Filipino-Canadian community, 9 people were killed, and more than 20 were injured in what the Vancouver police are describing as a car ramming attack. I would like to commend the quick and compassionate actions of those at the scene and of our first responders. An investigation is ongoing to determine how and why this horrific attack occurred. Authorities have confirmed that 1 person is in custody, and it is believed that they acted alone. Overnight, I was briefed by my National Security and Intelligence Advisor and the Public Safety Minister about the situation. Currently, we do not believe that there is any active threat to Canadians. I and my ministers are also closely engaged with local law enforcement, along with provincial and municipal officials, and they have the full support of the federal government. An
investigation is underway to determine how and why this could have occurred. Authorities have confirmed that 1 suspect is in custody, and police believe that person acted alone. During the night, my National Security Advisor and the Minister of Public Safety briefed me on the situation, and at the present time, we do not believe that there is any active threat to Canadians.
My team has also been in touch with the Premier's office and the Vancouver Mayor's office, and later today I intend to speak with David Eby and Ken Sim. Last night, families lost a sister, a brother, a mother, a father, a son, or a daughter. Those families are living every family's nightmare. And to them and to the many others who were injured, to the Filipino-Canadian community, and to everyone in the broader Lower Mainland, Vancouver, I would like to offer my deepest condolences and my wishes for strength and compassion in this tragic time. I know that I join all Canadians in mourning with you. I know that Canadians are united with you. Tout le Canada est avec vous.
All of Canada stands with you.
The strength and the resilience of the Filipino-Canadian community is exemplified by the Tagalog term Bayanihan. It captures the Filipino spirit of community, of cooperation and unity to achieve a common goal. And it's this spirit upon which we must draw in this incredibly difficult time. We will comfort the grieving. We will care for each other. We will unite in common purpose. Thank you very much. Merci.
And Prime Minister, still on this last day of the campaign, responding to events that unfolded in Vancouver overnight, as you heard there, confirming not only what we heard from police, that 9 people were killed, but Mark Carney says 20 people injured in what police are calling a car ramming attack. He obviously offered his condolences to those affected and to the Filipino community and the mainland in Vancouver. Mark Carney was slated to head west this morning. We are waiting to hear more details about what the campaign plans will be going forward. But he says overnight he was briefed by his national security advisor and public safety minister and plans to speak with the Premier of BC and the Mayor of Vancouver in the coming hours. As I mentioned just before we heard there from Mr. Carney, the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh was actually at that event. It's a very popular event in Vancouver, greeting Lapu Lapu festival goers just before that took place. Here's what he had to say after he learned of the attack.
I don't have the words to describe the sorrow that I'm feeling right now, but I want the Filipino community to know we're standing with you. You do not grieve alone. You're not alone in this. We are with you. We're going to stand with you. And whatever comes, whatever information comes out, we're going to stand with you through this. We're going to defend you and protect you and shelter you and hold you. This is so horrific. I don't even know what to say. I was there. I just imagined the faces of the kids that I saw smiling and dancing. I imagined the aunties that were there. I imagined I don't even know what to say. It's horrific. I'm heartbroken. And I just want the Filipino community to know that we stand with you. Everyone is with you. Everyone's standing with you. And we're going to stand with you in whatever comes the next days.
The CBC's Marina von Stackelberg has been traveling with the Singh campaign. She too was on site just before this took place. Marina.
I'm Marina von Stackelberg, traveling with the NDP. Jagmeet Singh's campaign was at the Lapu Lapu festival just minutes before an SUV rammed through the crowd, killing 9 people. Singh had spent more than half an hour there, mingling with people in the large crowd and making brief comments on the stage. I was with our Pool media team filming in the location just a few minutes before it happened. The street was closed off and full of people walking around with lots of vendors and food trucks. We had just arrived back at our hotel here in Burnaby when the news broke. Soon after, Singh came out and spoke with reporters traveling with the campaign. He told us he's heartbroken. He was visibly shaken, saying he was at a loss for words. He said the faces of the people he had met, especially the kids, kept playing in his mind. Singh was asked if he had any information as to whether his presence at the festival could have factored into people being targeted. He says they have no information at this point, but that people shouldn't jump to conclusions about the motive. Having been there, Singh says he feels like he has a personal responsibility to do something. He told us his campaign team was going to reach out to the community. Singh had a packed schedule for today on the last day before Canadians vote. We were set to fly to Penticton in the BC interior for a campaign stop. The team says that will still go ahead, but look different than planned. We're still waiting to hear what the rest of the day here in Vancouver will look like, but have been told events will likely be changing. Marina von Stackelberg, CBC News, Burnaby, British Columbia.
Should tell you, obviously, that the Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has also reacted on social media, but we are expecting to hear from him this morning as well. He is in Mississauga this morning and is going to a Filipino church this morning to offer his expression of condolences. We'll bring you his comments when they happen, probably within the next hour or so. But in the meantime, let's go back to the Liberal campaign, the Carney campaign. The CBC's Ashley Burke has been following that campaign, of course, in this final week, and she joins me now live. Obviously, this has, changed the nature of everyone's campaigns on this final day. Ashley, what can you tell me about what you're hearing about how that will affect the Liberal campaign?
Well, Rosemary, an official at the campaign, just spoke to us and says that, as you know, we delayed an event that was supposed to happen here in Hamilton this morning. It was a meet and greet with volunteers and supporters that was canceled. And then all morning we've been waiting to hear what he's going to do next. And we just learned that he's going to be headed to Saskatoon, will be headed to the airport after this, and that he is expected to still head west and go to BC and make a stop in Vancouver. But what that looks like could be very different than what we were expecting. He had a series of meet and greets with supporters and volunteers scheduled throughout the day today. They were supposed to go across the country, across time zones, with a series of these events, and it sounds like they're going to be modifying this, but it will be interesting to see what that event looks like. This is really a test for Mr. Carney, but also all of the leaders about how they adapt their campaigns today in the face of this and what their events look like, rather than holding, big rallies like we've seen the last couple of days.
And give me a sense, because of course Mark Carney is also operating as Prime Minister, what he told people about how he learned of events and what kind of information he got.
Yeah, I mean, he is acting as Prime Minister this morning. He's had to pause his campaign several times to deal with Donald Trump's tariff threats and act as Prime Minister, including the last time we were here early in the campaign in Hamilton, where we are today. Again, they kind of scrambled this room in the hotel to put together this press conference. And you heard him talk about how devastated and shocked he was by what unfolded. He called it a car ramming attack. He said there'll be an investigation, that he was briefed overnight by his national security and intelligence advisor, by his public safety minister, and that they do not feel that there is a bigger threat to public safety right now. So very few details about what actually happened, but he did address it from that perspective this morning, that they do not think that there is an active threat. Rosemary.
Okay, Ashley Burke, thank you so much for jumping on live this morning. Appreciate it. We'll let you head off on the plane to finish on your last day of campaign coverage. As we mentioned, the Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has also reacted to the tragedy that happened in Vancouver. We are going to hear from him probably in front of a camera in about an hour's time. But the CBC's Kate McKenna has been traveling. She's been following the Poilievre campaign, and she brings us this update.
Outside what's expected to be one of 4 rallies that Pierre Poilievre is holding in Ontario today. And so you can see I'm in Oakville. There's already a significant line ready to meet the Conservative leader. After this, he's heading to Pickering, then to Peterborough, and then to Carleton. At least that is the plan for now. Pierre Poilievre's team says that they will update us if their plans change based on what happened in Vancouver. Pierre Poilievre did send a post on social media saying that he is horrified by what happened, sending his thoughts to the Filipino community as well, to the first responders who were there. How that will inform what happens today remains to be seen. The party says that they are going to keep us updated, but that hasn't happened yet. As for now, people in this lineup are excited to meet the Conservative leader one day ahead of the election. Kate McKenna, CBC News, Oakville, Ontario.
And as we heard after Kate reported that, we do expect Mr. Poilievre to go to a Filipino church this morning. We'll bring you some of that when it comes available. Meanwhile, though, if you have been affected by what happened last night, there are victim services available 24/7. If you witness something or you experience trauma, the Victim Link Support Program, it's confidential, it's multilingual, and it's available right across British Columbia. You can call or text 1-800-563-0808, toll free. You can email 211-VICTIMLINK-BC at uwbc.ca. We will bring you the latest out of Vancouver, plus reaction to the tragic event that took 9 lives at the Lapu Festival, injured as many as 20 others. And we will, of course, bring you more coverage of this final day of the election campaign. You are watching Rosemary Barton Live.
Edward, this was really intended to be one of the most joyous celebrations of the Filipino community. We have such a vibrant city, and that community is such an incredibly important part of it. There were food trucks and basketball games and music and dancing, and it really was a place for us to have joy. And obviously this is not the outcome that we wanted.
Witnesses and officials still trying to make sense of that tragedy in Vancouver last night. Vancouver police confirm 9 people died in what they call a mass casualty event. A car ramming event is what the Prime Minister called it. The 30-year-old man who was driving a black SUV was arrested. The investigation is ongoing, but police say they are confident the incident was not an act of terrorism. As we've mentioned, obviously leaders are grappling with this tragedy now on the final day of the campaign, but this is still their last chance to make their case to Canadians ahead of the big vote tomorrow. So we do want to talk a little bit about the campaign, even though we're in this context with this news. So we'll bring in our election panel. Mary Ng, a former Liberal cabinet minister, Jason Kenney, former Conservative cabinet minister and former Premier of Alberta, and Randall Garrison, a former NDP MP. Nice to see you all here in person. Appreciate it. Maybe I'll just start with events, because I know you're from British Columbia, Randall. Everyone has been to these kinds of events before. I'll let you all maybe address that, Randall.
Well, I've been very close to the Filipino community in my own riding, and I know lots of people who went over to Vancouver for the festival. And I just hope that all the communities rally together to give support to the victims and their families. It'll take a long time for for people to recover from this event. And I express my condolences to everybody in the community.
Mary?
Well, this is terrible. The Filipino-Canadian community is such a dynamic and wonderful community. I was just in the Philippines recently on a trade mission and stopped in Vancouver to meet the community on my way out to the Philippines. And to think that in a celebration of a festival like this, and we have them all across the country, for this to happen is, it's hard to make sense of it, but my condolences to everyone who has, their families who have lost a life, and those who are injured. My heart goes out to all of them, and I think this is a time for us to rally together as Canadians to support the Filipino-Canadian community and those in Vancouver right now.
Sure. Jason Kenney.
Yeah, I've been to many Filipino festivals in Vancouver and across the country, and I cannot think of a community that is literally more joyful. This is a community that loves getting together, and as I was saying before, like, this is not a community that has adversaries. No. This is not a community riven by or identified by any kind of political or religious divisions. A community of wonderful, hardworking, joyful, faithful Canadians, and so I just know how devastating this must be. I have a lot of friends in that community. My heart goes out to them. And I hope that the perpetrator is brought to justice, but I don't think anybody should make assumptions about this being a political act of violence.
No. Okay, let's make a difficult turn back to the campaign if we can. But you know, this is relevant because this is going to change the way the day is going to unfold for everyone. What do you think it does to the Liberal campaign? There were a couple of big rallies yesterday, Mary Ng. It sounds like Mr. Carney is still going to plan to go west. How do you balance tragic events and trying to rally the troops and you know, keep your momentum up?
I think you have to do it very respectfully. I mean, we are in the last day and a half of the campaign, and I know that yesterday I saw Mr. Carney and the team, along with many others, and it was a jubilant spirit of just rallying everyone in these last days and to get ready to get out the vote on Monday. And I think people will still want to do that in some form. But I do think that the campaign is going to recalibrate so that they can do it in a respectful way, given what has happened in Vancouver last night.
Do you have to, like, tone things down? Is that what you have to do in a moment like this?
Yeah. I think so. Yeah. But, you know, I think Canadians will understand that there is an election campaign, and we have to, the leaders of the campaign should take a pause, take a beat, and reflect this in tone. Yeah. But if you've got 3 or 4 events with thousands of volunteers eager to attend, I think there's a way you can still proceed with those. Just I think it's just about taking the volume knob down.
Yeah, and that seems like what the NDP campaign is going to do today, too.
Yes, I'm sure that's what will happen, but people were all set to go on the last day of the campaign. And I don't know, when I reflect on it, this is a campaign that's been buffeted by events in a way that I've never seen in all my years of watching and being a candidate. And so leaders have had to find their footing every day, kind of, as events take place. So they're all pretty good at it, and I think they'll find a way to finish up the campaign respectfully.
Yeah, the only campaign that I can remember that was affected by so many outside events was 2015, and that was in part because the campaign was so long that anytime something happened, people had to respond. And Donald Trump, again, was part of the conversation this week, and I wonder whether that was a problem for the Conservative leader, do you think, Jason Kenney, given that that has not been the thing that he's wanted to talk about the most?
Yeah, you could look at it that way. On the other hand, I think the real story out of that is that Mr. Carney was not forthcoming about Mr. Trump continuing to make these threats against our sovereignty, and that really does seem peculiar. It seems to me Mr. Carney had an interest in suggesting that he was able to reestablish a more respectful relationship with the president, which apparently was not the case. So I'm not sure how that will work its way out. I think most people were well decided before this week. And quite frankly, when it comes to the substance of how to deal with Trump, there's not a lot of daylight between Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre.
Marianne, do you want to respond to that?
Mr. Trump is certainly the issue and the question that are on so many people's minds. And I think that what you heard from Mr. Carney throughout this campaign, including yesterday, as recent as yesterday, and I suspect it'll be over the next day as well, that our relationship is indeed different now. And the choice is really what kind of a leader is going to that the country's going to need to lead the country, to negotiate with Trump, and what kind of a leader is going to be able to build the kind of economy that Canada is going to need, and how do we unite everyone together, and to get a mandate to unite Canada and to build the forward economy that we're going to need to fight against these tariffs, but also to be strong as Canada, is what Mr. Carney has put forward. And you're seeing him being the Prime Minister throughout this campaign because he's had to be, given the jabs and the lobs that the American president has put out to us throughout this campaign. And it's only been 5 weeks.
And that has changed, obviously, the NDP's campaign, Randall Garrison, to the point where Mr. Singh is obviously clearly saying, I'm not forming government, is sort of pleading for as many MPs as possible. And I wonder whether you think that should have happened sooner.
Well, let me say this. I think the campaign has gotten focused on who can deal with or manage Trump, as if anybody can manage President Trump.
Well, they all say no one can control him.
So the question for me is, and I think it's the one that Jagmeet's focused on now, is the second part of the job of the Prime Minister is to protect Canadians as far as we can in a very difficult time, both economically and politically. And so Jagmeet was always talking about that, and now in the last week of the campaign, he's very clearly focused on saying you want to have enough New Democrats in Parliament so they can keep raising those ordinary issues of how we protect Canadians, how we hold Canadians together, because Trump is going to do whatever he's going to do.
Yeah. And do you not think, though, that the other campaigns are doing that too? I mean, they're both talking about ways to build up the economy and respond to tariffs and whatever else.
Well, we've got a banker and a career politician who are both talking about the same kind of things. I haven't heard either one of them talking about improving employment insurance, for instance, which is going to become critical to many families as we face job losses across the country.
Though the government did do that right before we went into the election. They did offer up some supports, maybe not as much as you want.
And not on employment insurance specifically, which we had asked them to do. And there's dental care, there's pharmacare, which both other parties say they're committed to doing, but they're both committed to cuts. So it's hard to square that circle. So I think that's what Jagmeet tried to bring the campaign back to, that second duty of the Prime Minister.
Mary?
Well, I think that how to deal with the Americans is inextricably linked to how well our country is going to do, including making sure that the social safety net that is there for the country continues to be there. And you've seen the Liberals put forward a plan to make sure that we are doing those things, whether it's housing or whether it's making life more affordable for people, and at the same time to have a plan to grow the Canadian economy in such a way that diversifies beyond the United States. That and to the point my friend was talking about for workers, every cent that is going to come in through the tariffs, the counter tariffs that we have put forward, is going to go back to workers. the plan has got to be very focused on supporting those that are affected, but also having a real plan to grow the economy in face of this.
Professor, to you.
So I think what we've seen in the polling towards the end here is that the number one focus of voters has shifted back to change. I think, 75% of Canadian voters in most of these polls say they want a change. And because the last 10 years on the economy, on personal incomes, on the cost of living, on housing, immigration, crime, addictions, healthcare, you name it, has not been a record that Canadians want to continue. And what Mr. Poilievre is offering is change. Change that can make Canada more resilient in the face of the threats coming from Mr. Trump.
Okay, you're going to go away, but when you come back, you're going to come back in the next hour. We'll talk maybe more about paths to victory, places where you can gain some seats or hold some seats, or however it unfolds. But it's nice to see you all in person. Appreciate it, Rosie. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a short break here. We'll be back with more right here on Rosemary Barton, live in Toronto.
right now, this is about the victims and their families and making sure that they know we're going to be here for them. And I mean, this neighborhood, I grew up here. I was a police officer here in this neighborhood in District 3. And then this is why I decided to run here. My And I mean, the community, you know, if I wasn't, announcing for election, I would be part of the campaign, right? And the only reason I actually didn't go to the festival this year is because, you know, there's a campaign going on. I don't want to get in the mix of it. But you know what? The community means so much to me, and just wanted to be here for them.
That's Harjit Sajjan. He was on the scene in the aftermath of the attack in Vancouver. The Liberal MP is not seeking re-election, but as you heard there, grew up in the neighborhood where the incident unfolded and was formerly a police officer in that very neighborhood. We've now learned at this hour that Vancouver Police, the department, will provide an update at 9 a.m. Pacific. That's noon Eastern. We will bring that to you live, of course, here on CBC News Network. Philippines Ambassador to Canada, Maria Andrelita S. Austria, joins me now by phone in Ottawa. Ambassador Austria, thank you for joining us, and my sincere condolences to your community.
Thank you. We are overwhelmed by the support we've been receiving. Thank you very much.
What have you been told? What do you know about what unfolded last night?
It's very unfortunate. It's the Lapu Festival, which honors one of our national heroes. We had crowds of over 100,000 at one time, and then the senseless tragedy happened. As of now, we were told 9 confirmed dead. Our hearts go out to the victims and their families.
And what kinds of supports has the embassy been offered or sought from the Canadian government or Canadian officials? Is there anything that you are doing?
At this time, our teams are canvassing the hospitals in Vancouver. The victims have been brought to various hospitals, so our teams are there offering support and solace to the victims and their families. We are also in touch with Vancouver Police Department, with federal officials, and the organizers of the event to see how we can best help.
Do you know whether any of the victims have been identified or any of the injured have been identified at this stage, Ambassador?
The Vancouver Police Department is not able to release information at this point. We are also not able to share at this time, pending notification of the families.
Sure. We do hear that a large number of people were also injured. Have you been able to offer supports to those people?
Our team is currently in the hospitals.
Right.
There are at least 4 or 5 hospitals where the victims were brought. So we have people there now offering assistance to the victims.
At this stage, there is no, police say there's no threat to the community broadly. They also say that the person who's been taken into custody was known to police in other situations or other circumstances. Do you have any concerns, or have you been told anything, Ambassador, that this may have been in any way hate motivated? Have you any sense from police about whether this was a targeted attack on the Filipino community?
We hope not, but at this time we are really focused on giving assistance to the victims, and we have not really gone outside of that area yet.
Are you reassured that the person responsible has been taken into custody at least?
Yes, we are very grateful for the quick action by the first responders, the police and the paramedics, who have been very generous in their assistance.
What message would you have for the Filipino community? It's a big one right across the country. Do you have a message for them this morning, Ambassador?
To our kababayans in Canada, the Philippine government, to the Philippine Embassy and the Philippine consulates all over Canada, stand with you in grief. We are here to support you in any way we can.
Okay. Ambassador Austria, thank you for making yourself available to us this morning. I'm sure we'll speak again as we get more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. As we've been saying, there are victim services available 24/7. If you were at this, witnessed something, experienced something, some trauma, the Victim Link Support Program, it's confidential, it's multilingual, it's available right across British Columbia. You can see there on your screen. You can call, you can text, or you can go directly to their website if you need assistance. We are, of course, continuing to track this breaking news story this morning, but we are also staying on top of the election campaign, because this is the very last day of campaigns in their final push. Canadians head to the polls tomorrow to vote in a new government. We don't know which one. What to watch for when the polls start to close. The Sunday Scrum is standing by, and joining me in studio this morning, this is Rosemary Barton Live, Canada Votes. We are continuing to track events out of British Columbia this morning, standing by for a police update at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific. Can tell you that the Governor General of Canada, though, has put out a statement expressing her condolences of the victims of the attack at the Lapu Lapu Festival and expressing her gratitude to the first responders who rushed to the scene. Can also tell you at this hour that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, balancing this last campaign day with this news, has decided to continue with one event in Penticton and is then cancelling all the rest of his events for the day, returning to Vancouver but not doing any further campaign events. It sounds like Mr. Carney, the Liberal leader, will continue with his schedule, although all these campaigns will look different today because of these tragic events. But we will also now hear from the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre. He is in Mississauga. He made his way to a Filipino church this morning in order to offer condolences directly to people in the community. Here's some of what he had to say just moments ago.
Be here today with you in solidarity after the terrible attacks that we witnessed in British Columbia. I know many of you are shocked, heartbroken, and saddened by this senseless act of violence and by the innocent and treasured lives that have been lost. And Anna and I just wanted you all to know that our hearts are with you today. All Canadians are united in solidarity with the Filipino community. All Canadians are united with you in mourning the loss of these treasured lives and in binding our country together to support the surviving loved ones. I know that today will be a day of prayer and reflection for the Filipino community and for all Canadians. And I want you to know that all of our country is with you today as you mourn this terrible loss. And I thank you for welcoming us into your sanctuary today. And I hope that we can pray for those who've been lost and for those who survive in mourning their loved ones, their brothers, sisters, daughters, sons, mothers, and fathers. All of them will have a deep hole in their hearts today. And we will try to fill it with the love of the entire country. Merci beaucoup de nous inclure aujourd'hui.
Okay, and those are the comments from the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, in English, about the events that unfolded in Vancouver last night that party leaders are all having to react to and change a little bit how they are making their closing arguments and holding their last events of this last day of the election as voters, of course, prepare to go to the polls tomorrow. So who has the momentum into Election Day? How will these events over the past 24 hours affect this last day of campaigning? Let's bring in the Sunday Scrum on this election eve, all with me in studio in Toronto. Rob Rustow, writer for The Economist, former CBC Parliamentary Bureau Chief, Robert Benzie, the Queen's Park Bureau Chief for the Toronto Star, and Kathleen Petty, the host of CBC's West of Centre podcast. I think you have another show too now.
I do, yes.
Yeah, you're one of those people that just keeps accumulating.
Kind of like you.
No, I just do the one. Good to see you all. Let's start with what happened in Vancouver. Election campaigns are often about events that sort of make their way into the campaign and how you respond. Obviously, everyone expressing condolences, but it's awfully hard on that last day when you're trying to build up a sense of excitement to have to then, deal with the reality of this kind of thing.
All campaigns have contingency plans for this sort of thing when traumatic events happen. Communications are often lined up in broad strokes. Mechanics have things lined up. This is particular, though, because as you said, usually the final day is meant to convey energy and joy. That has to be recalibrated now to take this into account. Substantial recalibration, as we've seen there for Mr. Poilievre. It'll be interesting to see how it affects Mr. Carney's campaign, because he was going to do a cross-country sprint today. Several provinces, ending in Vancouver. We had two of the leaders in Vancouver just last night. One of them, Mr. Singh, actually attended the festival, as we know. So watch for security to change a little bit as well. So recalibration, less joy, less of that kind of manic energy to take into account what is clearly a tragedy.
Yeah, Mr. Carney did cancel his first event in Hamilton this morning, and right now it's not clear on whether he's going to go to British Columbia. For that very reason, they are concerned about getting in the way a little bit as well. You have to make sure. But there are people who want to see the leaders on the last day. That's part of the problem here too, right?
Yeah, I mean, Rosie, this is, to Rob's point, this is the final sprint. I remember on the last day of the 2011 campaign, I was on the Harper plane covering that campaign. And that was the day that Osama bin Laden was killed by the Americans. And so that held up the campaign. We were in Abbotsford, British Columbia, and we were stuck there for many hours while Mr. Harper was getting the lay of the land from the White House and then speaking to this nation, because remember, lots of Canadians died on 9/11. So it was a somber occasion. This is different because this is a domestic incident. Doesn't look like it's politically motivated, but we don't know, and it's a very upsetting thing. A huge Filipino-Canadian community across the country, so it's very upsetting.
Yeah, I was on that campaign too. I was with Chuck Layton. I remember it really threw things for a curveball. Kathleen?
As much as you plan for contingencies, I don't think anyone is entirely prepared for something like this, what we've seen in Vancouver. So I take Rob's point, but somehow this seems to go even beyond anything that you could just recalibrate for. And when you take a look, obviously Jagmeet Singh is making the decision to really pull back, and everyone else is calibrating. I will be interested to see Mark Carney in Calgary and Edmonton. It sounds like that is continuing. And in the final hours of a campaign, the Prime Minister of the country, because he is Prime Minister, especially a Liberal Prime Minister, going to Calgary and Edmonton, you cannot help but note that and wonder, what that is about. And obviously, you don't want to be celebratory when you get there. At the same time, a big part of the reason why he's going there is to energize those campaign workers doing Get Out the Vote.
That's right.
And you need to still be able to sort of make that push, because I think he does have some expectations. We'll see how realistic they are on Monday to pick up some seats in both Calgary and Edmonton.
Yeah, I've never seen a Liberal leader go to Alberta in the last days of a campaign, and I sure haven't seen a Conservative leader do it either. Usually it's like, we've been there, we're not worried, let's move on.
In many ways it is the story of the campaign, isn't it? The Conservatives are drawing support from wellsprings that they've never tapped into before, younger people, for instance.
Younger men.
That's right. And the Liberals are tapping into older voters. So we've seen an inversion in many, many ways. We've seen a polling inversion. We've seen an electorate inversion in a way. But you cannot help but remark that it shows who's playing offense and who's playing defense. One of Mr. Poilievre's last stop is going to be in Peterborough. He owns that seat. He's playing defense. Okay. So if Mr. Carney is going to Edmonton and Calgary among his last stops, he's playing offense.
Yeah, and what do we think about how Jagmeet Singh is handling these last days? Some sort of interesting tactics and interesting moments. For instance, revealing that he had been a victim of death threats, a target of death threats, something that he had never wanted to confirm before. Now doing it in these final days because he said the campaign thought he should talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, and we had talked about how we thought foreign interference would be an issue in this campaign. It hasn't been until Mr. Singh brought that up about the threats that he felt from the Modi government, allegedly. And his decision, I think, is interesting. I mean, but constituents of his could have died in that thing. So I understand the need for being somber. To Rob's point about the final days of the campaign, the final hours of the campaign, I'm struck that Per Poilievre is spending his last event in his own riding of Carleton, an Ottawa area riding that his campaign is very worried about. The Liberals are on the offense there. Highest turnout, advanced turnout of any riding in the country. 43,000 people cast ballots last weekend.
It is the longest ballot initiative happening in that
this mischief protest campaign. But I think they're worried because they didn't think they had to be worried about it, and that's. And Mr. Poilievre's numbers in Ontario are not good. He's at least 10 points behind across this province, and it's going to be very, very hard for him to win tomorrow if he can't turn that around in the next 12 hours kind of thing.
Yeah, and even though the race is tightening, Mr. Poilievre's favorability is not. He continues to, all the polls suggest, he continues to be a problem for the party, which is so interesting given how popular he is inside the party.
Well, and especially in an election, I think we can all agree, although I would argue this has been going on for quite some time, but in this one in particular, this is an election about leadership.
Yeah.
And so who leads the party is such an essential part of sort of the brand and what you're selling and how you sort of build that momentum. And although the numbers we know have tightened, it is, I think, most people concede about leadership and who you want leading on what the big issues are. I don't think it's clear exactly what the ballot box question is for everyone.
No.
I do think there's two ballot box questions largely, and that's what people are voting on. And clearly, you know, the polling also shows that on cost of living, he seems to have the edge in many polls, not all, but many. That too has tightened, by the way. And of course, the Trump and tariff issue, although it has receded somewhat, it made a reemergence in the past week.
Yeah, last word to you, Rob.
I'm struck by how both campaigns have used dread and they've used defiance. Dread of the Liberals in terms of Mr. Poilievre and what might come if another Liberal government is elected. Dread from Mr. Carney in terms of the looming shadow of Mr. Trump. Defiance, though, has been a hallmark of this campaign. Canadians have risen up as one in ways that I haven't seen in a long, long time, despite the vast divisions, new divisions, geography, generational that has broken out in this campaign. We are united in ways we haven't been in a long, long time as well.
Okay, I'm going to put you guys on ice for a little bit. You'll come back. Rob Russo, Kathleen Petty, Robert Benzie. Thank you for. It's nice to see you all.
Yeah, you
at
too.
very least, that's what an election brings me. People to me to be my friends. CBC News has you covered, of course, on election night. You can join us for minute-by-minute updates as the polls close right across the country. I'll be hosting our special coverage on television. Begins at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. Wherever you watch CBC News, hope you can join us. A lot more coming up in the next hour. Stay with us. I'm Rosemary Barton. We are following major breaking news out of Vancouver this morning. 9 people have been killed, multiple others injured when a vehicle plowed into a crowd at a busy Filipino community festival Saturday evening. Mark Carney spoke to Canadians last hour in his capacity as Prime Minister.
Late yesterday evening, I and all Canadians were shocked, devastated, and heartbroken.
We will bring you more of his response, as well as the response from other federal leaders on this last day of the election campaign. Plus, how does this tragedy change the messaging on the campaign trail just hours before Canadians go to the polls? Our panel is standing by to talk about that and the path to victory tomorrow night. You're watching Rosemary Barton Live. It is Sunday, and we are live. Thanks for joining us. We will, of course, bring you all the very latest from the campaign trail, which has been affected, obviously, by this major breaking news in Vancouver this morning. Police say 9 people are dead, and the Prime Minister says many more injured, as many as 20. A man allegedly drove an SUV through a large group of people. He has been detained by police, but the CBC's Georgie Smythe has the very latest from the scene.
Police are still at the scene of where less than 8 hours ago, a man drove an SUV into a crowd at this Filipino festival. You can see behind me the scene. Police are still working to figure out what took place here last night. You can see evidence markers on the ground and just the chaos of what happened here last night when that car came through this crowd of people. The tents are still up, the vendor trucks are still there, and you can see things just littered all over the ground as police try to piece together what happened here. This is a suburban street. On the left-hand side of the screen, there's actually a school as well. So a very suburban setting where this crime scene investigation is unfolding this morning, and we had many eyewitnesses explain what they saw last night as the festival was packing up when this car came through. And that was after it drew 100,000 people here yesterday. And this is what some eyewitnesses told us last night.
Right there, some car, some Audi, black Audi, he just like stopped or whatever. I don't know, but from over there, from like the start right there, he just pushed the gas all the way through the whole block right there, crashing into like everyone in his way.
Can you describe a little bit what you saw?
I heard like a bunch of like crashing and stuff. Then I walked down like not even like half the block. I just saw like a bunch of bodies and everything, and I just went back.
So police told us last night at a midnight press conference that they didn't believe that this was related to terrorism. We're not sure how they came to that conclusion. We'll certainly be asking them that today. We're expecting to hear from police later this morning. We were also told that some of the bystanders at this festival actually held the suspect while police arrived. And we're also told that the man was known to police in certain circumstances. We're not sure exactly what that means, and that'll be some of the questions we'll have for police later today as Vancouver comes to terms with what happened here.
The CBC's Georgie Smythe in Vancouver there. We have now learned that Vancouver police will provide an update today at 9 a.m. Pacific. That's 12 p.m. Eastern. We will, of course, bring that to you live when it happens. Tomorrow, though, Canadians will have their say in terms of who forms the next government and the next prime minister. What is the path to victory for each party? Is it still attainable? Let's bring in our election panel to discuss. Mary Ng, a former Liberal cabinet minister. Jason Kenney, a former Conservative cabinet minister, former Premier of Alberta. Randall Garrison is a former NDP MP. Glad to see you all back. You have 2 titles, so that's you have to really perform in this panel.
My third
Jason
title is
Kenney.
recovering politician.
Oh, okay, good. That's probably your favorite one. Let's start with the Liberals, Mary Ng. What we'll see how the day unfolds with events, obviously. But Mark Carney was intending now to make a sprint west. He was going to Calgary, he was going to Edmonton, and he was going to go to Vancouver. What should we read into that? That Liberals feel very confident if they're spending some of their time in Alberta? What should we take away from that?
Well, I think that volunteers and Liberals across the country have worked really, really hard over this campaign. And I know seeing the leader yesterday in the many whistle stops that he made here in Ontario, the mood very much is to encourage the volunteers to keep doing the work. And tomorrow is all about getting out the vote. So if we've spent the last number of weeks identifying who might be voting Liberal, then you want to make sure that you are thanking and that you're encouraging your volunteers to work right up until the polls close tomorrow. And that's why he's making those stops all across the country.
Yeah.
I have a slightly different take on this. I saw some commentary that, Mr. Poilievre was desperately running back to his riding on Sunday night. The truth is this. Campaign managers don't like the leaders who are coming to town in the last few days because their focus is on that last crunch in terms of voter identification, the GOTV work. And if Central Campaign calls you up and says, by the way, congratulations, the leader's coming and we're going to blow out all of your volunteer workers for a day, going to take several hours, lots of logistical hassle. If your focus is get out the vote, that doesn't necessarily, basically what the Central Campaign is trying to do is to paint a picture of momentum. What the local campaigns are trying to do is get out the vote. And those two things can be in tension.
Oh, so you think Mark Carney going to Alberta is a hindrance?
I think it's just the national campaign saying, let's paint a story of momentum. I don't think it moves the dial locally.
Well, then speak to me. I don't think Pierre Poilievre is going to lose a seat. I am not one of those who believes that. But it is curious to me that he's going there, and I don't know if that's...
No, it's very simply because he has to end in Ottawa, because on election night, he'll be voting
in Ottawa,
there. Ottawa's his home. It's election night, Ottawa. I don't think he's done a single event. So leaders typically do at least one event, and they very often end up in their riding. So it's entirely... They were going to do a bus trip, but quite sensibly, to cover key spots in the GTA and then Eastern Ontario. Where does that take them? Ottawa. So it's just where the schedule takes them.
Okay. Randall Garrison, we saw Jagmeet Singh. Now he's suspended the latter part of his campaign today, but obviously British Columbia is important to the NDP and perhaps a concern as well. And we are hearing things about Mr. Singh's own riding that I would give a little more weight to in terms of how things are unfolding.
Well, New Democrats always have a challenge being the third party. And so in the campaign, we get more equal time.
Yes.
And I think we saw Jagmeet do very well in the leaders' debates. And most of the pollsters reported a bump. And so what he's been trying to do is build on that bump and remind people that New Democrats delivered a lot in the last minority parliament. And they'd like to have an opportunity to deliver more. And so at the local level, I agree with Jason. I was a candidate 6 times. I never wanted the leader to come. Because it's a huge distraction. But I will say in defense of leaders' campaigns, it does attract local attention generally.
You get at least a day of local coverage.
It's not great for your volunteers, it's not great for pulling the vote, but you get some local coverage that's helpful.
You move the in local media, you go from story 5 to maybe story 1 with your leader in town.
And I've talked to a couple of NDP candidates who were the same situation as me. I ran 6 times. 5 times people said I shouldn't be running in the riding and I could never win, and I won 4 of them. And so only the last time did the aggregators finally admit that I might win. And so I think what local candidates in the NDP are dealing with is this idea that somehow the NDP is going to be wiped out. I don't think that's the case because there's strong local candidates, strong local campaigns. Will we lose seats? I don't know the answer to that. And redistribution didn't treat us very well.
No, it's true.
A lot of seats, in particular Jagmeet's seat, are quite different than they were in the last parliament, even in more than just name. And so there's some big challenges to reach out to those voters and get them to the polls. But that's what the NDP is really good at. And so I'm looking forward to some actual upsets in other ridings. I think if you look at Saskatoon West, you look at Tayakon, Parkdale High Park, very strong local candidates, very strong local campaigns. We may see some upsets.
Optimistic to the end.
That's what NDPers are like that too, is I would conclude.
If you're not an optimist, you wouldn't run for the NDP.
Exactly.
Marianne, Mark Carney continues to make the case for a strong mandate. He's not asking for a majority because that would be foolish for a politician to do at this stage, but he's asking for a strong mandate. What should Canadians interpret that to mean, though? That Mr. Carney is ready to continue governing? That he believes he's going to be Prime Minister?
No, I think that the asking for a strong mandate is one show of unity in the country, so that it is the best tool he will have to fight Mr. Trump.
Sure.
Having a united Canada, unified against no 51st state, being strong as Canada, needing to do the hard work of building diversification, building our infrastructure, and making some hard choices about how to keep Canada strong in the future is what we're going to need. Which is well, we're going to need a unified Canada to do that, and I think that's his message.
Canada is united, I would argue, against Donald Trump. So I read Mr. Carney's comments more as, don't give me a minority government where I'm not going to be able to move forward quickly with my plans.
I think that's just a reality as well, right? I mean, to have the confidence of a mandate from Canadians and a strong mandate means that he is able to have that. Have that voice from Canadians, giving him the authority to do the job. And I think that's what he's asking for.
Yeah, I think the challenge for Mr. Carney is that polling would suggest there are a number of voter groups who have not historically voted Liberal, including some Quebec nationalist bloc supporters and some lifetime New Democrats, older voters who were historically conservatives.
Some progressive conservatives.
So his challenge is to lock those new softer voters for his coalition in.
Sure.
And the challenge for Mr. Poilievre is to remind people what they fundamentally are saying in this election is, yes, they want to be strong on Trump defending Canada, but they want change. And that, it's down to the last, 5 or to 8% of undecided voters. There can be a lot of very tight races. I know that's a cliche, but I think it's particularly true if you see the national numbers. Where that breaks down in the GTA Metro Belt, in the 40 key ridings that typically decide federal elections, very hard for Conservatives, with the NDP apparently going down into single digits, but still competitive. And I think they're going to have greater intensity. So you're going to see a bunch of very close races, and it'll be on a razor's edge with undecideds determining, is it about change or the Liberal message?
Yeah, the problem, though, as you know, Mr. Kenney, Jason Kenney, is that I'm used to him being a minister or a premier still, is that for some people, Mark Carney does embody change, right? Not for everyone. Some people don't buy it, but for some people, he does.
And the rabbit that the Liberal campaign's been trying to pull out of the hat is exactly that. To say to at least a portion of the pro-change voters, this is change. I don't think that's very credible. The same team, the platform was a Trudeau platform. It's the same.
That's not true. It was a Carney platform. It was not written for Justin Trudeau. That is simply not true.
Listen, this is a matter of, is that an objective CBC fact-check statement? I think that's subjectively what I will say is...
You can say it subjectively, but objectively it is accurate to say that.
It reads to me like a Trudeau platform.
Well, that's fine. It can read that way to you, but that is not...
I don't know. I guess it reads to the CBC differently, but it reads to me like a Trudeau platform, which is interventionist, more spending, implicitly higher taxes, not addressing the fundamental issues around productivity or competitiveness, the flight of capital, the flight of investment, the decline in per capita GDP. These are the underlying issues in affordability, and I'm just saying, I think there is a tension in what's left of a swing electorate around that.
That's fine. But what my point was, because there was a conservative talking point emerging that this platform had been written for Justin Trudeau. That is not true.
Well, it reads to me like it was.
You can read it that way, but it was not written for Mr. Trudeau. Mary Ann.
Absolutely, it was not written for Mr. Trudeau. In fact, it's Mr. Carney's handprints on that. And I think that when you have a leader who has managed crises, including that in 2008 when you were in government, and in the United Kingdom, you've got someone who's a leader who wants to roll up his sleeves, who wants to get the mandate from Canadians and do exactly that. Build for productivity.
But Jason Kenney's points are valid. There are a lot of the same people around Mark Carney. There are some new people, but a lot of the people are the same.
Interesting. I mean, I was looking through the many new candidates that are running here. And they're going to work very hard to earn their seat. But having people like, the person who is running my riding, Tim Hodgson, strong business credentials coming in, or having someone like, Mr.
Mary, I have great respect for you and a lot of Liberal friends. But 3 months ago, you guys were telling Canada that the retail carbon tax was necessary to save the planet, that the capital gains tax increase was necessary for social equity in Canada. I mean, you guys have done so many flip-flops and so many issues. I think voters have a right to say, what the hell do you actually believe?
Well, I think that's the change that you're talking about.
3 months ago, you guys were saying Canada's broken. And so I think what we're seeing here
What's
is
another way of saying
that
we
on
need change?
economic issues, a lot of people have said it's hard to tell the conservative platform from the liberal platform. And so what I hope people are thinking about is not just who can oppose Trump, but how can we get a parliament that will work on behalf of Canadians? And if we've got a parliament with just right-wing conservatives and everybody's favorite banker, we're not likely to get things that benefit ordinary people. And so that's the message the NDP has been trying to deliver in this last week, is you need some people there in this time of high prices, high costs, and high unemployment coming down the road, who will actually work to benefit ordinary Canadians.
Okay, Mary, we all cut you off there, so I'll let you.
So I would say this, tomorrow's election day. We have put out platforms. Our platform is costed. The Conservative platform needed a revision the day after it was put out. I would encourage Canadians, take a look, and this is such a consequential election, take a look at what we're all putting out there, and I think that the choice is, I think the choice is going to be one for a strong mandate because Canadians need that for our economic future.
Totally agree. So for all the undecideds, go to the party websites and read their platforms tonight.
You're all recovering politicians, but you haven't recovered entirely, is what I would take from that last panel. Randall and Jason, you will be with me tomorrow night. Mary, you're going to stop by a little bit later in the evening, too, so I look forward to that. Hopefully it'll be as robust a conversation tomorrow.
Indeed.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
We're going to take a short break. More Rosemary Barton Live right after this.
Standing up for Canada, number one, against Trump, and just a future for my kids. I got 3 young daughters. I want them to have a future.
People either got to pay rent or can't eat. It's one or the other, and it's a big problem.
One of the main ones I'm thinking about is like healthcare, as well as the economy. But we both work in healthcare, so that's something that's really on the top of our minds.
Trade and Donald Trump and all that thing, of course, but also national unity for the country. I think the interprovincial trade issues that are going on. This is the kind of thing we need to tackle.
Some voters there on the issues that matter to them in this election. So how will Canada vote tomorrow? What have the polls shown us so far? Joining me now, Eric Grenier, author of TheWrit.ca. He also runs the CBC poll tracker and hopefully is on his way to Toronto after this. And David Coletto, founder and CEO of Abacus Data. And I think David had some new data out this morning. Good to see both of you.
Good morning.
Let's start with where things are. Obviously, the the only poll that matters, we'll just say it one more time, is tomorrow. So we won't talk much about polls tomorrow at all, but we'll check in one last time to see where things stand, and I'll go to you, Eric, for that.
Well, right now what we're showing in our poll tracker, which I should say does not include the new data that David has just published, has the Liberals ahead by about 4 points. We have about 43% on average for the Liberals, 39% on average for the Conservatives, and a little over 8% for the NDP. And that gives the Liberals a good chance of winning the most seats and likely a majority, just based on what we've seen in terms of their lead in Ontario, their lead in Atlantic Canada, their lead in Quebec, and a very close race in British Columbia. Those are all better numbers for the Liberals than they had when they won a minority in 2021.
Right.
So it puts them in a position to have a hope for a majority in 2025.
Okay, and David, I haven't looked at your latest numbers, so what are you seeing? Certainly the race has tightened over the past week or so.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing more or less what Eric just described,
Right.
except a slightly tighter race. We've got a 2-point Liberal lead nationally, 41% to 39% for the Conservatives. A slightly tighter race in Ontario. Again, there's the sample size there, so we don't want to make too many conclusions.
Yeah.
Liberals ahead by 10 in Quebec, and BC, as Eric said, is very competitive. And so all of it still points to advantage Liberal. But one of the things that we've been noting in our own polling over the last 2 weeks is the fact that those who say this vote is more about change or affordability has been rising, and
Yes.
those who say it's about Trump has been going down, like those Canadians you interviewed just before this session. And that dynamic, I think, is one that has made it more competitive over time, because that's the place the Conservatives would much rather be than more focus on Trump for the Liberals.
Yeah, I mean, it does. It seems to me, Eric, as if the campaign were 2 weeks longer, we might see some things move even more to the point where the Conservatives would have more of an advantage. But give me a sense of what has been fascinating for you through this campaign to watch as someone that analyzes polls and data.
Yeah, well, you mentioned if it had been 2 weeks longer, that would also be 2 weeks' chance for Donald Trump to inject himself back into the campaign. And I think that's what's actually been really interesting. David mentioned it there. At the beginning of the election, we were talking a lot about Trump and about tariffs, because the tariff date, the Liberation Day, came early on in the campaign. And in polling at the time, you did see that Donald Trump was one of the top issues, and that did seem to propel the Liberals forward. And then as we went forward through the campaign, the top issue being more cost of living, affordability, the Trump issue would just tick down a little bit. And I don't think it was a coincidence that we saw that margin between the Liberals and the Conservatives get a lot smaller. So I do think that this is going to be an interesting election night for sure, because maybe 2 weeks ago, it looked like a 6-7 point lead for the Liberals. They had a huge advantage in Ontario, in Quebec, and it looked like they could win maybe 200 seats. Now we're more in a position where it's a question whether they get that majority or minority. In our numbers, it suggests that they are in that position. They could win the majority, but it's by no means a guarantee. And so the fact that we are in the end getting close to the wire, and it is getting more of an uncertain outcome, is certainly always interesting for me.
Yeah, and that will make election night fascinating for everyone, because the other thing that's been so remarkable, David, obviously we've talked about it a lot, is how it really is a two-horse race. And I'm not sure I understand fully what that's going to mean for election night. And I also know, for instance, Pierre Poilievre very trying to encourage enthusiastically voter turnout, I guess suggesting somehow that if it was a high voter turnout, that might advantage the Conservatives in some way. So give me your thoughts on those things.
Yeah, I mean, I think that binary choice that for many this election's become, really started to happen the moment Justin Trudeau announced he wasn't going to run again and wasn't going to be Liberal leader. I think opened up a lot of people's ability to come back or even go to the Liberals for the first time, in which they hadn't in the previous two federal elections. On the turnout front, our data does suggest that a higher turnout would benefit the Conservatives, that among those who are unlikely to vote on Monday, at least tell us they're less motivated. They did not vote in the advanced polls. Conservatives are ahead by 2 points among that group. So that's also one of the really interesting dynamics of this campaign, is that the Liberals now have the more motivated or more likely voters, because they've done so well among older Canadians who we know are more likely to vote. And they are telling us in our polling they are more likely to vote. So these are the dynamics, I think, to watch for. If we see really, really long lines all day tomorrow, that could be an indicator perhaps that Mr. Poilievre is getting his wish, and that some of those voters who may not have voted are coming out because they sense it's so close.
Yeah, I mean, it is not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. So I do hope people show up tomorrow and vote for who they want. Eric, what riding or region are you going to keep your eyes on tomorrow night?
Well, I do think that one of the places I'll take a look at, just because it's going to come in first, will be in Atlantic Canada, because while it's not the decisive region, it was really the canary in the coal mine for each of the last few elections. When we saw the Liberals swept Atlantic Canada in 2015, that was our first indication. We said, okay, they're probably winning a majority tonight. But then in 2019 and 2021, when we didn't see that the Conservatives were making the kinds of inroads they needed to make, it gave us that early hint that they're unlikely to see similar gains elsewhere in the country. So while I don't think that the election is going to be decided in Atlantic Canada, because there's probably only maybe a half dozen seats that are really toss-ups, if we don't see that the Conservatives are winning in Fredericton or Mukto, if we don't see that they're competitive in St. John, they're not competitive in Central Nova, Cumberland, Colchester is maybe going Liberal. Those would be the first indications for me tomorrow night that either the Liberals are going to win another minority, maybe a majority, but if we do see some of those seats are blue, then it could be a night where we have to wait and see the results in the rest of the country.
Yeah, or maybe even wait till BC. Imagine, that would be so great for BC. David, what are you going to be watching for in terms of riding?
Well, you read
regions?
my mind, because I was going to go to the other side of the country and say, I'm really interested in Victoria. I mean, Mark Carney's visited that part of BC on Vancouver Island twice. It's a seat that the NDP has easily held for many years. That to me will be an indicator of two things. How far does the NDP vote go? By then we'll know if it's collapsing. But still, Victoria is also a riding with a lot of older Canadians, and that has been an essential ingredient to the Liberal resurgence. And so for me, Victoria will be really interesting. I'm going to be on with your colleague Jamie Poisson on the second stream for CBC.
Second screen stream.
And we'll be up late, and I'm going to be watching for Victoria.
Okay, amazing. David, we will watch you there. Eric, you're on the radio special, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope.
You're not on the radio special? Well, we'll get you on the radio special. Okay, thank you both so much. Eric Grenier, David Coletto. We'll talk again. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it.
All right,
take care.
Thanks. The countdown to the end of the campaign is on. Leaders, as we've been talking about, visiting some key ridings in their final sprint. So how did the last 36 days play out? What's at stake for the parties now? Sunday Scrum will be here one more time. You're watching RBL. We are continuing to track events out of Vancouver this morning. 9 people were killed when a car rammed into a festival there last night. We are expecting an update from Vancouver Police at 12 Eastern, and of course more information through the day here on CBC News Network. But today also marks day 36 in this election campaign and the last opportunity for federal party leaders to reach out to voters across the country. How did this campaign unfold? Where does it leave the parties, its leaders moving forward? Let's bring back the Sunday Scrum for final time in this election. All of them with me in studio. Rob Russo, writer for The Economist, former parliamentary bureau chief for CBC, Robert Benzie, Queen's Park bureau chief for the Toronto Star, Kathleen Petty, host of CBC's West of Centre podcast. Good to see everyone again. What has struck you about this campaign? Start with Rob Benzie.
I guess how static everything has been in the polls from Carney taking over from Trudeau. There's been straight lines, and it's extraordinary. I mean, when we did talk at Christmas, Rosie, I don't think any of us thought that the Liberal Party would be in a position to win an election, let alone a majority in a spring election. So I think the turnaround of the Liberal Party since Mr. Carney took over, and the fact that Mr. Trump has just absorbed taken up all of the oxygen. And I think that the Conservatives misread on that, even though Doug Ford successfully used Trump as the frame of his election in February here in Ontario, the federal Conservatives were slow to the party.
Yeah, and they still, I mean, now, our pollsters there just said it is true that affordability, and you made this point earlier, is ticking back up. It continues to be super important to Canadians. But you wonder what would have happened, Kathleen, if Pierre Poilievre had taken that and added the Trump stuff to it, whether he would have just kept increasing into support.
I'm sure he's wondering that too, Rosie.
I don't know if he is, frankly. I don't know that he is.
Certainly people around him, I think, are wondering. I mean, what strikes me about this is that the campaign has been going on for more than 5 weeks. I mean, that's really the truth of it, isn't it? And once Justin Trudeau quit, and then there was this Liberal campaign for leader, it sort of gave the Liberals a bit of an advantage in that they sort of had a build-up to it. And then you get into the campaign itself, and then as Rob points out, it just sort of felt a bit static. I mean, the campaign happened, but it never felt like there were necessarily big, huge moments over the course of the campaign. So it sort of felt like it was running on those fumes. And the Conservatives looked like they were running out of gas, so fewer fumes. And the Liberals were sort of gassing up and more fumes. And so that's what has sort of struck me about it. And hence we have this a bit of a tightening, but it does feel very status quo. If I can say that after something that has been anything but status quo.
Yeah, for sure. Everything has been upended, except, as you're right, during the campaign, where things haven't changed in any dramatic way.
The most dramatic blows were those that weren't struck before the campaign and those that were struck just before the campaign. Let's go over the ones that were struck before the campaign. Mr. Trudeau decided, he was compelled to resign.
Yes. I was going to say.
And who struck that blow was Chrystia Freeland. And then Mr. Carney did something that I think people might gloss over a little bit. In July of last year, Mr. Carney's picture was shown to over 1,000 people, and only 7% could recognize him, knew who he was. Less than 6 months later, he goes on the Jon Stewart Show, The Daily Show, and gets introduced to millions and millions of people who viewed the video of him on Jon Stewart. I think that was an important blow that was struck again. Blows that weren't struck before the campaign. Mr. Poilievre decided not to reach out to Conservative premiers in Ontario, in Nova Scotia. As a result, bad blood there was allowed to fester, and that clearly had an impact on the campaign. The other blow that wasn't struck was that they decided that the field of battle that they were going to choose to fight on, the Conservatives, would remain the field of battle of affordability, cost of living, tough on crime. I don't think that they made that decision willy-nilly. They clearly decided that there was not enough growth for them in a full-throated attack of Mr. Trump, for whatever reason. And so they decided, no growth there, let's stick with what we're doing, evolve our campaign slightly, evolve our candidate to make him appear more lifelike in some ways and less like a bulldozer. But fewer changes after major changes just before the writ was dropped.
The thing that strikes me about Pierre Poilievre's campaign this week, though, has been the tone has almost reverted back to where he started. And maybe that's because at the end of the campaign, you have to paint a picture that looks grim in order to push people towards you. But it is not a particularly positive message in the last of these days. And maybe that will be the thing that forces people to say, well, I want substantial change and I need to turn to this guy.
You know, Rosie, maybe now he's campaigning to hold on to his job as leader after the election, and so he's making sure he's still the conservatives' conservative. And I think that is one thing that is underestimated out there, is that Mr. Poilievre is of this party. The party itself, the membership, the people who go and vote
it's his
in
party
leadership.
Right now, for sure.
Yeah, it is his party. This is why people say, oh, Doug Ford, could he be the leader of this party? No, I don't think Doug Ford could win a CBC leadership convention because he's not of that party. Yeah. I don't think he gets the membership. Yeah. I think Poilievre is reverted to where he feels most comfortable, but I think it's because he's thinking about what Tuesday holds, not what Monday holds.
And his tonal shift, I mean, he was a bit of a tourist, let's be honest, right? He was taking a bit of a tour.
In the positive?
People commented during the debate that, this was a very different Poilievre. But you can see why he would go back, frankly, because you dance with the one that brung you. And what brought him to his heights was the rhetoric that he employed, even though it was at times angry and aggressive and assertive. Exactly. And so he was feeding off of that. They were feeding off of him. There was a slight shift during the debate, and I think people felt that it stood him in good stead, that he actually had a pretty good performance during that debate. But then you go back to, okay, what brought me to the greatest heights? It was this persona, it was this brand, and it was this set of issues.
You can talk about that, Rob, but also talk about the Bloc Québécois, because I just think Monsieur Blanchet has actually had a disastrous last week. The things that he's been saying about, we're kind of an artificial country, angering people for really no reason except to inflame nationalist sentiment in Quebec. I mean, that speaks, I think, to some desperation there for him.
If you listen to what Mr. Blanchet has said and judge him by what he has said, then yes, he's going to come in with a very poor score in terms of his performance. What has he said? He said that Mr. Carney is essentially a unilingual Anglophone who's bumbling and stumbling along in French, who doesn't understand Quebec's culture, doesn't really speak its language, and yet, Mr. Carney, if polls are to be believed, is going to thump him in the province of Quebec. People have turned away from Mr. Blanchet, turned away from the notion of independence and sovereignty. Why? Because they believe Mr. Carney, in his own way, is better positioned to protect Quebec's language and culture. That has to be a damning verdict for Mr. Blanchet.
What's the one thing you'll be watching for tomorrow? I'm going to guess Ontario for you, but go ahead. Don't put words in your mouth.
Well, Rosie, I think if we see the 32 seats in Atlantic Canada, if the Liberals come out of there with 25 of those seats and then get into Quebec, Kathleen and Rob and I were talking about this just a minute ago, I think if the Liberals are at 140 seats by the time they reach the Manitoba border, it's over for Mr. Poilievre's party, and again, this is not something that we could have foreseen 4 months ago. I mean, I really did wonder if the Liberals would finish third on January 1st.
Yes, we were talking about that. The Bloc Québécois could be the official opposition.
I mean, remember, but the map changed, and Donald Trump was an earthquake. That earthquake, and poor old Poilievre is sifting through the rubble. He may be sifting through the rubble in Carleton, which is extraordinary. If you said he'd be in a dogfight in his own riding, I wouldn't have believed that. And here we are.
Kathleen, what do you watch for tomorrow?
Well, obviously with Alberta, obviously that's what I'm focused on. But, Danielle Smith's role in this campaign is, I think, well,
she's
indicative
now,
of what the future could look like. With a Liberal majority win, but it might have to be tempered a little bit because the Liberals do believe that there are ridings in play in Calgary and Edmonton. I do think that national unity is a big topic, but whether it's at stake or whether there's actually just a collective view that we really need to be united to face this Trump threat is what I would suggest. And does she want to be offside with that vibe, as you know, once we have a government of some sort going forward, that we all really do want to be united. And further to that, even if Mark Carney should win, the Liberals should win, and they have a majority, I actually think she's got some leverage for exactly that reason. Because I think Carney wants to be seen as someone who's going to promote unity within the country to confront the threat. And doing that will require some concessions, I think, on his part for a province like Alberta and a premier like Daniel Smith.
Okay, Rob?
We hear a lot about get out the vote, ID the vote, all that on a day like today. We have anecdotal evidence and hard evidence that Canadians are more engaged in this campaign than they have been in previous campaigns. I'll be looking for that voter turnout number to see if that's the case. They've managed to find their way to the ballot box in droves in advanced polling, without the get out the vote, without the machinery involved. So I'll be curious to see if that's sustained through tomorrow evening, and exactly who is turning out. Are younger people more engaged? Are working Canadians more engaged in this campaign, in this vote than they have been in the past?
And that would advantage who?
That would advantage the Conservatives.
Yeah.
And you would think that if we were talking about muscle and sinew, the Conservatives have the best, they have the biggest war chest going, so muscle and sinew would favor them. But we saw in 2011, with no muscle and sinew, millions of people turned out to vote for the NDP.
Yeah,
no real organization.
That's right.
Millions of people turned out to vote in the advance poll. 25% more, I think, is what they've decided. Let's see if that's sustained and how they got there, why they got there.
All right, it's going to be a fascinating night. That is a guarantee. Rob Russo, Robert Benzie, Kathleen Petty, thank you. Nice to be with you on this Sunday. I appreciate you getting here. We're going to take a short break here on Rosemary Barton Live. More right after this. It's great.
this was really intended to be one of the most joyous celebrations of the Filipino community. We have such a vibrant city, and that community is such an incredibly important part of it. There were food trucks and basketball games and music and dancing, and it really was a place for us to have joy. And obviously this is not the outcome that we wanted.
Witnesses and officials are still trying to make sense, of course, of that tragedy in Vancouver last night. Vancouver police now confirming 9 people died in what they called a mass casualty event. The 30-year-old man who was driving a black SUV was arrested when he rammed into that event last night. The investigation is ongoing, but police say they are confident the incident was not an act of terrorism. We've reached Lenny Zhou, Vancouver City Councillor. He was at the location last night, and he's currently speaking to us in his capacity as the acting mayor of the city of Vancouver, because the mayor, Ken Sim, is out of the country. Lenny Zhou, thank you for making time for us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I understand the mayor is on his way back, I'm sure, to help out in any way he can. Maybe you could just tell me, since you were there last night, what you saw when you got there, Lenny Zhou.
Yeah, really my heart really breaks. So I'm completely shocked and horrified by this terrible tragedy. In the heart of our city, on the day of celebration, community and family gathering. We see families, children, like seniors, people from across the city come together to recognize and highlight the Filipino community in the city of Vancouver. This tragedy happened. Really, really unfortunate. I'm really shocked.
Yes, as is the whole country, and I should have started my comments, Lenny Zhou, by saying condolences to that community and to your city dealing with these horrifying events. We are getting an update from police at the top of the hour. What do you know about the 9 people who were killed and Mark Carney suggesting as many as 20 injured?
Well, so the police is going to do a press conference at 9 a.m. and there will be another full press conference at 2 p.m. in Vancouver. So there will be more details to be released. So as a city councilor, also the acting mayor, I don't have too much detail to commenting right now.
What is the 2 p.m. press conference? Can I ask you? What is that? Who's going to be that? The police too?
Yeah, the police, Vancouver Police Department, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, and also mayor will be there as well.
Okay. What kind of questions are you asking already about security? At these kinds of festivals, often there are large tractors and other things that kind of block off the streets so that people can't get in, traffic can't get in. What have you been told about whether that happened or whether people were leaving and how this SUV got into the site?
Yeah, so I was there yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually, I was twice. I spent a few hours in the event. So actually, I saw the barriers actually block the street over there. So I didn't see the dump truck, but there are people on every single block and also the barriers. So how did this SUV get into the crowd? Mm-hmm. I don't have much details, but again, police will release details at the conference.
What are people saying to you today, and what were they saying to you last night when you were back there on site in terms of how frightening that moment was for them?
Yeah, so again, people, they were horrified, and it meant to be a very good celebration, and I see a lot of families, very good vibes, but end up with this tragedy. So people were shocked, and people were scared.
Yeah.
So, but I want to tell people that Vancouver is resilient, and we will get through this together with our Filipino community, also the residents of the city.
It's my understanding that it was people on site who kind of apprehended the man who allegedly did this and held him there until police could get there. What have you been told about how that unfolded and whether people were scared to do that?
Yeah, so that's my understanding as well. But again, the details will be released by the police. But I can tell you that we have established a 24-hour victim services center in the community center for anyone who will be searching their loved ones. And also, I can tell you that since the beginning, our first responders, including the Vancouver Police Department, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, also BC Ambulance, they were there at the beginning to support and provide emergency treatment to the victims.
I know that the Liberal leader and Prime Minister has reached out to the Premier and to your Mayor. I imagine other leaders are doing that too. Is there anything that Vancouver needs right now in terms of support from the province or the federal government?
So we are in active discussion with the province and also the federal government. So, if we need any support, I'm pretty sure our senior level of government will be providing us the support. Yeah. So we are in active discussion with them. But I want to tell people that this is not about politics. It's about Vancouver stay strong. And we're going to, stay with our community, also, especially our Filipino community, to get through this tragedy together. So Vancouver will be stronger together.
Jagmeet Singh is campaigning in BC today, although he's canceled the rest of his events after Penticton. The Liberal leader was supposed to end his day in Vancouver. It's not clear whether that will happen. Does that worry you if people are showing up for this last day of the election campaign? Do you have any concerns around that?
Yes, I do have some concerns, but I just want to tell everyone and also the people in our city it's not about politics. So we need to stay strong together, get through this one together.
But just so I understand your concerns, do you not think that people should be campaigning in Vancouver today?
Well, I think the whole city is in sadness right now. Yeah. So I really hope that we can stay together. And it's not about campaigning. It's about helping our victims and also the families.
Okay, Lenny Zhou, I know you jumped on at the last moment for us, and I know it's a very difficult 24 hours. You've got a lot of work ahead of you. Thank you, though, for speaking with us. It's very valuable to talk to you.
Thank you for having me again, Vancouver Stay Strong.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And a reminder, we are expecting that update from Vancouver Police shortly at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern. As you just heard there from Lenny Zhou, there'll be another police presser at 2 p.m. Pacific when the mayor returns. He had been out of the country. We will bring all of that to you right here on CBC News Network. You are watching Rosemary Barton Live. It is day 36 of the election campaign, the final day until you just cast your ballot, your vote, and decide who will form government. CBC News has you covered on election night. You can join us for minute-by-minute updates as soon as the polls close right across the country. I'll be hosting our special coverage. It begins at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 3:30 Pacific. I'll be joined by Adrian Arsenault, Ian Hannah-Mansing, Catherine Cullen. David Cochran will be there with his magic board of the polls as we watch them unfold right across the country. It's, as you know, it's going to be an exciting night. It's been a fascinating election, and tomorrow we'll see what Canada decides. Can't wait to see you there tomorrow night. I'm Rosemary Barton. Thank you for watching. More coverage here on CBC News Network straight ahead.
Tragedy in Vancouver. We are tracking a major breaking news story from that city. Police say 9 people are dead and many more have been injured after a man drove an SUV through a large group of people at a street festival last night. Police say bystanders were able to hold the suspect at the scene. That is until officers arrived and quickly took him into custody. This all happened at the Lapu Day block party, which was hosted by Vancouver's significant Filipino community in a city that is now reeling from shock and horror and is in the midst of grieving. This is another scene playing out in Vancouver right now. We are standing by to hear from the police department this hour. In fact, that is meant to begin any moment now. So as soon as it gets underway, we will take you there. They are planning to provide an update on that mass casualty incident at the festival last night. Vancouver Police Interim Chief Constable Steve Ray is expected to be there. So again, as soon as that gets underway, we'll take you there and bring you further analysis from how the police investigation is moving forward. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fata, and you're watching CBC News Network. We are going to be bringing you extensive coverage throughout the day of this tragedy in Vancouver. I should also let you know that in addition to the police, later on this hour, we are going to hear from NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who was actually at the festival yesterday as part of his final days of campaigning. He did speak to the media last night. He's going to be speaking again today. We've already heard from Liberal leader Mark Carney, who was speaking in his position as the Prime Minister earlier in the day. We heard from Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative Party leader. We're expecting comments to come from other candidates and other major party leaders through the course of the day. This is a terrible, terrible incident that's happened. So not only will we bring you those political angles and the police, we're going to be speaking to eyewitnesses, community members, security experts, people who were there, people who've been affected. All of that is going to be brought to you right here on CBC News Network. We are not going to speculate. We'll bring you as much fact and context as we possibly can. Beginning with CBC's Georgie Smythe, who's joining us now live from Vancouver. So Georgie, at this stage, still so many unanswered questions, but take us through what we know so far.
Yeah, I mean, we know that this man in an SUV allegedly drove into this festival about 8 p.m. last night. We've been told by witnesses that was at the time roughly when the festival was winding down and people were packing up essentially, and that some vehicles were perhaps being let into the festival to allow that pack down to happen. We know that the festival over the course of yesterday attracted around 100,000 people. It's in its second year, a very popular event celebrating Filipino culture. You can see behind me some of the crime scene. We've just come from a different side of the crime scene, which extends over several blocks. And some of it is actually in quite a suburban area. There's houses on one side, a school on the other. And inside that crime scene this morning, you can see detectives at work. You can see evidence markers on the ground and just debris strewn all over the road from when that SUV came into that festival area. There are still food trucks and tents. Detectives are moving evidence around. And we spoke to a few neighbors who were also curious to see what things looked like there this morning. Some of them just simply too upset to speak to us. But we did speak to one neighbor, Daniela, who explains that she was actually at the festival earlier that day, came through with her girlfriend and her mother, and explains just how close it got, that she actually might have been at the festival at the time that SUV came through. This is what she told us.
So we were walking, it was a lot of people. It was stores everywhere, they were selling food. It was really, really nice. And then around 8 p.m. I was coming back with my mom, and I was parking my car at the back of our building, and I hear boom, boom, boom. And I turn around and say to my mom, do you think there are gunshots? Because people, so from the back of the alley, you can see kids running, screaming, and I was like, what is going on? But I thought, okay, well, it was a concert, so maybe it was just disturbs or whatever. I don't think it's something big. And then I start hearing police, ambulance, firefighters everywhere. So I came out, and turns out the boom I was hearing, it was the guy with the car crashing all the people from here all the way there.
Georgia, I can't imagine witnessing something like that. Now, there's, as I mentioned off the top, still so many unanswered questions. Hopefully we'll get a few more answers or some degree of clarity from the police. We are expecting to hear from them any moment now, but I've been informed they're running a few moments late. So again, we'll carry that live on CBC News Network. But up until this point, we did hear from the police. We have been hearing from them. What have we learned so far?
Yeah, and just to remind people that this has taken place on a Saturday night, relatively late. We've been getting updates throughout the night. Some of my colleagues have been at the scene all night speaking to witnesses and trying to keep up to speed with what has been happening. The last we did hear from police was about 3 a.m. Pacific time, where they updated us with that new death toll of 9 people killed. We were also told that the suspect was known to police in certain circumstances, was the phrase that they used. So we're curious to understand what the relationship to the accused is with police. I think that'll be a question that comes up at the press conference. And there has been questions even this morning from neighbours about the level of security, how people were prevented perhaps from entering the street, if there was any way to prevent vehicles from going in, as you might see in different other street festivals when big dump trucks or trucks are sort of parked across an entranceway that would prevent any vehicles from coming in. So lots of questions still this morning as the reality of what's happened last night sets in here, and we are hoping to get some more information from police this morning.
Okay, I know you'll be watching as well. CBC's Georgie Smythe in Vancouver. Thank you, Georgie. Now, as we await that police press conference, let's turn to someone we often turn to in situations like this. That's our next guest, Cash Heed. He's a former British Columbia Solicitor General, a former chief of the West Vancouver Police Department, and he is a Richmond City Councillor. Cash, very good to see you today. Thank you for making time for us.
Yeah, very unfortunate circumstances, but a pleasure to talk to you.
Well, that's why we turn to you, sir, because you have such experience, such insight. And, you know, as I said off the beginning of the show, we don't want to speculate because so much remains unknown. But with all of your experience and expertise in this area, are there things that are immediately jumping out at you about this story and the details we know so far?
Well, certainly there is. Number one is we have to look at this individual, and I think the mental state of the individual will be looked at significantly by law enforcement and other health authorities. I think some of the statements by the chief of police with respect to this about their relationship or contact with this individual is quite telling on what that may be. It won't necessarily be a criminal one, but it may be some other issue that the person has gone through in their life.
Something that jumped out right away was because an incident like this, and we've seen it in other cities, we've seen it in Toronto, a vehicle being used as a weapon, and there are multiple fatalities. The police came out right away and said that they do not believe this to be an act of terrorism. But so few other details have come out. So, Cash, how can they make that assessment so quickly?
I think they're well aware of the history of the individual, and I think it was quite prudent for them to make that assessment immediately. I think they've eliminated certain things immediately, and part of that because we default to that narrative of an act of terrorism when you have such a horrific situation causing mass casualties in our public spaces. So that's an automatic default. And I think it was wise for the police to immediately get on that and certainly disregard that aspect of it at this point.
Okay. Now, we know that the 30-year-old man, the suspect, is currently in police custody. I wanted to ask you about the fact that it was civilians, it was bystanders, it was people in this festival who were able to hold him until the police arrived. We don't know the details, if there was a struggle or if the man just quietly submitted to the crowd, but does that raise any alarms for you that that individuals who don't have security training had to jump in a situation like this?
Well, the police, I know police were in attendance at that particular event, and I know certainly the security aspects surrounding it was based on the threats with regard to that. And I think given the fact that we had resources around the area, not immediately when the individual caused the harm to the people attending, there had to be some intervention, and people took it upon themselves to do that. But it's my understanding, and based on some of the contacts I've had discussions with, the police were there almost immediately to ensure that they're able to take that person into custody without further harm to anyone.
CBC News, other colleagues spoke with an eyewitness who was there, and that eyewitness was expressing some frustration about not the police, but community security or some private security guards that were there, who they said didn't really act. It really became a function, and again, many of these details will get clarified in the days ahead, but the private security that had been hired for this weren't really acting. What is the obligation of a security firm if they're hired for an event like this?
Well, certainly they're guardians to assist the community in holding the event, and that's a requirement by the City of Vancouver that they have an additional layer of security beyond the police for the people that are attending. Now, it's difficult in these situations, and it's very dynamic at times, and we have to understand that. You've got a large area out in the public. Yes, there were certain guardians put in place, barricades put in place. My understanding was, and I think your reporter alluded to the fact, some vehicles were let through. This person, my understanding from my discussions with some of the contacts, was at the rear of that line, and for some reason was able to get through and cause the havoc that he did.
Let's talk about some of the security parameters. We understand it wasn't like a heavy-duty barricades or anything like that. There were just very minor, minimal barriers between the rest of the crowd and the festival itself, and so people could easily lift the barriers, move them aside. In fact, this was a common thing as people were moving their vehicles in and out to get their wares that they were selling in and out. Do you think something like that will have to be revisited, again, completely acknowledging that it's early in the investigation?
Absolutely, and I think we're going to have to look at these events, and you alluded to a few of them here in Canada. We had a recent one in New Orleans. We've got FIFA coming up and some of the other events in the City of Vancouver. I think we've got to not only look at the security aspect of it, the intelligence, but you're going to have to look at a standard operating procedure on any of these events to have that high level of protection in place, such as blocking the roadway with heavy equipment and entrances with heavy equipment. That's going to have to be a standard operating procedure with these events.
How do the police and elected officials, city officials, and the general public reach that balance, Cash? Because, you know, certainly in some European cities, even the most G-rated festival, the amount of police presence I've seen and soldiers walking around with heavy-duty weaponry, because there have been so many incidents when we think about what's happened in Germany in recent years and in Belgium. I've just been shocked by the degree of security we see at street festivals, at Christmas markets, but clearly there's a need for that. Do you anticipate potentially we're going to see something like that here?
You're going to see more militarization of that in all events around the world. That's a simple fact. It's an unfortunate fact, but that's the way society is right now, whether we're dealing with some type of terrorist activity, someone that wants to make a name for themselves, or someone that is in some type of crisis and able to act out in a way that's going to be harmful to society. The goal of the police, the goal of the policymakers and everyone is to protect society, everyone in society. So this is something that unfortunately we are going to have to put up with. The balance is going to be tipped here, and we're no longer able to have these community events in a very inviting atmosphere because of the tragedies of this nature and the ability for people to act out the way they have.
Let's get a little bit closer to this actual investigation. Now that the suspect is in custody, how do the police move forward? What do they try to figure out?
Well, again, the investigation is going to go through several stages as they go forward. They're going to ensure, they have resources in place, they have the expertise in place. My understanding is they had a large briefing this morning with qualified people to determine the direction that they're going to go. You're going to see some file coordination come into place, just like a major crime incident wherever it occurs. So they will ensure they've taken care of the immediate need at the scene. You see people that are going to be there taking forensic evidence, collecting that particular evidence. At the same time, you're going to see people looking at the background of this particular individual. You're going to see people that are going to start to review the practices that were put in place. So there's multiple areas of this investigation that will be looked at by experts going forward. You also have other agencies involved, such as the coroner's department involved in trying to deal with this, and whether we're going to look at some type of inquest with respect to this. So there's going to be multiple and a very thought out strategic investigation going forward. Number one is to make sure that we deal with this particular tragedy. At the same time, make sure that these tragedies don't occur not only in Vancouver, but other areas throughout the world. So what we can learn from that is so important. At the same time, remember, there's victimization here. There's people, whether they've lost loved ones, friends because of this, but people that also witnessed the tragedy. So you've got a whole element of ensuring that we have victim services involved for all of those people. So you're going to have, I would estimate, hundreds of officers involved and hundreds of resources involved in ensuring that this is dealt with in a very comprehensive fashion.
When we look to intentionality about this, Cash, does saying that it was not an act of terrorism mean it was not intentional?
No, I'm just saying there's no element such as what we're so used to of some terrorist group out there that was behind this, or someone that has been radicalized by some type of terrorist network. There could be intent here, and I think that's something that we're going to have to look at as this goes forward within the criminal justice system, another aspect of ensuring we have the evidence for that, on whether the intent to cause harm was realistic and they had the mental ability to know what they were doing.
Cash Heed, I want to pause our conversation there and thank you so much for your time. I do hope, Cash, you can stick around because the police have been delayed again. So once they are done their press conference, I would really like to have you back and get further analysis. Does that sound okay with you?
Yes, thank you.
Terrific, Cash. Speak to you in just a few moments. So again, folks, let's show you that podium. The Vancouver Police Department, they were meant to begin at the top of the hour. This is 12 p.m. Eastern. And it would be 9 a.m. Pacific time, but clearly this is such a major developing story, so many variables at play here. So the police have been delayed. Everybody wants to know as much as they possibly can. The police have a responsibility to disclose only what they can. This is early going in the investigation. So we'll continue to watch that podium. As soon as the police start talking, we'll take you there. But I do want to turn to another aspect of this story because, of course, don't forget, had this tragedy not happened, our sole focus today would have been the federal election. This is the day before Canadians get to go to the polls tomorrow, cast their ballots, elect a new government. But the entire campaign now has to shift gears and it has to address this national tragedy that's taken place in Vancouver. So let's dig a little bit deeper into that as we wait for the police. I want to turn to my friend and colleague, CBC's Alexander Silberman, who's following alongside with us from Ottawa. Alex, a real upheaval, a real turn to the federal election campaign. We've heard from some of the leaders. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, like you said, Natasha, a big shift in tone. All the leaders really needing to pivot this morning. We saw Mark Carney stepped away from the campaign trail to address this tragedy. Acting in his role as Prime Minister to address Canadians, Carney says he was briefed late overnight by his National Security Advisor and his Public Safety Minister, and says they do not believe there is an active threat to Canadians at this point in time. Carney also says he's been in touch with both the BC Premier's office and Vancouver Mayor's office and plans to speak with both of those officials later today. He also went on to say he stands with the Filipino community in wake of this tragedy. Take a listen to some of his comments.
The strength and the resilience of the Filipino-Canadian community is exemplified by the Tagalog term, Bayanihan. It captures the Filipino spirit of community, of cooperation and unity to achieve a common goal. And it's this spirit upon which we must draw in this incredibly difficult time. We will comfort the grieving. We will care for each other. We will unite in common purpose.
As you heard there, a message of solidarity and support from Mark Carney speaking in his capacity as Prime Minister. He says an investigation is underway to determine how and why this may have occurred. So many unanswered questions at this point in time, and Carney says he will continue to stay in touch with local law enforcement. We're also hearing from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who also pivoted his schedule, visiting a Filipino church in the Toronto area to mourn with the community and speak with community members. Take a listen to some of his remarks.
I know many of you are shocked, heartbroken, and saddened by this senseless act of violence and by the innocent and treasured lives that have been lost. And Anna and I just wanted you all to know that our hearts are with you today.
So Poilievre says he is standing in solidarity with the Filipino community. Jagmeet Singh, the NDP leader, has also spoken to this. He was, of course, at that event moments before this tragedy unfolded, and we're expected to hear some comments from him shortly.
Absolutely. Alexander Silberman reporting from Ottawa. Thank you for that, Alex. And in fact, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is speaking right now in Penticton, BC. Remember, he was at the festival last night, just before the car ramming took place. Let's listen.
And Ona Campe for starting us on this very difficult day in a really good way. I want to take a moment to thank Richard Cannings, my brother, my dear friend, for your years of service to this great community. And I want to thank Linda Sankey. I see your love for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay, and I see how hard you work for the people and how much you want to fight for them. I want you all to know that I have a call with Premier Eby after this to discuss last night's horrific attack. And I want to talk about last night's horrific attack. Last night, horror struck in a place filled with joy. I was at the Lapu celebration just before the attack happened. I saw families gathered together. I saw children dancing. I saw pride in culture, in history, in community. It's heartbreaking to think that such joy could be torn apart so violently, so suddenly. Together, today, we gather to mourn for lives lost, for families shattered, for a community wounded so deeply. We do not know yet all the details about what happened, but we do know this: when hate is left unchecked, it spreads.
All right,
like
friends,
a
we're
flame.
actually going to bring you NDP leader Jagmeet Singh's comments in just a moment, but we want to take you now live to the Vancouver Police. They are providing an update.
This is the darkest day in our city's history. Last night, as thousands of members of Vancouver's Filipino community gathered for an important cultural celebration, the actions of a single person shattered our collective sense of safety. It is impossible to overstate how many lives have been impacted forever by this lone individual. There are many unanswered questions about why this horrific crime happened, the motive of the person who did it, and whether anything could have been done to prevent it. There are many things we still don't know, but we are working hard to get all of the answers. Here's what I'm able to share with you this morning. Shortly after 8 last night, Saturday, April 26th, a man driving a black Audi SUV drove into a large crowd of people at the Lapu Street Festival in South Vancouver. This festival, which is a celebration of Filipino community and culture, had been taking place all day in and around the grounds of a school located at 41st and Fraser Street. It was expected that tens of thousands of people would attend throughout the day. Although it was scheduled to wrap up at 8 p.m., there were still many people in the area when the incident occurred. The vehicle that struck festival goers approached the festival area from the west on East 43rd Avenue. It entered a small crowd enclosed area and drove through the crowd. There were hundreds of festival goers still on the street, and multiple people were struck by the vehicle. There are now 11 confirmed fatalities. We believe dozens more are injured, some seriously, and the number of dead could rise in the coming days or weeks. The most critically injured were transported by ambulance to 9 different hospitals throughout Metro Vancouver, and we want to extend our profound gratitude to all of the medical professionals who have worked throughout the night to care for the victims. The driver of the vehicle was the lone occupant, and he was arrested at the crime scene by members of the Vancouver Police Department after bystanders and witnesses intervened to detain him. He remains in custody. While I'm not prepared to speak about the potential motive, I can now say with confidence that the evidence in this case does not lead us to believe this was an act of terrorism. I can also tell you that the person we have in custody does have a significant history of interactions with police and healthcare professionals related to mental health. I am unable to publicly identify the person who is in custody because charges have not yet been laid. Homicide investigators are currently presenting evidence to Crown Counsel, which is the independent authority in British Columbia to lay criminal charges. We will provide additional information once the charge approval process is complete. More than 100 Vancouver police officers are currently working on this case. They have been providing comfort to the injured, interviewing eyewitnesses, and collecting key pieces of evidence from throughout the crime scene. We will continue to dedicate every available resource at our disposal to complete this investigation and to support the community as it grieves. It is hard to make sense of something so senseless, and I know there are questions about whether this tragedy could have been prevented. The Vancouver Police Department worked with the City of Vancouver to conduct a risk assessment prior to the Lapu Festival. The majority of activities associated with the festival were taking place on the grounds of a high school, which is not directly accessible via public roadway. The only public roadway that required partial closure was on a minor street behind the high school. And this area was designated for food trucks. And there were no known threats to the event or to the Filipino community. We review over 3,200 events every year and assess the risks with city partners. This event was no exception. We determined through consultations with the City of Vancouver and festival organizers that dedicated police officers and heavy vehicle barricades would not be deployed at the festival site. While I'm confident the joint risk assessment and public safety plan was sound, we will be working with our partners at the City of Vancouver to review all of the circumstances surrounding the planning of this event. Today, our focus must be on the victims and their families, the community and our city, and the ongoing criminal investigation. In closing, I want to thank all of the emergency responders, including BC Ambulance Service, Vancouver Fire Rescue, all of the healthcare professionals throughout the region, our external policing partners and the RCMP, and BC Coroner Service. I want to offer my condolences to everyone impacted by these tragic circumstances. We are grieving with you, we're with you. A 24-hour assistance center has been established at the Douglas Park Community Center at 801 West 22nd Avenue in Vancouver. Police officers and victim service professionals have been deployed to help anyone and all who have been impacted, and we offer that you contact a loved one who is at the festival if they need assistance. If you're not able to attend in person, please call 604-717-3321 and Victim Liaison Officer. I want to acknowledge everyone in the Vancouver Police Department who serve our community. Thank you, and I'll now take some questions.
Is the suspect speaking to police? Are your officers able to have a conversation with them?
We have, police have spoken with the individual, yes.
Is he currently in a secure hospital ward, or is he actually in cells?
He's in our custody with us in a secure cell.
What do we know about him? Is he a Vancouver resident? Can you share anything about his nationality? Is he from here? Is his family from here? Have you been in contact with his family? What can you tell us about that?
We would have been in contact with the family. He is, like I said, we have had interactions with him. So he's known to us. And I have to be respectful of the criminal prosecution process coming forward. So I'm comfortable telling you that we're familiar with him. He's in custody. And obviously his family, we would have been in touch with them.
I know you can't really elaborate. Just asking one more time if you can tell us that most of the interactions were due to mental illness, mental health calls, or criminal issues, convictions.
I'm going to stick to the prepared statement. We've had a substantive contact with them over mental health issues.
Why is it that, I can understand that you did a safety assessment, but if you're still expecting tens of thousands of people, there's still some exposure on a minor street, why wasn't there more of a presence and more of a proactive way to kind of prevent something like this from happening, considering we have seen it in other cities?
So we do about 1,000 protests and over 2,200 events, public events. All of those events, every single one goes through a process with all of the stakeholders, the organizers, the City of Vancouver, and then over to us. So jointly, we assess that. This particular event did not have any indicators that we would need to do anything that we would have done for any other community festival. Now, there's this festival last year, this is the second year of this festival, had absolutely zero issues with police. There was no elements that required a change for this year. We're mindful of the community's how they want to conduct the festival. It's a family children event, and none of the indicators were there to do anything to a higher threat level.
What can you tell us about the victims, their ages, their genders, whether their families have been notified?
So what I can tell you, mixed genders, male, female, and young people. I can't get into ages and that, but it's just a tragedy all around for many families.
We heard reports of an infant, a baby among the dead. Can you confirm that?
They were young people.
Were there any barriers?
We're reviewing that. So like I said, the actual event was occurring in a closed area of that high school. And there was no access to vehicles for the main part of it, of the area. The area where the tragedy occurred was lined with food trucks, and that's what that street was meant for. And there was, there were no barriers denying people access to those food trucks.
I know you said terrorism is not expected. Was this event targeted? Do you know why it was this event that this person drove a vehicle into?
So for terrorism, there should be some political, religious ideation behind it. There's no indicators that this individual had that. And obviously the history we have with him leads towards that there wasn't any other indicators.
Does he live around the area?
It's fair to say he's a Vancouver resident.
Can you say where the
rampage began, where he began driving. There were other incidents on the way to the incident?
I'm not aware of any other incidents on the way to this particular impact area. My information is he was traveling eastbound on 43rd when he approached the area.
We'll take some questions from people that haven't answered yet.
Who owned the vehicle?
The vehicle was owned by, and I can't, it was owned by somebody associated to that family.
You said you're confident that the risk assessment prior to was sound, but how is this going to change things now moving forward? Because I think the sun run is happening outside right now. There are thousands of people on the street, and I think that's going to be a concern.
So just on the sun run, we did assess it last night with City of Vancouver. It was their call to continue the sun run. We are 100% able to staff it safely. It is safely staffed, and proper resourcing and proper threat assessment was done for the sun run. Of course, going forward, it goes without saying this will change the landscape for deployment for police going forward. We're a community, we're a city, we're a city of great neighborhoods and people from all over the world. And, like I said, 3,200 events total, and the system has worked up to this point. And of course, this will be a watershed moment for everyone involved at the city, police department, ambulance, all the stakeholders going forward on operational changes.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to end it here. Thank you.
Would you classify this as the worst mass casualty event in recent history in the city?
I would say at the beginning, I said it's the darkest day in Vancouver's history, and stand by that.
And sorry, one more question. You said 11 fatalities, unfortunately. You said dozens injured. Can you give us an update on how many are critical at this point?
I can't be inappropriate. I can't, but we're supporting everyone.
So we're going to end it here, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy. So we're going to have more updates.
Okay, everyone, we've been taking you.
You will be made aware of when that will be happening. It's my understanding that the City of Vancouver will be providing an update as well. You will get a notification for when that will happen. They are taking care of that. And from our end, we will provide more updates as the day unfolds. Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Okay, sorry, folks. I definitely wanted to hear what was happening there. So we're going to get an update again from the police later on in the day, and also from city officials. We do anticipate some community reaction as well, so we'll be watching that. If you're just joining us, we had been taking you live to Vancouver, where the police department have been giving us an update on an utterly tragic event that happened last night in the city of Vancouver at the Lapu festival held by the significant large Filipino community in that city. Main news that came out of that is that 11 people have now been confirmed killed, 11 confirmed fatalities as a result of last night's incident, and the police saying they expect that that number could rise, and now saying dozens have been injured. So the suspect remains in custody, but beyond that, this is still very early going in the investigation. Listening alongside with us is CBC's Georgie Smythe, who's joining us once again from Vancouver. Georgie, you were listening in. Tell me what really jumped out for you. What are the key takeaways?
Oh, I mean, that quote about it being the darkest day in Vancouver's history stands out for sure, and that update to 11 now killed and dozens injured. They spoke about the victims, males and females, young and old. He also talked about not knowing a lot about the motivations of what happened yesterday. Still many questions from police. We did get a little bit more information about the relationship that this 30-year-old man has had with police in the past. It was described as being significant over mental health issues, was how they explained it. They also talked about some of the investigative work that's continuing here today. The crime scene's just behind me, but it does spread several blocks. We did see some of the food trucks and the tents that he was referring to as being one of the main places that the investigation is unfolding today. We saw evidence markers on the road, debris still spread everywhere, so police still going through that crime scene. And interesting, he did also address some of the questions around security into that street, saying that a lot of the festival was actually held on the school grounds, which was next to that area where we did see those food trucks and detective work happening. So as a way of explanation that they didn't need to secure a lot of the area because some of it was inaccessible by public road, was how he explained that. And we're sort of hearing that there's still more questions, as I've mentioned, and it's the history that the 30-year-old man has had with police that has led them to believe that it is not terror-related and that it is a single incident, and they're still looking into the motivations of this.
Okay, CBC's Georgie Smythe. We'll check in with you again over the course of the day, joining us from Vancouver. Thank you, Georgie. Okay, and as promised, let's go back to our guest, Kash Heed. He's been listening as well. Again, he is a former British Columbia Solicitor General, former chief of the West Vancouver Police Department, and he is a Richmond City Councillor. Kash, thanks for standing by. You were listening in as well. Big takeaways for you from that press conference.
Well, the takeaways were the fact that 11 people have now died. My understanding, based on some contact I had last night, that there's several more people in critical condition. And I think, as the chief alluded to, that number may increase. Now, there was, in my information as there was a young person, tragically, that was part of the fatalities here. That was known last night. I think what has really stood out to me is the admission of the mental health crisis the individual has had based on contact with authorities in the past. I think that's a very crucial element. In the fact that we've got our detectives now talking to Crown on the charge approval side of it, let's be aware that they can still charge the person for the homicides that occurred here, and the fact of whether he was going through a mental health crisis at the time will be left up to his defense. But Crown can still go forward even if he was in a crisis at that particular time. And, we talked previously about the intent. If the intent for him was to cause what he did, I certainly hope that we go through it. But Natasha, and I just want to allude to one more thing.
Please.
We've got people that are in our public spaces right now with significant mental health issues that are causing havoc on society, such as schizophrenia. We've had several people that have caused harm to society based on schizophrenia. So I think we've got to have a serious look at this, not only from a law enforcement perspective, but a public policy perspective on how we deal with these people. If we've got this individual that's had several incidents prior, why was it not dealt with? Why was he able to get a vehicle and cause the tragedy that he caused?
Such good questions you're raising, Kash, and I'm sure others are as well. So I want to pull apart a bit more and go deeper into some of the things you were bringing up. Thank you for bringing up the issue of a potentially very young person having been killed, because one of the reporters asked that there's reports of an infant. And that was absolutely a moment that caught me off guard. I sort of gasped, and we just heard from the chief saying young people have been affected by this. So let me ask you about this, and you've alluded to it, the significant history of interactions with police and healthcare professionals for mental health. Now, we're also towards the end of a federal election campaign. There have been some conversations around mental health. This is both a story about potentially an act of criminality and also now confirmed by the police, an issue around mental health and how this is being discussed. You've said it, you feel this needs to be discussed more. Let's talk about that a bit. How robust does that conversation need to be? Do you feel that it's being addressed sufficiently?
No. All we've got is unfortunately, is some of the policymakers talking about being tough on crime, tough on crime. You've got to realize that a lot of crime that's committed to society is caused by people that have these crises throughout their lifetime, and they go untreated. And I think in order for us to really be tough on crime, for us to deal with the disorder and to deal with preventing these tragedies from taking place, you have to hit the mental health part of it. just trying to incapacitate them by throwing them in jail may work for a certain period of time, but they are going to get out, and unless you treat them, they're going to carry on with their activities. And I think this is something our policymakers have to realize and just not spew the rhetoric of how they're going to be tough on crime when their actual policies don't indicate that, or the resources don't indicate that.
Let me ask you, again, in your initial answer, you did touch on this. Does the fact that this might be an issue of mental health affect the kinds of charges that could be laid against this suspect?
Well, no, it should not. Now, like I alluded to there, the charges are homicide, vehicular homicide, and now 11 people being victim of this tragedy. That person should be charged for that. It's up to his defense on whether they want to use that mental health defense. And they can try that, and that'll go in front of the courts, and the courts will decide. But that should clearly not be part of, in my opinion, based on all of my experience, of whether Crown goes forward with charges whatsoever. Crown has a duty to fulfill to protect society. If the evidence is there that the homicides were done by this individual, regardless of his mental state, they should move forward on the charges.
Okay. Kashid, always good to get your perspective on this, sir. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to stick with this story. It's the biggest story of the day, absolutely. And turn now to Pete Fry, who is a Vancouver City Councillor. He was actually at the festival yesterday. Councillor Fry, thank you for making time for us. I'm so sorry it's under these circumstances.
Yeah, thank you for acknowledging that. It is a really dark day for our city, and we're reeling, I think, across the city, and most poignantly with the Filipino community here in our city, which is a significant population in the city of Vancouver, and such a horrible outcome.
Absolutely horrible outcome. No one could have anticipated, I think no one could have anticipated this is how a wonderful day was going to end for so many, with absolute tragedy. Talk to me about when you were there, what was going on, and at what stage did you find out that something had gone horribly wrong?
Well, I was there in the morning and afternoon, and it was a fantastic day. Food, dancing, music, lots of smiles, lots of young people, old people. It was just a really, really fantastic day. And my work colleague had showed up with her 2-year-old to show him off to all of us, and it was great to see her. And then I had left to attend an event at the BC Regimental Hall downtown Vancouver when she texted me to say that something had happened and that she had managed to escape with her child, her 2-year-old, and was advising me that it was a pretty serious incident. So I left and headed down back to the Lapu Day Festival at 41st and Fraser. And I'm obviously concerned for my colleague who was obviously quite traumatized, but grateful that she managed to escape, with her life and her child. But yeah, just unbelievable, really.
So she
and
was
having
there.
Been there
forgive me, Councillor Fry. So your colleague with her 2-year-old child, she witnessed what happened?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Ran for her life. Yeah.
Talk to me about that conversation. I mean, she must have been deeply affected.
I mean, it was over texts, okay. and of course I checked in with her this morning, and she's, I think, still processing, had a difficult time sleeping, and is traumatized. And I think a great many people are traumatized in our city, even those who didn't witness this. I think it's a traumatic scar on our city's psyche, and very painful to contemplate. And of course, our thoughts are with the victims and the survivors, and hearing the death toll has risen to 11 and will probably continue to rise. It's really, really tough to grapple with. I know that we have a tremendous amount of gratitude for the first responders, the police, fire, ambulance, and of course the medical professionals across Metro Vancouver, hospitals, not just in the city of Vancouver, but in the surrounding cities, that stepped up with Code Orange to deal with this mass casualty event. And significant injuries that I can only imagine are taxing the medical system here this weekend to help keep people alive.
Councillor Fry, when you went back to the scene that just a few hours ago had been the source of such joy for everyone, what did you see? Can you take our national audience to that place, to that moment, and what was going on?
And I, to be honest, I didn't know why. I just felt compelled to go there as an elected city councillor and somebody who'd been there, and just to support the community as was necessary. I saw a great number of people in shock. Obviously, there was police lines and taped off, and police were managing crowd control and traffic, and trying to keep people out of the larger area. So, stayed respectfully on the outside of that, and just witnessed a lot of thoughtful sensitivity. I saw a lot of volunteers who were organizing the festival who were clearly in shock and distraught, being comforted by emergency professionals. The TransLink, the local transit buses were specially deployed to provide places for people to go and give witness statements. There was a lot of police on the scene taking witness statements, and as I was there, and this was after this was probably about an hour after the incident had unfolded. So I saw a great many very grim and solemn looking fire rescue trucks leaving it was a very it was tough. I think there was a lot of displays of emotion and also stoicism and fortitude of our first responders taking care of what needed to be done. But I think the confusion and the shock and the knowing that this probably was going to unfold as a deep tragedy was painted on everybody's faces. And having been, for me and for many folks who had been there hours before for what was such a joyous, fantastic event with beautiful weather and smiling faces everywhere, that juxtaposition is hard to countenance. And I think for a lot of people, we're going to have a lot of trauma to unpack for people. And we have set up a 24-hour emergency response center at Douglas Park Community Center, where folks, if they need to get some support or find out about missing loved ones, and they can also contact through the Vancouver Police non-emergency line to find out about any missing loved ones. And also for folks who are struggling, I urge them to call the 811 health line to seek counseling, because I think a lot of people are struggling to process and unpack this. I know I am, and many of my colleagues are as well.
Councillor Fry, there was a couple of moments there where you had to stop and catch yourself, because you too are processing this as a resident of the city, as a community member. And I wonder, what are some of your constituents, what are some of your colleagues, your family members saying today and about, could something have been done differently? I know it's so early on and the police are handling this, but those conversations are happening. What are you feeling?
Sure. And I heard Cash earlier talking about the mental health components and the criminal law and stuff. And those are all constitutional issues, and Mental Health Act are not my purview as a city councillor. I'm first and foremost concerned with the business of the city, and in this case, it's how are our residents doing, and making space for that. It's I know my council colleagues are struggling with this. Obviously my colleague who was there with her baby is processing a lot of this. It's unbelievable, I think, and it's we've certainly, this is nothing like Vancouver's ever experienced. So I think it has broken us out of what was possibly a safe bubble to join the ranks of many cities across the globe who have experienced these sort of acts of just horrendous and unfathomable violence that have no real, it's so senseless. I mean, it always is, but I think it also points to the sort of vulnerability of I mean, this happened at a festival, but of course we can recall in Toronto when the van attack killed many people. That wasn't in a festival, and it's just the access to multi-thousand-pound boxes of steel that can run over people. These are some of the things that you just can't even wrap your head around when we take for granted the sort of safety and security that could change in an instant through the action of one heinous individual.
And particularly if the police are now saying that mental health might have played a large factor in the story, or it is at least a factor with this particular individual, then it sort of makes it all the more random and all the more cruel in a sort of way. Just returning to your colleague and her 2-year-old child, and now there are reports that an infant might have been one of the people who lost their lives. The randomness of how one baby survives and how maybe one did not, the cruelty of this story. People will be turning to you, sir, as a leader, as a guide through this. What are you going to be telling your colleagues and your constituents?
Well, and I would say this is uncharted territory, and it's okay to feel stressed and scared and upset and seek that help where you need it, and don't be afraid to talk about it and to reach out for help, because I think I've been fielding calls from other people in the city from around the globe who are concerned about how we are doing as a city, how are people doing as a city, and people who are trying to process their grief and have no idea where to turn. So again, the 811 health line might be a good place to start. And we do have this 24-hour emergency support center at the Douglas Park Community Center, where folks can find out information about loved ones who may have been, involved. And as the day unfolds, I think we'll see some more robust supports for counseling our city and getting us through this stronger and more resilient, and really embracing, our city and especially our Filipino community within the city of Vancouver in a warm embrace of care. I think that's going to be where this city shines.
Absolutely. We'll be standing right by you, sir, as you and the city recover from this. Vancouver City Councillor Pete Fry, he was there at the festival and he went back immediately after the incident. Thank you so much for your time today, sir.
You are welcome, and thank you for your coverage.
Absolutely. Okay, friends, maybe those dark clouds are appropriate on this day. This is a live look at Vancouver. So let's bring you up to speed on what we know. The police just moments ago have confirmed to us that now 11 people are confirmed dead as a result of that incident that took place at the Lapu Street Festival last night, where a black SUV, the driver of that SUV, rammed through a crowd of people who were celebrating. 11 are dead. They suspect more will die in the coming days, and dozens have been injured. The 30-year-old suspect remains in police custody, and he has had previous interactions with the police. Much more coming up on We are tracking a developing story coming out of Vancouver today. A community is in shock after a man drove an SUV through a crowd of people last night. We've just learned from the police that at least 11 people are confirmed dead. Dozens more have been injured, and the police anticipate that more people could die in the coming days. Now, the attack itself happened last night at the Lapu Day block party. The festival was there to celebrate the Filipino community. And just as the event was wrapping up, tragedy hit. Hundreds were still out on those streets, and the vehicle struck multiple individuals. We've seen reaction pour in from across the country and from around the world, showing support for Vancouver and in particular for the city's vibrant Filipino community. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fata, and you're watching CBC News Network. Now, police in Vancouver have just held that news conference. We brought it to you live on CBC News Network. And attending that conference was our very own CBC Sarah Galashan. She joins us now from the police headquarters. So, Sarah, details coming from the police, a lot of still unanswered questions, but we did get some clarity. What did you hear?
Well, yeah, Natasha, so a lot of questions about who this individual is. He is in police custody right now, and they are not releasing a name because still charges have not been laid. 30 years old, was driving a black Audi SUV, an SUV, as you say, and this festival was supposed to wrap up at 8 p.m., and that's around the time that this vehicle drove into that crowd. We did get an update on the number of fatalities, and right now it stands at 11, but what we heard from the interim police chief is that that number could go up, that there are others who are severely injured, and among the male and female victims in this, he was very pointed when he said that some are very young. He has not elaborated on that, nor has he elaborated on the kinds of interactions that police had previously had with this individual. This suspect, who, as I say, is in custody, he says that police are speaking with this individual and that he was known to police, that they had had interactions, and based on those and what they know of him, they have said definitively they do not believe that terrorism is the motive here, but they haven't elaborated on what any motive might be. But let me play you what the interim police chief did say about this suspect and what they know of him.
I can also tell you that the person we have in custody does have a significant history of interactions with police and healthcare professionals related to mental health. The system has worked up to this point, and of course this will be a watershed moment for everyone involved at the city, police department, ambulance, all the stakeholders going forward on operational changes.
So they will not charge until, or rather they have a certain amount of time to charge. And so until that happens, there won't be an identity of this individual. But at this point, Natasha, we still have families that there were some 10,000 people expected to attend this festival that was primarily held on school grounds. There was only a little stretch of road that was used for food trucks. And it was supposed to wrap up. What we are hearing from at least some families is that this is trying to figure out where their loved ones were was certainly a scramble overnight. And there are, a number of individuals in this city who are getting terrible news, have received the worst possible news overnight. And you could see it in the interim police chief's face as he delivered that update on the fatalities, just how devastating this is.
Absolutely. We heard from the police chief that he said this is a watershed moment for the police department. But I wonder for the city as a whole, what is going to be the effect of this?
From listening to him talk, I was sort of struck by the fact I feel like this is going to be a before and after moment for Vancouver, the fact that this has happened. He talked about the fact that this is the second year that this festival has run. It was primarily held on school grounds, and so and last year there was no incident of any note. And so during their risk assessment, they looked at this and it was determined they didn't need the big vehicles to block off that small section of roadway that was being used for police trucks. They didn't need a heavy police presence here. And so he felt that risk assessment was, he said, quote, sound. But things now have changed. Things have changed forever in terms of how festivals and these gatherings are held in Vancouver. This will be something that no one is going to forget. But let me say that at the very same time that I'm talking to you about this before and after moment of something so significant happening last night, we have the Vancouver Sun Run happening in the city. You can't hear this, but just right outside the police headquarters, there's loud music. There's thousands of people running through the streets. Now, that risk assessment was done very differently. He offered assurances that the police are able to staff that adequately, and that the Vancouver Sun Run organizers were given the option. It was discussed overnight, would they move forward with this event? So it's a very, kind of a strange feel in Vancouver right now as you have a new event, celebration, music, lots of smiles on the participants, because this is usually a big celebration of Vancouver on a glorious day. But the overshadowed cloud here is this tragedy with 11 dead, possibly more to come. And like I say, in those fatalities, all we know in terms of the ages is that some are very young. Natasha?
Sarah, you mentioned the music. We, in fact, can hear that music in the background, and it's such a stark reminder that the city is moving forward with other planned events, but certainly on the minds of so many is it safe? What else is going to happen? The police have said this is a lone person. He's in custody. The sense is that there's no further threat to the public. But certainly, as you said, there's a before this event and after, and everyone's going to be just a little bit more aware today. It really is an unbelievable series of events that have happened.
I think it's fair to say that in some ways Vancouver has changed. This isn't going to be something, there's always been, when we had the Taylor Swift concert, when we had big events, huge security presence, but the idea that something like this could happen, at a very peaceful community festival, 10,000 people gathered on school grounds that are protected, and based on last year, the assessment was, it's going to be fine, and that it very much was not, is something that is going to have to be considered and will be considered moving forward.
So good to get your perspective on all this and your reporting. Sarah Glash in Vancouver, we'll turn to you again. Thanks, Sarah. All right, friends, as we continue our coverage, I do want to let you know that we are standing by to take you to another live event. Now, community organizers are going to be speaking to the media very soon. Certainly, they've been directly impacted by this, so we'll bring you their comments and the interaction with the reporters. So stay tuned for that. Absolutely. Let's get further context and analysis on this event that's just taken place overnight. For more on the national security angle of this, let's turn to security expert Christian Leuprecht. Christian, very good to see you today. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances. Thanks for making time for us.
My pleasure, Natasha.
Christian, these conversations are always difficult because we want to move forward so carefully, so cautiously. We're not trying to fearmonger in any way. We're not trying to hype up any sense of tension in the city. But there are security questions that are being raised. And I wonder for you, what is standing out?
So this is obviously reminiscent of the 2018 Alec Minassian attack in Toronto, and it's also somewhat reminiscent of the Christmas market attack in Magdeburg in 2024. And so what this particular attack raises questions about is the passive defenses, so that normally at these festivals you would make it inaccessible to vehicles to be able to approach, let alone approach quickly. Those defenses were defeated in Magdeburg several months ago. That's, I think, the first question people will ask. The other question I think that I will be asking, and that I think investigators will be asking.
Christian, forgive me. I do need to interrupt you because the community organizers of the street festival are now speaking in Vancouver, and we don't want to miss that. So let's go there now.
We're continuing to work through what we're feeling. A little numb, a little sadness, a little anger, a little bit of everything. We've made sure that as much as possible that we were able to take into account all of the volunteers, family, friends, community partners, making sure that they're okay. We wanted to offer the support to those who have been affected. Last night was extremely difficult, and the community will feel this for a long time. We know that there's a lot of questions floating about, and we don't have all the answers. But we want to tell everybody that we're grieving. We want to tell everybody that we see and hear the support from around the world at this point. We're trying to figure out the next steps and gain clarity on what we can do to heal and to grow stronger. And we're going to make sure that, that we get through this. Our volunteers were amazing in keeping things orderly, and we want to recognize that the community has banded together really quickly and acknowledge kind of all the different efforts that have emerged to really help and figure things out. And we're still figuring things out in terms of making sure that we have a coordinated response. We want to lead with transparency and accountability to make sure that we're channeling the resources and support to the right people. So there will be more to come on that. We know that there's been a lot of losses, and at this point we want to ask everybody to respect the privacy of the families and those that have been affected, including those that that were there at the event and witness all this firsthand. Everyone's having a hard time dealing with it right now, and it's going to take some time for us to really figure things out. We appreciate the support that and the coordinated responses from all levels of government. We've been working closely with the city, the province, and we're going to be hearing more about those next steps to take, and then we're going to make sure to communicate that as well.
Thank you, RJ. Our community is grieving. I'm heartbroken. And our thoughts and our love are with the casualties, their families, those injured, our volunteers. Our priority now in the Filipino community is providing support to those people, those who lost their lives, were injured, and their families. It was a celebration. Yesterday, just steps outside of my office. Just an unspeakable tragedy. I want to thank the first responders who were on scene immediately, who came together to provide support and save lives. We are collectively shattered, but we are coming together as a community. I want to appreciate all the outpouring of support that has come from all levels of government, many community members, the community across British Columbia, across Canada, around the world, to offer support and assistance. It means a lot to the community. We appreciate it, and it will help us move forward. Our focus now is providing support for those who were impacted, providing support to the families, that's the priority, those injured, and also volunteers who were on the scene to help put up the security perimeter, who witnessed this terrible act. And there's a lot that needs to come together. We're working with the city, the province, and our federal government to make sure that adequate services and supports are in place. I just want to say my message to everyone, to those in the Filipino community, the broader community. We are in incredible pain. The Filipino community will show true resilience, and we will come together out of this catastrophe with the support and the love from the broad community, from all of you in the public across British Columbia and around the world who have expressed support. So my heartfelt appreciation. We are here for the victims. We are here for the families. We will stand from those who've been incredibly scarred and devastated. We will come together, we will support each other, and we will rebuild our community and rebuild in strength. I want to close and say that my office is working closely. We appreciate the support from Vancouver City Hall, the provincial government, the federal government, the Consul General of the Philippines, the ambassador from the Philippines, and we will be working to put a plan into place to make sure that we're able to support the community and provide that healing. I also want to say I encourage everybody who's been impacted, please reach out, talk to your friends and family, get help and get support. You're not alone. We love you, we care for you, we're here for you, and we will come together. Thank you. Crystal, do you want to run questions?
You go right ahead. Yeah. Did the festival request the assistance of the police when it came to security?
Say again, and your name, please?
Georgie Smythe from CBC. Did the festival request the assistance of police when it came to security before the event?
Yeah, so events like this go through a comprehensive risk assessment across the board, and that was certainly the case.
I'll go again then.
Yeah, so just 1 second. So, Crystal, you're going to run. You're going to name the person. They can go one question, one follow-up, okay? Okay, and then name and where you're coming from. Follow-up, go ahead.
Are you aware of any festival participants that were involved in this?
The details of the incident, I think there was a recent press conference by the Vancouver Police Department, who are undertaking a comprehensive investigation and providing those answers. So we're also waiting with the public in terms to learn about those details.
And Kier Junos with City News. Does that mean the VPD has not even told you guys whether or not your own festival participants or festival volunteers are possibly hurt in this?
So I want to thank the first responders, including VPD, who were on the scene immediately and providing support, providing update. The festival organizers work closely on the ground in terms of coordinating that response and are in touch with the VPD. They're also providing support in terms of victim services.
What about for yourself,
Go ahead.
For your friends and family? Are they okay? People that you know closely?
It's just an incredible tragedy. And the casualties are unimaginable, and the injuries in our community. I also ask that we respect the privacy of families at this time, and we'll be reaching out and providing support. We're here to support them, but as we respect the privacy.
Mabel
Rhea.
RJ, Rhea Santos from Omni News. Can you just give us a sense of what was happening before the incident happened?
So we had just concluded, it was just after 8, the concert had just concluded, Apple D App from the Black Eyed Peas, and people were leaving the grounds. It was, everybody was happy and leaving to go, and that's when the incident happened.
We're getting, of course, information that the victims are apparently mostly young people. Is that something that you can talk about or you can expound on? Like, what are the ages?
So we're not releasing any of those details, though those are the details that the Vancouver Police Department will release, and it's also in light of their protocol in terms of having respect for the privacy for the families. Go ahead right here, Emily.
Emily, Global News. Can you just give us an idea? I know it was the end of the day. It was wrapping up, but it was an area where food trucks and vendors were. How full was the area? Were people just walking through it as a way in exit out, or?
Yeah, it was a sunny day. It was a beautiful day for a celebration. There was, a lot of great participation. A lot of people were there enjoying the activities. The food trucks were very popular, so it was dinner time, so people were there.
There's a lot of questions that keep coming up about security and barricades. Do we know what led someone to perhaps let the vehicle in, or why the person, do you have any idea around the circumstances around that?
Yeah, we've talked to the Vancouver Police Department, also conducted extensive interviews of witnesses yesterday, and they're undertaking a full and comprehensive investigation, and will be advised of their findings.
Mabel from Israel, the Filipino channel. You mentioned something about the risk assessment prior to the festival. Can you give us an idea what the risk assessment was when the festival started?
So that's the process in terms of any public events, festivals. There's a process that's undertaken, which includes a risk assessment, and that was part of the process for preparing for the block party.
And what was the assessment of the Vancouver PD and the organizers?
It was, so the assessment was undertaken and carried out and deemed appropriate. Those processes were put in place.
Mabel and RJ, there's already a lot of speculation going on in the media with public figures, making comments about what was possibly going on with this perpetrator, specifically mental health. I'm just curious about your thoughts on whether it's the right time to be making those comments and just the tenor of the conversation right now.
Can you take that?
Yeah, I don't think it's the right time. I know part of the public's frustration, my frustration is not knowing enough, and speculation and kind of lingering on unconfirmed details just leads down a path of confusion and hearsay. So we are focused on the victims. We're focused on those that have been affected, and we want to make sure that they receive the support and resources that they need. I'm sure officials doing the investigation will provide more information as that comes to light, and we'll know it at the same time you guys do.
And can you just give us a sense of just what was happening? Filipino community in Vancouver is really close-knit. I imagine people were just scrambling to make sure that their loved ones were safe last night. What was that?
Yeah, a lot of panic. I don't think my phone rang or buzzed that much in my entire life. Everyone wanting to make sure that everyone's okay, because the Filipino community, the way we talk about it, is like we're probably cousins. We just don't know it yet. There was a lot of panic and relief when somebody answers. But there's still a lot that, unfortunately, we're still trying to verify and confirm, and a lot of unknowns that we're still dealing with, and that's part of the process. But we're gonna try to get answers and make sure that everybody has the support that they need.
After the event happened, it was panic, a mad scramble. First responders asked us to clear the areas, and we invited people, volunteers and families, to come to my office here for support. And so a lot of people came to the office. We were here very late last night.
I'm Mabel, Rowena Papasin from ABS-CBN. Can you walk us through what transpired when the suspect was apprehended by citizens? I understand you were there as well.
We've, the Vancouver Police Department are investigating, are undertaking a comprehensive investigation through all aspects of this terrible incident. People have, and if people have eyewitness accounts, are encouraged to report that to the police. I also gave I gave a statement to the police, so they're investigating, and I'm waiting for their report. That's when I will be advised, and that making public statements then about the situation. Thank you.
And one more question. What kind of support are you offering to the victims and their families?
So they need support. Vancouver Police Department provides Victim Link and support for victims. We have a meeting later today with members of the Filipino community, provincial government, and federal government to look at the services. And that's also what I wanted to do, is get the message out. If people are impacted, they need help or support, to please avail of that. People who are looking for, if they have questions about their loved ones or friends or family, there's a information center set up at Douglas Park. As well, I encourage volunteers, people who are impacted, members of families and friends, to access victim services. We also have Victim Link BC. Crisis lines are available. My office is also, we're planning to hold a community meeting to encourage members to avail of counseling services. There are free counseling services available. And my message is really to encourage anybody who needs help or support to reach out. That they're not alone. And if they're suffering, we're here to support them. We ensure they'll have the resources. And we will have more to say. That's the priority. We will have more to say in terms of those supports and services going forward for people.
Anyone else?
Filipino.
Yeah, that's fine. Just a minute. We're going to go to Tesco. Yeah, Teresa.
My deepest sympathies with everything that has happened. You know, I was there. You know, on the grounds of the concert. You had left when the tragedy had happened, so didn't even come across it. But seeing it all on social media, definitely heartbreaking. I did want to ask a more of a technical question. Did you have like insurance for the festival? Does this get impacted with so many casualties and so many tragedies? I don't know if you can speak on that. As mentioned, it is more of a technical question.
To put on a festival of this size, there's a comprehensive assessment and process and protocol that goes in place. So those were all included in that.
Moving forward, maybe a message to victims, those who attended the event. I know you're saying there is support from them, or for them rather, but from Filipino BC, from the organizers, any message that you can pass on to those listening?
Yeah, we're grieving with you. And we're going to figure it out. I think if there's something that the Filipino community has demonstrated over and over again, is how resilient we can be. It's not lost on us and the people that, and our team, that the spirit of the festival was about that resistance, resilience, that courage, that strength. And, you know, we're going to have to call that up in ourselves. But we will figure things out. Yeah, it's been less than 24 hours since it happened, so there's a lot of unknowns and there's a lot of next steps to take. But we'll endeavor to make sure that everybody understands what we're doing. Everyone is made clear on how to provide support. We're gonna communicated on our social media channels and our website, so for the appropriate means to provide whatever support people want to do, and to make sure that it's a transparent process, and that there's accountability to ensure that however people want to express their support, that it reaches those who have been affected. But it's okay to grieve. It's okay to feel like you don't know what to do, and it's okay to ask for help. I know Filipinos sometimes forget to ask for help. We sometimes forget to take care of ourselves. And to that end, I tell people, sometimes the best way to help yourself is to help others. So we want to make sure that everybody knows that, there's somebody to talk to, whether it's your friends, your family, or with us, like we'll be here. We set up that event for a happy gathering, and we know that people will come out and be there for each other, and this is just another way for us to be there for each other.
RJ, Arvin O'Kane from Omni News. RJ, you mentioned that you're a tight community. Pero in Filipino, ano yung gusto mong sabihin sa mga kababayan natin na maybe some of them visited Vancouver for the first time, kakarating lang sa Canada, and they want like that piece of home, and then ito yung nangyari. So ano yung gusto mong sabihin sa kanila?
Magtatagalog ako, pero nabubulol ako ng konti. Ang tagal na ako hindi nakakatagalog, so mag-i-English ako. So to Filipinos who see Vancouver as their new home or as a potential home, just know that there's a tight-knit community here, and that we are making an effort to ensure that we're seen, heard, and celebrated, that our culture is shared with those who want to celebrate with us. What this event is, what the festival has shown, and other festivals that the community holds. And if you guys know and have been paying attention, Filipinos love festivals, love to eat, love to share that part of ourselves. And we'll continue to do that. People will find a home here, and we'll continue to make it so that people feel that they have a home here.
And what can you, this news also broke in Philippine media. We've been reached out, a lot of colleagues in the industry in the Philippines reached out to us for a statement. For people in the Philippines, I'm trying to check in to the diaspora in Canada. What do you want to tell them?
I want to tell them that we'll be okay. I want to tell them that looking at the history of our people, we've encountered many tragedies, and we're going to be okay. But again, it's okay to not feel okay right now. It's okay to be sad, be angry, be confused. But as we work through those feelings, we will have each other to do that, and that we'll need to make sure to be there for each other to do that. There's no better time to really live up to the Bayanihan spirit and say that we are here to lift each other up.
We want to appreciate the working also with the Consul General of the Philippines and also the Ambassador from the Philippines to Canada. Reached out, we'll be having meetings.
RJ Mabel, of course, the strength of the Filipinos will be tested in the coming days, in the coming weeks. How will the celebration of Lapu Lapu Day change? I'm sure it's going to change.
Yeah, it's too soon to tell.
Omni, we're going to have to circle back to you at the end. Is there any other stations that have questions?
Okay.
Go ahead, Bria. Do you have a follow-up?
Go ahead.
You're good?
Thank you.
Everybody, thank you very much. thank you very much for being here, and we appreciate it. And it's also an opportunity to get the message out to the whole community. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over the course of the day, we have heard from the Prime Minister, from federal party leaders, from the police, from experts, and now we are hearing directly from the community and those most closely impacted by the tragedy that took place last night in Vancouver. We were bringing you a press conference from community representatives, RJ Aquino, who is the chair of the Filipino BC organization, as well as a British Columbia MLA, Mabel Elmore, really offering words of solace and solitude and also sympathy in this incredible moment. So saying it's okay to not be okay right now, that they are still very much coming to grips with this moment themselves. You could clearly hear the emotion there. They say they're going to be as transparent as the community organizers of last night's event as possible. They say they're dealing with a lot of losses. They are asking for privacy to be respected of the families. We know that 11 people have been killed as a result of last night's incident, dozens more injured. The police have said they anticipate that the number of dead could rise. They're also acknowledging that there's a lot of speculation out there, and they're advising people to stay away from that and just stay focused on the victims. The MLA did acknowledge that last night, as the events were taking place, there was considerable panic and chaos in the streets, and she is reaching out to different levels of government for additional support for those who are most directly affected by this. And again, from RJ Aquino, we heard this sort of reaching out to the Filipino diaspora right across Vancouver, but across the world, really, that Vancouver does have a strong, closely knit, closely tied Filipino community. Just for a bit of context, folks, in terms of Vancouver, they are the third largest ethnic or visible minority community, following South Asians, Chinese-speaking community, and then it's Filipinos, more than 170,000 strong in that area, and active in all walks of life and public service, including as first responders and healthcare providers, many of whom would be called upon last night to care for those who were affected by this tragic event. If you've been affected in any sort of way, there are victim services available. They are available 24/7 for those who witnessed or experienced the trauma. This line is confidential, it's multilingual, and it's available across British Columbia. You can call or text at 1-800-563-0808, and it's toll-free. So do reach out if you feel you need support. I would advise that for anyone who might be affected by what's unfortunately happened in Vancouver last night. So, as we've been hearing, it's been a devastating series of events. It is shocking to the country. The city of Vancouver is reeling from this, and many of the local residents in that area have to come to grips with what has happened last night. I want to turn to our next guest who's been standing by with us. Sheldon Nipshank was actually at the festival yesterday. He lives in the area. Sheldon, thank you for making time for us, and I'm really sorry for what you and the community are dealing with today.
Hi, Natasha. Thank you. Yeah, I just send my regards out to the family, and I hope everybody is able to deal with this in a way where they can cope with everything.
Sheldon, tell me about where you were last night, just after 8, when this horrible incident happened. What did you see?
I left my house because I was going to go to an AA meeting, so I stopped at Church's Chicken, and then I heard the music across the street, so I went across the street to check it out. And I heard all the music, so I was checking out the food trucks, and I hung out there for a minute, for maybe like 5-10 minutes, and then I walked down to the AA meeting, and then I stayed there for a bit, and then I wanted to go check the festival back out. So as I was walking back up there, I saw the sirens, and I saw a bus pulled over with a cop parked in front of it, and then I heard somebody on the street talking, saying, "Did you hear what happened?" Didn't really click in, but I thought maybe a car accident maybe have happened up in front of the bus. So I kept walking up towards the festival, and then I started seeing cops running down the street, paramedics, firefighters, and so I kept walking. I walked into the school field where the music was playing, but the music wasn't playing nowhere, obviously. But I walked down the fence line of the sidewalk, and I started seeing bodies and injured people. I saw a lady yelling, saying her she can't feel her legs, and the paramedics were helping her. And then on the video that I got, there's 4 cops there. I think the guy was deceased. And then so I kept walking down the side of the fence, and I was seeing more bodies and stuff like that. It was pretty traumatic.
I'm so sorry, Sheldon. I've never witnessed anything like that. I imagine most people have not. What was going through your mind as you were seeing this scene?
I was just thinking, like, how can you wake up in the morning and just, like, want to do that to a bunch of people that are just innocent, that are just minding their own business, enjoying a festival?
Were you alone at that moment? Were you with anybody?
I was by myself. I don't live too far from there, so I was, and my AA meeting is close by, so I was just walking to it.
Were you scared?
Yeah, I was pretty scared. I was like, because I was there before it happened, so I was like, imagine if I would have stayed and listened to the music, and somebody was just telling me, I guess the Black Eyed Peas were there, so I was like, oh, imagine if I would have stayed to listen, and I was there, so.
And what were the police like? I was by that time you saw the police there, right? So what were they telling the public?
The police were there, but they weren't really worried about the people that were in the surrounding area. They were more worried about the people that were laying on the ground and the injured. But after like me filming the video, the video was 3 minutes, and then I took some pictures. It was all together about 10 minutes, and then after that, I heard on a police walkie-talkie of saying, clear the area. And then as people were taking photos and pictures, the cop was saying, okay, you guys got to clear the area. This isn't time for pictures and videos. So they started moving us down the street towards Tim Hortons. And then they kept moving us back so they can put up police tape. And then that's when all the way down from Church's Chicken on 41st all the way up to 43rd, it was filled with police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks.
Sheldon, I just want to acknowledge that you mentioned that you recorded that videotape. We're not airing it because I understand it's very graphic, and you know, people, they're still waking up to this news. A lot of people are still waiting to find out if their loved one is alive or not, so, or if they're going to make it because they're being treated in hospital. So we don't want to show it. And you've sort of described the scene already, but what were you able to capture in that moment?
I was able to capture, when I first walked into the field, I was able to get, there's 4 police, they were holding, I'm pretty sure, I'm going to presume that the guy was deceased. I saw there's a bunch of blood on their shirt. They carried him for a few minutes to a table, and then they put him on a table, and then they carried him down the street. And then on the video, I got the paramedics, they were giving CPR to somebody that was on the ground that got hit. I don't know if he lived or not, but they were going pretty hard. They trying to save his life.
Do you know anybody who was affected by what happened?
No, I don't. I just live in the area, and I heard the music, and I thought I'd go check it out. It's the weekend, my day off at work, so it seemed like something cool to check out.
Yeah, I mean, anybody would. And by all accounts, before 8 p.m., this was a wonderful, wonderful day and filled with thousands of people from across the community getting together, having a good time. What's it like there in the neighborhood today, Sheldon?
I imagine everybody's pretty down. Everybody's probably pretty traumatic event. Probably not a whole lot of words, just a whole lot of sadness, and just hoping that everybody gets through this.
What you witnessed is horrifying. How are you feeling? I mean, how are you going to process this yourself?
I don't know. It hasn't fully sunk in yet, but I imagine when it sinks in, I'll be pretty rough. But I live in a house with a group of guys at a recovery house, so I have a lot of people to talk to. So,
Sheldon, I just want to thank you for your time. I'm so sorry for what you've witnessed. And if you need support, my friend, because you might, these things settle into the spirit and the soul, and they can sort of eat away at you. Make sure you talk to somebody about it, okay?
Yes, thank you, Natasha.
You take care of yourself. Thank you again for making time for us.
Yeah, you have a good day. Thank you.
You too. All right, friends, we will continue our coverage of what is taking place. I just want to check in with the control room. Where are we going next? I think Premier Eby is speaking right now, Premier of British Columbia. Let's get that shot up, folks, and let's take you there.
Father, thank you, everybody. I wasn't expecting to speak this morning. I'm just here to stand with the community in solidarity, as many of you are here this morning, after hearing the horrific news from last night, the attack on a community who, in my experience, has only ever been about love and family and community. The Filipino community in our province is so beautiful and contributes so much, and to have a street celebration of all of the community's culture and art and food, we won't let this define that celebration. It's hard to feel it now, but we'll come out of it stronger. You can see the community standing together here today, as we will in the days to come, with the family and friends of those who were injured, those who have died. We're all grieving today and in shock, and our hearts go out to everybody. I want to thank all of my colleagues from the political world who are here today to show that we stand as government with the community, and all from different religious denominations and different cultures who are here today. We all stand together with the Filipino community today, and I know that's actually the case around the world. Thank you so much for your compassion and support for the community and for those affected. We stand with you today and going forward in the days to come.
Okay, that's BC Premier David Eby speaking at a church addressing the tragedy that took place last night in Vancouver. We understand that at 3 p.m. Eastern, that's noon Pacific, he is going to be holding another press conference. We will bring that to you live on CBC News Network. So we just heard from an NDP MLA with the community organizers. We've heard from the Premier. And of course, the federal party leaders are reacting to the events in Vancouver. CBC's Alexander Silberman is tracking all of that for us. So Alex, let's begin with NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who spoke in Penticton, BC, but also really important to note, he was at the festival last night and during the day. So really hitting home for him quite close. Talk to us about what we're hearing from the NDP leader.
That's right, Natasha. Jagmeet Singh, who spoke not too long ago, was clearly, visibly very emotional, clearly deeply shaken by this incident, this tragedy, describing it as a dark day, saying it's heartbreaking that in a moment at an event with so much joy, things could result in so much tragedy. Of course, an important reminder that Singh himself attended this community festival, was there. He described meeting with many families, many young people, and sharing in with the joy and the festivities, leaving just moments before all of this tragedy unfolded. Singh was speaking earlier at an event in Penticton in the BC interior, very emotional, tearing up at one point when describing the events that happened. Have a listen.
We carry forward the flame of resistance, the strength to stand tall, to protect one another, to never let hate define us. To the families, to the survivors, to everyone grieving today, we see you, we mourn with you, we stand with you, and we will not let hate win, not now, not ever.
So Jagmeet Singh was speaking at an event in the BC interior in Penticton, not too long ago. But important to note that he's revised his plan for the day in wake of this tragedy, canceling much of the remainder of his schedule. The Liberal campaign as well canceled its first event this morning, along with rallies that they were initially planning to hold in Calgary and Richmond, BC. So the party's remaining events expected to look much different in tone than initially planned.
Let's talk about some of the other leaders. What are they saying today?
So I'll start with Liberal leader Mark Carney, who stepped away from the campaign trail as Liberal leader to address this tragedy in his capacity as Prime Minister, address Canadians across the country, and in particular, the Filipino-Canadian community. Carney says he was briefed late overnight by many of his colleagues, National Security Advisor, Public Safety Minister as well, and says they do not believe at this point that there's an active threat to Canadians. Carney also going on to say that he's been in touch with the BC Premier's office and Vancouver Mayor's office and plans to speak with them both later today and continue to stay in touch with local law enforcement. Carney also reaching out to the Filipino community, offering his condolences and saying he stands with them during this difficult time. Have a listen to some of his comments.
The strength and the resilience of the Filipino-Canadian community is exemplified by the Tagalog term Bayanihan. It captures the Filipino spirit of community, of cooperation and unity to achieve a common goal. And it's this spirit upon which we must draw in this incredibly difficult time. We will comfort the grieving. We will care for each other. We will unite in common purpose.
So in light of this tragedy, Carney's campaign will now hold smaller events to thank supporters in Saskatoon and Edmonton, like I mentioned, canceling those larger rallies that were scheduled for later. We're also hearing from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who visited a Filipino church in Toronto earlier today to take some time to mourn with the community and offer his condolences. Have a listen.
I know many of you are shocked, heartbroken, and saddened by this senseless act of violence and by the innocent and treasured lives that have been lost. And Anna and I just wanted you all to know that our hearts are with you today.
Offering a message of solace and solidarity with the Canadian Filipino community. His campaign has a very different change in tone today, different from the rallies that we've seen in recent days as he's been forced to pivot and adapt to these events. We saw one of the leaders' events earlier today in Ontario had a moment of silence at the beginning as the final day of this campaign now very much up in the air, lots of schedule changes happening, and what these events look like has been very different so far, as all of the parties, Natasha, are really forced to adapt to a shift in tone with this somber mood today in face of this horrific tragedy. Natasha?
CBC's Alexander Silberman reporting from Ottawa. Thank you, Alex.
This is the darkest day in our city's history. Last night, as thousands of members of Vancouver's Filipino community gathered for an important cultural celebration, the actions of a single person shattered our collective sense of safety.
That update coming into our newsroom from the Vancouver Police Department just in the past hour. At least 11 people are now confirmed dead after last night's car ramming incident on a busy street festival in Vancouver. And a 30-year-old man is currently in police custody. Here's a live look at Vancouver. It would have been a joyful day today, Sunday, in the beautiful city of Vancouver, but it's not. It's a day where the communities across the city are reeling and grieving after a tragic event that took place last night. As we've been reporting, a 30-year-old man drove a black SUV into a crowded street festival just as the event was wrapping up. 11 people confirmed dead, dozens have been injured. The police anticipate that more people may die in the days ahead. We've been told from some of our experts with information on the ground that several people are currently in critical condition being treated at hospital. 2 hospitals in the area last night had to declare a code orange, meaning a multiple casualty event that had to be treated by emergency response workers. We know that local officials, provincial, federal officials are all speaking today. They're talking about what's happening on the ground, how they can offer support. And of course, this has had a major impact on the federal election campaign. Today is the last day of campaigning before tomorrow's election. But what we are hearing from the leaders today is a note of solidarity, of solemnness, and they're asking for calm in the midst of this grievous tragedy that has taken place. We will continue to bring you all the latest information as it comes into our newsroom right here on CBC News Network. We continue to track a tragic and breaking news story in Vancouver. The community there is in shock after a man drove an SUV through a crowd of people last night at a street festival. We know from the police that 11 people are dead. Dozens more have been injured, and the police are saying that the number of dead could rise in the coming days. Now, this attack or this incident happened at the Lapu Day block party. It's a Filipino cultural festival. The event was wrapping up at the time of the incident, and hundreds of people were still out on the street near a school where the event was being held. That's when the vehicle struck multiple individuals. We've seen reaction pour in from right across the country and truly right around the world. BC's Premier David Eby has spoken about this just moments ago at a church vigil, saying he stands in solidarity with the Filipino community and that all of Vancouver today is grieving. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fata. You're watching CBC News Network, and we will continue to guide you through what is happening in the city of Vancouver today and how it is impacting events across the country. Now, just within the past couple of hours, we have heard from the Vancouver Police Department. We've heard from a local MLA, from festival organizers, from city councillors, and tracking so much of the details for us is CBC Sarah Galashan, who's joining us from Vancouver following the developments. You are now at the scene of where that tragic event happened. So talk to us, Sarah. What are we hearing from organizers, from residents, from people who are so directly impacted by what happened?
Well, let me start just by talking about the scene here, Natasha, because this is a neighborhood. This is a very large high school, and we are seeing people from this neighborhood, members of the Filipino community, just coming by, taking a moment, somber, bringing flowers, and just trying to take in and try to make sense of what happened last night, which is something that I don't think you can make sense of. We did, as you say, hear from the Filipino community. There was organizers of the event, and MLA did speak about this and what has been the initial impact. The death toll we've learned recently has risen. It was initially reported to be 9. We've now heard it is 11. We've also heard that number could go up, and that the victims, both male and female among them, some are from the police chief, very young, is how he described it. Hearing from the community organizers about what this has done and how people are trying to process it was a very emotional moment, but let me play you a little bit from that MLA.
Our priority now in the Filipino community is providing support to those people, those who lost their lives, were injured, and their families. It was a celebration yesterday, just steps outside of my office. Just an unspeakable tragedy.
And yeah, so I think those tears, they do sum up the moment that is here now at what is a very large high school. The tents are still set up from this event, which was all fenced in, and what we heard from police is that it was primarily contained. The only stretch of roadway was along this path behind me. That was just to be used for food trucks. It was going to wrap up. Some 10,000 people were expected to attend this event. It was the second year they had done it. There had been no incidents the year before, and everyone was feeling quite confident about any kind of safety plan, and that really none was required that would be in any way intensive given what was expected to happen here. But Natasha, as we've said, the very unexpected did occur.
Just looking at where you are, Sarah, it really drives the story home because it's such a pretty residential street. You can see people's homes there. I imagine just behind you is the school where the festival was taking place. So this is an ordinary, pretty Canadian neighborhood that looks like so many other Canadian neighborhoods. So for Vancouver itself, there are other major events happening today. It's a beautiful day out there. Don't need to tell you. A major run taking place. Like, how is this awful event impacting security concerns, residential concerns in the city now?
Yeah, so this neighborhood, Natasha, you're quite right, very quiet, very residential streets. On the other side of what is a rather massive high school, frankly, is 41st Street, and that's quite busy. But this little area here is very quiet. And this is 43rd that I am standing on right now, and what police have told us it was along 43rd coming in this direction that the black SUV, an Audi SUV, drove at high speed into that one stretch of roadway that there was as part of this where the food trucks were, and it was at 8 p.m. that it was supposed to wrap, and this was just after 8 p.m. that it happened. So it was such a fun day. There were still a lot of people who had been in this area, and that is why we are seeing the casualties. And in terms of how this has affected things, at the VPD press conference just last hour, he called this, the interim police chief, the darkest day for Vancouver in terms of something like this happening. The way he spoke, it's almost as if there's a before and after to policing in Vancouver, and the kinds of security concerns which will now have to be thought through more carefully in terms of what's required in order to protect events, despite the fact there was just this small stretch of road. That is the road, and now we see what has happened here. But let me play you that bit from the interim police chief.
The system has worked up to this point, and of course this will be a watershed moment for everyone involved at the city, police department, ambulance, all the stakeholders going forward on operational changes.
And so it will be taken into consideration. Now, as for the suspect in this, the driver of that Audi SUV, he had a history with police. They had interactions with him prior to, and as well as with mental health workers. They were mental health issues that they had been dealing with. The police have been very clear that they do not believe that terrorism is the issue here. They are at pains to figure out how something like this might have been prevented, although, as he did talk about, security moving forward is something that will be considered in a different way. But to your point as well about the beautiful day and the current celebrations in some ways that are going on in the city right now. Today is the day of the Vancouver Sun Run. It is a long-standing tradition. I don't know if you've ever heard of it before, but people come from around the world to take part in it, and it's blocked off many city streets. And the police chief, the interim police chief, did say that there was some pause to that it was discussed with organizers. The feeling was there had been a security plan put in place, that it was a good one. They feel good about it, and they have enough staff to ensure the safety. And so that run is still taking place, but it is an eerie kind of mix, if you will, when you consider what happened here just last night, the somber feel in this part of the city, and then what is happening in other parts right now as the city does move forward. Natasha?
CBC Sarah Galashan in Vancouver. Thank you, Sarah. Tens of thousands of people attended yesterday's festival in Vancouver, and few would have predicted how the day would end. Our next guest, Rachel Ambrosio, was at the festival. In fact, she was performing at the event, and she joins us now to talk about what took place yesterday. Rachel, I'm so sorry for what you and the city are dealing with. I just want to thank you so much for making time for us today.
Thank you for having me, Natasha.
Let me just begin by asking you, now some hours have passed, the night has passed, you're into the day. How are you feeling today?
Barely got any sleep. I mean, we were texting everyone we knew, and the whole community was texting and sending messages up until 2 a.m. And then, just it was so hard to rest and knowing that there's so many people that are still unaccounted for. Towards the end of the night, we were getting more messages of people that are looking for their loved ones or their friends. And that made us really worry more.
Yeah, I'm sure. So Rachel, with your permission, what I'd like to do is sort of go through yesterday with you, beginning with during the daytime when the festival was happening, and it's the second annual Lapu Festival in Vancouver, the celebration of not only Filipino heritage, but Filipino defiance, fighting back in difficult times. And you were there as a performer, as a dancer. Talk to me about when things were good, how was it going?
Yeah, so when we were there, we got there around 1 o'clock. We performed at one of the community stages. We performed before 3 or 4 acts, and we actually were there to watch all of them, and it was so happy. Everyone was watching. Everyone performed. There was a dance group from Seattle that was there as well, and they were showcasing what they had for us. And people were dancing in between their bamboos. After that, the DJs were playing music that Filipinos knew and loved from like childhood, and everyone was dancing and everyone was singing. The Filipino community, we love singing and we love performing and we love dancing, and that's what we were doing for most of the afternoon. We performed at 2:30 in the afternoon. After that performance, our dancers and we went around the area. We even went to the food truck line and the vendors and just checked it out. And we were there for a couple hours, just enjoying the festivities. And I was telling everyone that, we were bumping into friends and old colleagues, old dancers even, and we haven't seen them in so long that, we were introducing each other as, hey, this is my wife now, or this is my new son, or this is my new daughter. Like, it's that community, right? Like, we know everyone, and it's a small community that knew each other. So imagining how many people that we might know from the incident, it's scary. We woke up this morning, just fearing for any news, right? So
let me jump in on that point, Rachel, because the event was a huge success by all marks. Then you guys performed, you did your thing, you enjoyed it, you left because you and the troupe were going to a dinner party, you went to a separate event. Then tell me when you first heard about what was possibly happening at the festival.
Yeah, so we had a dinner party, and at 9 o'clock we were all heading home. My sister called me and said, hey, something's going on Reddit. Apparently some car ran into the festival, and we were like, no way, like that's crazy to think. So my boyfriend and I we were in the car and we were Googling any news of this. Nothing was showing up, nothing was coming up. The only thing that we were reading from was Reddit. They were unconfirmed, but we were actually heading back to the festival because we left our cars there. So heading into Vancouver, heading into Fraser, we didn't know how big it was until we saw the lights and the traffic that was happening. And that was around 9:05 p.m. When, the news was just kind of picking up about it. And then when we got to our car and we were heading home, we saw multiple ambulances that were just zooming in and out. And that's when we realized that it must have been a lot bigger than what we heard from initially from Reddit.
And at that time, Rachel, like, let's say between 8 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m. at night, like, was your phone buzzing all the time because people were calling? Like, talk to me about that, because that's what we keep hearing. Everyone was trying to get in touch with everybody.
Yeah, we were in shock. The first thing I thought about doing in my dance group was to message everyone that performed, because we knew that that they had friends and family as well that came and watched us. So our first thing was we got a head count of our dancers that performed. Hey, let us know, are you okay? Are you safe? When we couldn't get a hold of one of our dancers, we called them. Luckily, they were just not looking at their phones and not even knowing what was happening. We know stories of people that couldn't get a hold of their friends and family, but that's because they were in another Filipino show, the comedy show that just finished at, like, I can't remember what time it was, but they found out as well later. But those people that were looking for their friends and family at that time couldn't get a hold of them as well. And so that was the panic. Everyone was panicking. Everyone was trying to message and get a hold of anyone that they knew. everyone was messaging our dance group as well. Our Instagram page was getting messages because the Filipino community, it's like I said, it's so small. We are in all these events. We participate in most of these events. Like June is coming up. That's our Philippine Independence Month. And so we see these people almost every week, right? So we knew the organizers and groups who were messaging us. Hey, are you guys okay? Hey, let me know if you need any help. Please give us an update, or like just even a heart or a check-in, right? Like you don't have to talk. And a lot of my friends and family as well, they know that I'm pretty involved in the community. So everyone was messaging, giving us their thoughts and prayers, and we're really touched by it.
Rachel, because you are so involved and would be attending so many festivals and events and cultural heritage, any sort of marking of the Filipino community in any way, is anyone you know directly impacted by what happened last night?
Unfortunately, this morning we did hear some news. It's hard to process right now. Not directly involved, but you know, we still feel for it because it just became real this morning. Yeah.
Okay, I won't press you, but I'm very sorry. I mean, if you have lost someone, I'm deeply, deeply sorry. And I'm sorry for everyone who's really reeling this morning, or today, I should say. What do you do now? As an ambassador for the community, as someone who's so deeply involved, and as now someone personally affected by this experience so intimately, what do you think needs to happen next?
First of all, thank you so much for the frontline workers that are responding to this incident and this tragedy. We know so many people from personal friends and family that reported to hospitals and to their work just to last night, and hearing that was so special, and it gave us courage. But for us who are just waiting on the sidelines for news and just like we don't have the correct skills right now, all we can do is hope and pray for them, right? But there's a lot of initiatives online. A lot of Filipinos that you would know are reposting Instagram posts and links in Google Sheets and Google Forms of how to help, and there's so many resources there right now. Please go check online. Please go check on Instagram. Instagram is a very up-to-date source of places to help. There's lots of groups that are coming out right now that are helping doing GoFundMes, and just I think there's a gathering in one of the churches nearby where it happened, and also one of the community centers and parks. Please check online. I'm not quite sure where it is yet, but it is there. People were suggesting to donate blood. A lot of people will be needing these resources that we can give, and yeah, just prayers. And if you know someone that would have been there or would have been impacted by the incident, please check up on them and just give them some love and tell them that, you know, you're thinking about them. Like, it means so much. I know a lot of people aren't able to reply and aren't able to process. They're still in shock. Please know that not replying is also like an acknowledgement. They're just processing this right now.
Rachel Ambrosio, thank you so much for your time today. Again, I'm so sorry for what you and the community are dealing with, and it sounds like you may have lost someone, and for that too, I'm very sorry.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Natasha, for giving us an opportunity.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
the Filipino community will show true resilience, and we will come together out of this catastrophe with the support and the love from the broad community, from all of you.
That is New Democratic Party MLA Mabel Elmore reacting emotionally to last night's car ramming. We know now that at least 11 people have died, and Vancouver's Filipino community was wrapping up celebrations for the Lapu Street Festival just steps away from Elmore's office. That's when a 30-year-old man drove an SUV through the festival crowd. He was arrested at the scene. Elmore says the priority now is providing support to the victims and their families. Police are calling it the darkest day of Vancouver's history, and officers are set to provide another update later on in the day. We'll bring that to you live on CBC News Network. I do want to also let you know that we've just received a statement via social media from Melanie Jolie, who is at the moment running for office again, but she is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. She has written, "Today I spoke with Ambassador Maria Andrelita S. Austria of the Philippines." And she says, "Across Canada, we mourn with the Filipino-Canadian community, as well as the families and loved ones of those affected by the tragedy at the Lapu Festival yesterday. Together, we stand with families, including those in the Philippines, to ensure they receive the support they need as they grieve the loss of their loved ones." We at CBC News Network will continue to bring you the very latest details. I want to turn to our next guest who's been standing by with us. Sheldon Nipshank was actually at the festival yesterday. He lives in the area. Sheldon, thank you for making time for us, and I'm really sorry for what you and the community are dealing with today.
Hi, Natasha. Thank you. Yeah, I just send my regards out to the family, and I hope everybody is able to deal with this in a way where they can cope with everything.
Sheldon, tell me about where you were last night, just after 8, when this horrible incident happened. What did you see?
I left my house because I was going to go to an AA meeting, so I stopped at Church's Chicken, and then I heard the music across the street, so I went across the street to check it out. And I heard all the music, so I was checking out the food trucks, and I hung out there for a minute, for maybe like 5-10 minutes, and then I walked down to the AA meeting, and then I stayed there for a bit, and then I wanted to go check the festival back out. So as I was walking back up there, I saw the sirens, and I saw a bus pulled over with a cop parked in front of it, and then I heard somebody on the street talking, saying, "Did you hear what happened?" Didn't really click in, but I thought maybe a car accident maybe have happened up in front of the bus. So I kept walking up towards the festival, and then I started seeing cops running down the street, paramedics, firefighters, and so I kept walking. I walked into the school field where the music was playing, but the music wasn't playing nowhere, obviously. But I walked down the fence line of the sidewalk, and I started seeing bodies and injured people. I saw a lady yelling, saying she can't feel her legs, and the paramedics were helping her. And then on the video that I got, there's 4 cops there. I think the guy was deceased. And then, so I kept walking down the side of the fence, and I was seeing more bodies and stuff like that. It was pretty traumatic.
I'm so sorry, Sheldon. I've never witnessed anything like that. I imagine most people have not. What was going through your mind as you were seeing this scene?
I was just thinking, like, how can you wake up in the morning and just, like, want to do that to a bunch of people that are just innocent, that are just minding their own business, enjoying a festival?
Were you alone at that moment? Were you with anybody?
I was by myself. I don't live too far from there, so I was, and my AA meeting is close by, so I was just walking to it.
Were you scared?
Yeah, I was pretty scared. I was like, because I was there before it happened, so I was like, imagine if I would have stayed and listened to the music, and somebody was just telling me, I guess the Black Eyed Peas were there, so I was like, oh, imagine if I would have stayed to listen, and I was there, so.
And what were the police like? I was by that time you saw the police there, right? So what were they telling the public?
The police were there, but they weren't really worried about the people that were in the surrounding area. They were more worried about the people that were laying on the ground and the injured. But after like me filming the video, the video was 3 minutes, and then I took some pictures. It was all together about 10 minutes, and then after that, I heard on a police walkie-talkie of saying clear the area, and then as people were taking photos and pictures, the cop was saying, "Okay, you guys got to clear the area. This isn't time for pictures and videos." So they started moving us down the street towards Tim Hortons, and then they kept moving us back so they can put up police tape. And then that's when all the way down from Church's Chicken on 41st all the way up to 43rd, it was filled with police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks.
Sheldon, I just want to acknowledge that you mentioned that you recorded that videotape. We're not airing it because I understand it's very graphic, and you know, people, they're still waking up to this news. A lot of people are still waiting to find out if their loved one is alive or not, so, or if they're going to make it because they're being treated in hospital. So we don't want to show it. And you've sort of described the scene already, but what were you able to capture in that moment?
I was able to capture, when I first walked into the field, I was able to get, there's 4 police, they were holding, I'm pretty sure, I'm going to presume that the guy was deceased. I saw there's a bunch of blood on the shirt. They carried him for a few minutes to a table, and then they put him on a table, and then they carried him down the street. And then on the video, I got the paramedics, they were giving CPR to somebody that was on the ground that got hit. I don't know if he lived or not, but they were going pretty hard. They trying to save his life.
Do you know anybody who was affected by what happened?
No, I don't. I just live in the area, and I heard the music, and I thought I'd go check it out. It's the weekend, my day off of work, so it seemed like something cool to check out.
Yeah, I mean, anybody would. And by all accounts, before 8 p.m., this was a wonderful, wonderful day and filled with thousands of people from across the community getting together, having a good time. What's it like there in the neighborhood today, Sheldon?
I imagine everybody's pretty down. Everybody's probably pretty traumatic event. Probably not a whole lot of words, just a whole lot of sadness, and just hoping that everybody gets through this.
What you witnessed is horrifying. How are you feeling? I mean, how are you going to process this yourself?
I don't know. It hasn't fully sunk in yet, but I imagine when it sinks in, I'll be pretty rough. But I live in a house with a group of guys at a recovery house, so I have a lot of people to talk to. So.
Sheldon Nipshank witnessed the aftermath of the Vancouver Street Festival tragedy firsthand. He spoke with us earlier. And victim services are available 24/7 for those who witnessed or experienced trauma. It's confidential, it's multilingual, and it's available across BC. You can call or text 1-800-563-0808, toll free.
Last night, as thousands of members of Vancouver's Filipino community gathered for an important cultural celebration, the actions of a single person shattered our collective sense of safety.
Feelings of grief and confusion are gripping the city of Vancouver after 11 people were killed and many more injured in a deadly car ramming at last night's Lapu Day block party. Now, police say the number of dead could rise over the coming days. A 30-year-old suspect is in police custody after ramming that SUV into the crowd shortly after 8 p.m. local time. No charges have been laid at this point, but officials say the man has an extensive history of interactions with both the police and health professionals. This incident is not being investigated as an act of terrorism. Now, this event is also having a tremendous impact on the federal election campaign, and we have been getting reaction from all the major political party leaders. CBC's Alexander Silberman is covering that part of the story from Ottawa.
Jagmeet Singh, who spoke not too long ago, was clearly visibly very emotional, clearly deeply shaken by this incident, this tragedy, describing it as a dark day, saying it's heartbreaking that in a moment at an event with so much joy, things could result in so much tragedy. Of course, an important reminder that Singh himself attended this community festival, was there. He described meeting with many families, many young people, and sharing in with the joy and the festivities, leaving just moments before all of this tragedy unfolded. Singh was speaking earlier at an event in Penticton in the BC interior, very emotional, tearing up at one point when describing the events that happened. Have a listen.
We carry forward the flame of resistance, the strength to stand tall, to protect one another, to never let hate define us. To the families, to the survivors, to everyone grieving today, we see you, we mourn with you, we stand with you, and we will not let hate win, not now, not ever.
So Jagmeet Singh was speaking at an event in the BC interior in Penticton not too long ago, but important to note that he's revised his plan for the day in wake of this tragedy, canceling much of the remainder of his schedule. The Liberal campaign as well canceled its first event this morning, along with rallies that they were initially planning to hold in Calgary and Richmond, BC. So the party's remaining events expected to look much different in tone than initially planned.
Let's talk about some of the other leaders. What are they saying today?
So I'll start with Liberal leader Mark Carney, who stepped away from the campaign trail as Liberal leader to address this tragedy in his capacity as Prime Minister, address Canadians across the country, and in particular, the Filipino-Canadian community. Carney says he was briefed late overnight by many of his colleagues, National Security Advisor, Public Safety Minister as well, and says they do not believe at this point that there's an active threat to Canadians. Carney also going on to say that he's been in touch with the BC Premier's office and Vancouver Mayor's office and plans to speak with them both later today and continue to stay in touch with local law enforcement. Carney also reaching out to the Filipino community, offering his condolences and saying he stands with them during this difficult time. Have a listen to some of his comments.
The strength and the resilience of the Filipino-Canadian community is exemplified by the Tagalog term bayanihan. It captures the Filipino spirit of community, of cooperation and unity to achieve a common goal. And it's this spirit upon which we must draw in this incredibly difficult time. We will comfort the grieving. We will care for each other. We will unite in common purpose.
So in light of this tragedy, Carney's campaign will now hold smaller events to thank supporters in Saskatoon and Edmonton, like I mentioned, canceling those larger rallies that were scheduled for later. We're also hearing from Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, who visited a Filipino church in Toronto earlier today to take some time to mourn with the community and offer his condolences. Have a listen.
I know many of you are shocked, heartbroken, and saddened by this senseless act of violence and by the innocent and treasured lives that have been lost. And Anna and I just wanted you all to know that our hearts are with you today.
Offering a message of solace and solidarity with the Canadian Filipino community. His campaign has a very different change in tone today, different from the rallies that we've seen in recent days as he's been forced to pivot and adapt to these events. We saw one of the leaders' events earlier today in Ontario at a moment of silence at the beginning as the final day of this campaign now very much up in the air, lots of schedule changes happening, and what these events look like has been very different so far, as all of the parties, Natasha, are really forced to adapt to a shift in tone with this somber mood today in face of this horrific tragedy. Natasha?
CBC's Alexander Silberman in Ottawa. As the city of Vancouver continues to grieve from last night's tragic events, many in various communities are turning to the leaders of faith for guidance. A prayer vigil was held today at St. Mary the Virgin South Hill Church. It's actually just blocks away from the site of that tragic event. Here's some of what was said.
Yesterday, April 26, the celebration of Lapu held on Fraser Street. We came together to honor our Filipino heritage. A celebration of culture, traditions, practices of our own community. It was meant to be a day filled with music, dancing, food, laughter, but it turned out to be a traumatizing day to the whole community. A tragic incident occurred that took multiple innocent lives. Families, friends, and loved ones are now mourning. It's heartbreaking beyond words. We will remember those lives, honor the memories, and offer our heartfelt condolences to the brave families of all victims. We will support each other through this unbearable pain and continue to include them in our prayers. Right at the culmination of this service, we will gather ourselves on the big cross, the sign of the risen Lord, to light the candles for those innocent lives lost last night.
That was Father Expedito Farinas leading the vigil at St. Mary the Virgin South Hill Church. Now, we witness what we've seen with so many speakers today. You're speaking and then you have to catch yourself because there's a bit of a crack in the voice, there's a bit of a breakdown. Just shows you how raw the emotion still is today after what happened last night. Worth noting that Premier David Eby was actually in attendance of that vigil. He did speak briefly. We brought you some of his commentary. And again, the Premier is expected to speak next hour also about this tragic series of events. We're going to be bringing you his comments live right here on CBC News Network. Also, just coming into our newsroom, some new information. Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, who was at the event last night, is going to be at St. Mary's Parish, Vancouver today for the 3 p.m. local time Mass. That is actually the Filipino Tagalog service. So we'll be monitoring for any comments coming from that event as well. Stay tuned. You're watching CBC News Network.
the sorrow that I'm feeling right now. But I want the Filipino community to know we're standing with you. You do not grieve alone.
That's Jagmeet Singh, leader of the NDP, actually speaking last night, reacting to the car ramming incident at the Filipino Street Festival that he was attending. Now, the other party leaders are also sending out their thoughts. Liberal Party leader Mark Carney says he was devastated upon hearing the news and gives his thanks to first responders. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says he was shocked. He sends his prayers to the Filipino community, while Bloc leader Yves-François Blanchet offers his sympathies to the victims' loved ones and says courage is needed in the wake of the tragedy. Kash Heed is the former British Columbia Solicitor General, also a former chief of the West Vancouver Police Department, and he's also a Richmond City Councillor. He spoke to us earlier about what's taken place in Vancouver.
My understanding, based on some contact I had last night, that there's several more people in critical condition, and I think, as the chief alluded to, that number may increase. Now, there was, in my information as there was a young person tragically, that was part of the fatalities here. That was known last night. I think what has really stood out to me is the admission of the mental health crisis the individual has had based on contact with authorities in the past. I think that's a very crucial element. In the fact that we've got our detectives now talking to Crown on the charge approval side of it, let's be aware that they can still charge the person for the homicides that occurred here. And the fact of whether he was going through a mental health crisis at the time will be left up to his defense. But Crown can still go forward even if he was in a crisis at that particular time. And, we talked previously about the intent. If the intent for him was to cause what he did, I certainly hope that we go through it. But Natasha, and I just want to allude to one more thing.
Please.
We've got people that are in our public spaces right now with significant mental health issues that are causing havoc on society, such as schizophrenia. We've had several people that have caused harm to society based on schizophrenia. So I think we've got to have a serious look at this, not only from a law enforcement perspective, but a public policy perspective on how we deal with these people. If we've got this individual that's had several incidents prior, why was it not dealt with? Why was he able to get a vehicle and cause the tragedy that he caused?
Such good questions you're raising, Kash, and I'm sure others are as well. So I want to pull apart a bit more and go deeper into some of the things you were bringing up. Thank you for bringing up the issue of a potentially very young person having been killed, because one of the reporters asked that there's reports of an infant. And that was absolutely a moment that caught me off guard. I sort of gasped, and we just heard from the chief saying young people have been affected by this. So let me ask you about this, and you've alluded to it, the significant history of interactions with police and healthcare professionals for mental health. Now, we're also towards the end of a federal election campaign. There have been some conversations around mental health. This is both a story about potentially an act of criminality and also now confirmed by the police, an issue around mental health and how this is being discussed. You've said it, you feel this needs to be discussed more. Let's talk about that a bit. How robust does that conversation need to be? Do you feel that it's being addressed sufficiently?
No. All we've got is these, unfortunately, is some of the policymakers talking about being tough on crime, tough on crime. You've got to realize that a lot of crime that's committed to society is caused by people that have these crises throughout their lifetime, and they go untreated. And I think in order for us to really be tough on crime, for us to deal with the disorder and to deal with preventing these tragedies from taking place, you have to hit the mental health part of it. You know, just trying to incapacitate them by throwing them in jail may work for a certain period of time, but they are going to get out, and unless you treat them, they're going to carry on with their activities. And I think this is something our policymakers have to realize and just not spew the rhetoric of how they're going to be tough on crime when their actual policies don't indicate that, or the resources don't indicate that.
Let me ask you, again, in your initial answer, you did touch on this. Does the fact that this might be an issue of mental health affect the kinds of charges that could be laid against this suspect?
Well, no, it should not. Now, like I alluded to there, the charges are homicide, vehicular homicide, and now 11 people being victim of this tragedy. That person should be charged for that. It's up to his defense on whether they want to use that mental health defense. And they can try that, and that'll be go in front of the courts, and the courts will decide. But that should clearly not be part of, in my opinion, based on all of my experience, of whether Crown goes forward with charges whatsoever. Crown has a duty to fulfill to protect society. If the evidence is there that the homicides were done by this individual, regardless of his mental state, they should move forward on the charges.
Kashid speaking to us earlier.
This was really intended to be one of the most joyous celebrations of the Filipino community. We have such a vibrant city, and that community is such an incredibly important part of it. There were food trucks and basketball games and music and dancing, and it really was a place for us to have joy. And obviously this is not the outcome that we wanted.
Witnesses and officials speaking last night, and they continue to do so today, trying to make sense of this tragedy that unfolded in Vancouver. The very latest that we're hearing from the police is that 11 people have died in what they're calling a mass casualty event. A man used his vehicle and plowed through a crowd that was enjoying a Filipino street festival. That 30-year-old man, who is now the suspect, the lone suspect, has been arrested. Police say they are confident the incident was not terrorism. Looking ahead to today in Vancouver, we know that life is moving forward, but at an eerily quiet pace in some areas that have been directly affected by what has happened last night. So again, let me remind you of the events as we know them. Yesterday, a street festival organized by the large Filipino community in Vancouver, the Lapu block party, took place. It was a success by all accounts. It was joyful. It was filled with music and food and festivities. And then at around 8 p.m., as vendors were packing up, a man in a black SUV started plowing through the crowd. And now 11 people have died. Many are being treated in hospital. And we anticipate, according to the police, that more will die in the days ahead because so many of them are in critical condition. We've heard from local officials. We've heard from members of the Filipino community. Many of them have gathered at church today. We've heard some of the sermons coming from both those of faith and those who are political leaders. So we'll continue to monitor what is happening. We anticipate that next hour the Premier is going to speak. We'll bring his comments to you live. Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the NDP, is also going to a vigil at a church in Vancouver. We'll also bring his comments to you over the course of the next hour. As I said, members of the Filipino community have gathered at a church in Vancouver today where BC Premier David Eby spoke at the vigil, paying tribute to the victims. Let's have a look at that gathering.
We won't let this define that celebration. It's hard to feel it now, but we'll come out of it stronger.
We continue to track a tragic and breaking news story out of Vancouver. The community there is in shock after a man drove an SUV through a crowd of people last night, killing at least 11. Dozens more have been injured, and the police are saying the number of dead could rise. Now, this all happened at the Lapu Day block party. It's a Filipino cultural festival, and the event was wrapping up, but hundreds were still out on the street celebrating near a school where the event was being held. And that's when the vehicle struck multiple people. We've seen reaction pour in from across the country and around the world. BC's Premier David Eby has spoken at a church vigil, saying he stands in solidarity with the Filipino community and that all of Vancouver is grieving today. Hello, everyone. I'm Natasha Fata, and you're watching CBC News Network. We are staying on top of this story for you as we continue to learn more and more details. Let's turn to CBC's Sarah Galashan, who's been tracking the developments in Vancouver.
Well, let me start just by talking about the scene here, Natasha, because this is a neighborhood. This is a very large high school, and we are seeing people from this neighborhood, members of the Filipino community, just coming by, taking a moment, somber, bringing flowers, and just trying to take in and try to make sense of what happened last night, which is something that I don't think you can make sense of. We did, as you say, hear from the Filipino community. There was organizers of the event, and MLA did speak about this and what has been the initial impact. The death toll we've learned recently has risen. It was initially reported to be 9. We've now heard it is 11. We've also heard that number could go up, and that the victims, both male and female among them, some are from the police chief, very young is how he described it. Hearing from the community organizers about what this has done and how people are trying to process it was a very emotional moment, but let me play you a little bit from that MLA.
Our priority now in the Filipino community is providing support to those people, those who lost their lives, were injured, and their families. It was a celebration. Yesterday, just steps outside of my office. Just an unspeakable tragedy.
So I think those tears, they do sum up the moment that is here now at what is a very large high school. The tents are still set up from this event, which was all fenced in, and what we heard from police is that it was primarily contained. The only stretch of roadway was along this path behind me. That was just to be used for food trucks. It was going to wrap up. Some 10,000 people were expected to attend this event. It was the second year they had done it. There had been no incidents the year before, and everyone was feeling quite confident about any kind of safety plan, and that really none was required that would be in any way intensive given what was expected to happen here. But Natasha, as we've said, the very unexpected did occur.
Just looking at where you are, Sarah, it really drives the story home because it's such a pretty residential street. You can see people's homes there. I imagine just behind you is the school where the festival was taking place. So this is an ordinary, pretty Canadian neighborhood that looks like so many other Canadian neighborhoods. So for Vancouver itself, there are other major events happening today. It's a beautiful day out there. Don't need to tell you. A major run taking place. Like, how is this awful event impacting security concerns, residential concerns in the city now?
Yeah, so this neighborhood, Natasha, you're quite right, very quiet, very residential streets. On the other side of what is a rather massive high school, frankly, is 41st Street, and that's quite busy. But this little area here is very quiet. And this is 43rd that I am standing on right now, and what police have told us, it was along 43rd, coming in this direction, that the black SUV, an Audi SUV, drove at high speed into that one stretch of roadway that there was as part of this, where the food trucks were, and it was at 8 p.m. that it was supposed to wrap, and this was just after 8 p.m. that it happened. So there was still, it was such a fun day. There were still a lot of people who had been in this area, and that is why we are seeing the casualties. And in terms of how this has affected things, at the VPD press conference just last hour, he called this, the interim police chief, the darkest day for Vancouver in terms of something like this happening. The way he spoke, it's almost as if there's a before and after to policing in Vancouver, and the kinds of security concerns which will now have to be thought through more carefully in terms of what's required in order to protect events, despite the fact there was just this small stretch of road. That is the road, and now we see what has happened here. But let me play you that bit from the interim police chief.
The system has worked up to this point, and of course this will be a watershed moment for everyone involved at the city, police department, ambulance, all the stakeholders going forward on operational changes.
And so it will be taken into consideration. Now, as for the suspect in this, the driver of that Audi SUV, he had a history with police. They had interactions with him prior to, and as well as with mental health workers. They were mental health issues that they had been dealing with. The police have been very clear that they do not believe that terrorism is the issue here. They are at pains to figure out how something like this might have been prevented, although, you know, as he did talk about, security moving forward is something that will be considered in a different way. But to your point as well about the beautiful day and the current celebrations in some ways that are going on in the city right now. Today is the day of the Vancouver Sun Run. It is a long-standing tradition. I don't know if you've ever heard of it before, but people come from around the world to take part in it, and it's blocked off many city streets. And the police chief, the interim police chief, did say that there was some pause to that, that it was discussed with organizers. The feeling was there had been a security plan put in place, that it was a good one. They feel good about it, and they have enough staff to ensure the safety. And so that run is still taking place, but it is an eerie kind of mix, if you will, when you consider what happened here just last night, the somber feel in this part of the city, and then what is happening in other parts right now as the city does move forward.
CBC's Sarah Glashan reporting from Vancouver. Over the course of the day, we've been bringing you stories and voices for people who were so close to that tragic event last night. And when I want to turn to our next guest, Natalie Nairn, she was just a block away when that devastating incident took place. Natalie, very good to have you on the show. Thank you for making time for us, and I'm sorry it's under these circumstances.
Thank you, Natasha. And at the top, I want to take a moment to send my condolences to the families and my friends in the Filipino community and neighbors. I'm a resident of East Van, and I get to live and play in this neighborhood, and this is by far the darkest day we've had. So
I hear that emotion in your voice, and you're not alone. You know, almost every official that we've heard from has had to take a pause just to catch their breath, because they too are reeling from what happened. So, with a deep breath, I just wanted to help you feel grounded and safe in this conversation. And I wonder if you can tell me about what happened last night, because you and your daughter, who's 15 years old, were having dinner not far from the festival. What happened?
Correct. Yeah, we actually stumbled upon the festival. By chance, we didn't know it was actually going on. We decided to go to dinner at a restaurant nearby on 44th Street, and we couldn't find parking, and eventually I found parking on 43rd, so on the very street where all the food trucks were. And like Sarah said, it was a beautiful day. It was the warmest day of the year. There were just people everywhere, and we were taking note of how wonderful the Filipino community is and how great it is to be around a Filipino celebration, because they're never dull. They're always so happy, and it was obvious how many families there were. There were so many young children, and there was a large stage. I was surprised by how large the stage was and how many people were at the park where the high school is, and there was just this vibe of just great celebration. Everything was very organized. A lot of young volunteers steering people, and we took part of the festival for a little bit. Walked around on 43rd where the food trucks were, and we actually considered staying behind because the food smells so good, as it always does when you're in a Filipino party. Our friend actually got a table. We had a lovely couple that decided to share their table with us so we could have dinner at the restaurant we wanted. And we walked to the restaurant and had our dinner. And shortly after 8, we started hearing the ambulances, and first responders arrive to the scene. The restaurant that we were at has glass walls and glass windows, and it was right at the corner. So because it was at 8, we thought that it was crowd control, that the festival had ended, and they were just helping people vacate the area. More people, ambulances started coming and going, and my very curious 15-year-old wanted to see what was going on, and she asked if she could sit outside and find out. I said yes, and she walked out. I had eyes on her the whole time, and then I saw her running towards the restaurant about a minute after, and she ran into the restaurant, and top of her lungs shared with the restaurant what had happened. And she said she had been told that a SUV had driven up the street, and that there were people everywhere, and that it was really bad. So at that point, didn't know. I thought the first thing I said to her was like, "Okay, let's not spread anything that we don't know about. Let's go." We got our check and walked towards 43rd, because that's where our car was parked. A lot of ambulances had already left, and there was a neighbor that lived above in one of the buildings that had witnessed what happened, and he was telling a group what he had seen, that he had seen a black car drive up very fast up the street, and that there were people that were very hurt, that there were a lot of children that were really hurt, and that they had apprehended the gentleman. Shortly after that, a police officer asked about 30 people that were in that corner that if we were not waiting for our loved ones or information, if we could vacate. And I expressed that my car was just on the street and I needed to get down to get to the vehicle. At that point, I was doing an escort, a very young, very lovely fellow, but very young. And he started escorting us down the street to where our car was. He grabbed me by the shoulder very gently, and we started walking down 43rd, about a quarter of the block from Fraser. And as we were walking down, we started just seeing the look in people. Contrary to a lot of the first experiences that people had that were there was no chaos when we were walking. We were being escorted down. It was this eerie calmness to the area. We started seeing the look in people. There was a lot of very young people, a lot of volunteers, crowd control, volunteers for the event, and just the look of shock. As we kept walking down about half a block down 43rd, that's when I first got eyes on the vehicle. And the shock was, I think that's when I realized what was actually happening and how bad it was. The car was in the middle of the street, but the damage to the car was immense. And I couldn't understand how the car could be in the middle of the street and have that much damage. As we passed the car, we start seeing bodies, alive bodies at that time with loved ones over them. There was no, I couldn't see emergency services at that point. The people that were there at that time, they were with loved ones. And I unfortunately came upon a handful of bodies that were no longer alive. It was very obvious at that point. The bodies were lonely. There were nobody over them. And that's when I asked my daughter to close her eyes and just hold my hand, and we were going to keep walking down the street to get to our vehicle. Our escort continued to be so calm and reassuring that everything was going to be okay. They were neighbors. When Sarah describes the neighborhood, it is such a quiet neighborhood. They're beautiful standalone homes and people standing in their front yards, comforting each other, helping family members. There was, we started to see more police presence with a lot of, very big guns. That really scared my daughter. We don't get to see that very often here in Vancouver. And as we kept walking down, we kept coming across other people that were no longer alive on the street. And some young bodies, some young children that were being held by their parents, waiting for more assistance. And yeah, the calmness, everybody was doing what they were supposed to be doing. And it was just the job that needed to be done, but it was so calm and horrific. Like, the movies don't even do it justice. It's a dark day.
Natalie, that was an unbelievably powerful description. I mean, I felt like I was right with you in the restaurant, walking down the street, seeing all of that. Like, talk to me about your daughter, because you've referenced a few times that there were so many young people, and then you're with your 15-year-old daughter, and she is the one that breaks the news to you about what's happened, and you have to protect her. What is that like?
I think a lot of parents will agree that's exactly what parenting feels like. You know, it was a leisurely day with her and her cousin and my best friend. A rare leisurely day where, you know, before the summer starts and you get caught up in all the social. It really felt like this great leisurely day. We walked up and down my neighborhood where the cherry blossoms are just stunning, taking photos, and them on swings being happy children, doing their favorite dinner, which is dim sum. The two cousins love doing dim sum together. From that to going on protection mode, it's very, very natural, and you get very calm. And she's a very wise, strong, caring child. But
How is she processing this? Sorry to interrupt, but Natalie, how is she
okay.
managing this?
I think talking is something that we do a lot. So she's talking. She was a volunteer today at the Vancouver Sun Run with her Girl Guides group. And I asked her if she still wanted to go, and gave her the opportunity to not go. And she said no, that she wanted to go and be with her friends and process it and talk about it with people her age. She was really looking forward to being around other people and being distracted. When she came back we're coming back from the Sun Run, there was the police conference was going on, and she felt very, I think that's when the magnitude of what she witnessed hit her, just the vastness.
She wanted to go. But did you want her to go?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Once I've been actually hearing the recount at the top of the show. I've been staying away from media. My news was coming from a very small group of people, and I haven't been hearing a lot of their recounts, and it really shook me up. But there was a lot of confidence once we heard that there was no apparent motive, and that this was very likely a mental health related issue with the person that was apprehended. Had that been different, had the reports had been different, probably would not have felt as comfortable. But once we had an indication that it was an isolated incident, I had no issue with her going to the Sun Run and participating and keeping things moving.
But that is in no way to imply that you're okay, if I may, because it seems to me,
No, you're right.
It seems to me, you know, clearly this is something that is life-altering to witness. You cannot unsee what you saw. And I just walk me through where you are emotionally and spiritually today.
Well, you know, it's funny. I own a business. I own a business in North Vancouver. We make and sell cider. We have a tasting room that I am wondering, do I open today? I'm supposed to be in the tasting room and open and welcome our guest. And I don't know. So there's a lot of kind of standing still and looking inwards as to what is needed. My first thought this morning was like, well, I think maybe going to church might be a good thing, and I haven't been to church in a long time. I'd say a bit of a lapsed Catholic, but today feels like a good day to maybe be in a group in a spiritual group. We've offered our daughter as well the contacting counselors, and I would like people that was there to really be open about doing so and exploring that option for them. And I asked young people and everybody to do not look at videos. There's a lot of terrible things out there, and I was talking to my daughter today, and she heard about a lot of videos because that's what the young kids were talking about it this morning. And she said, I cannot imagine why anybody would want to see anything, because what we saw was bad enough. So I really encourage people to stay away from that. Just fight the urge to do so. There's nothing good that will come from it. Take care of your mental health and look at beautiful things instead of those videos. There's nothing in it.
Are you heeding your own advice, doctor? Are you taking care of yourself?
Yes, I haven't. I've been so good. I tell you, Natasha, there's what I saw was plenty. No X, no Twitter for me.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Despite all that, avoiding the media, thank you for making time for us, because I really do appreciate it.
I say media, no, CBC close to my heart. No, there was a process. I wanted to sit with the feelings, and in any way that my experience, but the accounts can help people put more color into it, other than just the tragic videos that are being shared that are really quite hurtful to the people that lost loved ones that day.
Natalie, Naren, thank you again for your time. Take care of yourself, take care of your daughter, and we'll continue to monitor this story.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Well, as Natalie so eloquently reminded us, people do need support, and there are victim services that are available 24/7 for those who witnessed or experienced trauma. Now, this line is available throughout British Columbia. It's confidential, it's multilingual, it's available. You can call them, you can text them. The number is 1-800-563-0808. It's toll free. We'll be back in just a moment.
Last night, as thousands of members of Vancouver's Filipino community gathered for an important cultural celebration, the actions of a single person shattered our collective sense of safety.
Feelings of grief and confusion are gripping the city of Vancouver today. That's after 11 people were killed and many others injured in a deadly car ramming at last night's Lapu Block Day party. Police say the number of dead could rise over the coming days. A 30-year-old suspect is in police custody after that man rammed the SUV into the crowd shortly after 8 p.m. local time. No charges have been laid, but officials say the suspect has an extensive history of interactions with the police and health professionals. The incident is not being investigated as an act of terrorism. Now we're showing you this scene also in Vancouver because we're continuing to monitor the latest developments from that event. So we are expecting to hear from BC Premier David Eby. He's going to be holding a news conference. We anticipate it's at that location, so we'll bring that to you as soon as it gets underway. Federal party leaders have been reacting to the events in Vancouver. No doubt this has completely altered the way the campaign is going to move forward in this final day of the federal election campaign. Let's get some more detail on that part of the story with CBC's Cameron McIntosh, who's joining us now live with more on that. So Cam, good to see you. Let's start with Liberal leader Mark Carney. What is he saying?
Well, Natasha, day 36 of the campaign. This is the last day for the leaders to get out there and firm up their support or go find more support. And yeah, all the campaigns had big plans for today. All of those plans, well, many of those plans being altered. So let's start with Mark Carney. He just landed in Saskatoon, got there about 20 minutes ago. This is a planned stop. He is basically stopping and meeting and greeting some volunteers. He's going to be there a short while. And then it's on to Edmonton. Now, prior to the attacks, there were plans for big rallies for the Liberals today in Calgary and in Richmond. The Liberals do believe that there are seats to be gained for them in the West. This was part of that plan. Those rallies have been canceled. The Liberals urging their supporters just basically to take the day to reflect on the attacks in Vancouver. As for the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, as Prime Minister, he did speak earlier today in Mississauga about the attacks. Let's take a listen now.
The strength and the resilience of the Filipino-Canadian community is exemplified by the Tagalog term, Bayanihan. It captures the Filipino spirit of community, of cooperation and unity to achieve a common goal. And it's this spirit upon which we must draw in this incredibly difficult time. We will comfort the grieving. We will care for each other. We will unite in common purpose.
So that's the Liberal leader, Mark Carney. He spoke earlier this morning in Hamilton. Now, the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, he was in Mississauga this morning. He made an appearance at a Filipino church where he addressed the congregation there. Here now is the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre.
I know many of you are shocked, heartbroken, and saddened by this senseless act of violence and by the innocent and treasured lives that have been lost. And Anna and I just wanted you all to know that our hearts are with you today.
Now, the Conservatives are basically going ahead with their planned day today. Pierre Poilievre is making an appearance in Pickering this afternoon, then an appearance just outside of Peterborough. Then he's going to make his way north here to Ottawa for one last rally to end his campaign in his home riding of Carleton, where there is a pretty big ground game going on right now between the Conservatives and the Liberals. The Liberals believe they do have a chance of knocking off Pierre Poilievre in his seat. The Conservative leader, of course, going in there tonight to make sure that doesn't happen by holding a big rally and really firming up his support.
Cam, let's talk about NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, because he was actually there at the Lapu Day block party yesterday. And, you know, we got clips of him speaking last night from Vancouver. He's out there again today. I can't imagine how intense today must be for him. What's he saying?
Yeah, so Jagmeet Singh, we've just learned he is going to be attending a Filipino church service at 3 p.m. Pacific time in Vancouver. He was in Penticton earlier this morning where he spoke to the media, as you mentioned. He was at that festival last night. Now, he left before the attack happened. He did speak to it late last night or very early this morning for the rest of the country. He also spoke again about it in Penticton, very emotionally. Here now is the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh.
We carry forward the flame of resistance, the strength to stand tall, to protect one another, to never let hate define us. To the families, to the survivors, to everyone grieving today, we see you, we mourn with you, we stand with you, and we will not let hate win, not now, not ever.
Now, Singh is to end the day in his riding of Burnaby South. He's in trouble in his seat. It's not clear that he is going to hold on to his seat tomorrow. So today was supposed to be a big push campaigning to firm up his support. Clearly, though, right now, Vancouver is just not focused on politics.
Okay, Cam McIntosh in Vancouver, thank you so much for that. Folks, let's take you now live to Vancouver, where BC Premier David Eby is speaking about yesterday's tragedy.
And people who've been quite traumatized by the last 24 hours. It's hard for me. I have just such a sick feeling. It was about 24 hours ago, just a few blocks from here. I was here with my daughter on stage with Maple and the organizers, celebrating a community in this province that does nothing but give, has nothing but love. I don't think there's a British Columbian that hasn't been touched in some way by the Filipino community. You can't go to a place that delivers care in our province and not meet a member of that community. Long-term care homes, our hospitals, childcare, schools. This is a community that gives and gives. And yesterday was a celebration of their culture. When I think about what's core to my experiences with the Filipino community, it's family, it's love, it's celebration, and that's what yesterday was. Music and food and joy. It was last night, probably about 8:45, when I first started getting messages from community members, just wanted to make sure that I knew about what had happened. And at that point, it wasn't clear to me or to them, was it an accident? Was it an intentional attack? And I'm learning, like you, about the extent of what happened last night from the police. I spent this morning talking with community members, some of whom spent the night at the hospital, some of whom were right there, and know that just a fortune of timing that they weren't in the path of that vehicle. Volunteers. The grief right now and the solidarity with the Filipino community is not just Vancouver, it's not just British Columbia, it's national and it's even international. The messages are coming in of support for this amazing group of people. And it's hard for me, and I know for many people in this moment, not to feel like friends of ours who we love, who've been attacked in this way, not to feel rage. The man who did this, who murdered innocent people, who destroyed a community celebration, and we don't know all the answers yet. We don't know why. But I want to turn the rage that I feel into ensuring that we stand with the Filipino community, that we deliver what they need, that we stand with those families who have lost loved ones, those who have been injured, that we are not defined by this. This event does not define us and the Filipino community or that celebration that I know it's hard to believe it in this moment, but I know we will come back stronger. This is a community that has seen hardship and always comes back stronger. And we'll be there standing with the Filipino community in Vancouver and British Columbia to make sure that that's the case. I was so moved by a couple of things that happened in real time last night. The message from the paramedics, we're overwhelmed. We're going to be a little bit slower to calls because of the volume of demand right now as a result of this incident. And then almost immediately after, don't worry, we're back to full strength. We've had paramedics call who want to come in. We've got 7 more ambulances on shift. And I know it wasn't just the paramedics. It was the police. It was the fire department. It was the workers in the hospitals. Everyone from the people who keep the hospital clean, to the lab techs, to the doctors and nurses who responded to this tragedy. And I want to say, many of whom themselves are Filipino. May have known people who were out celebrating that day. I want to say my deep appreciation on behalf of the entire province to those people who stepped up in heroic ways last night. To the people who grabbed the perpetrator and held him for police, who restrained themselves in a moment of what must have been unbelievable restraint, to not exact justice right there in that moment, but instead to turn him over to authorities. This is a community that is suffering right now. We're going to put our arms around them as all British Columbians. We're going to stand with them. We're going to support them just like they support us every single day in this province. It's their turn. It's their turn to get care from us. And I want to thank Mabel and her team, who's ground zero on this street, for responding to the tragedy. And I want to thank the organizers of that incredible event. It's an event that was needed and deserved. It was a celebration that was overdue for the people who make this province work, the Filipino community. This evening, I'll be meeting with the Prime Minister and with leaders from the Filipino community. I've had outreach from the leaders of every major party. We've had conversations with the Consul General of the Philippines, and we're all working together to make sure that the Filipino community is supported. With that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. To reporters on site first, and the first question will go to Global News.
Donald from Vancouver Police called this a watershed moment for the city, for the way that they'll deal with events going forward. How is this a watershed moment for the province and the way that you're going to, how this might influence policy around involuntary care, around mental health, around catch and release if this does apply to the situation? How will this change things from your perspective as the Premier?
Well, what we know right now is 11 people have died, that there are many more injured, that this individual intentionally drove a vehicle into a crowd of people. What we don't know is why. And I'm counting on police. I'm counting on our justice system to get the answers that we need. And as we get those answers, we'll take the actions that are necessary. And for the city, for the police, I know they're looking at, given this unbelievable event, how they support event organizers with security, what's required going forward. And we'll work with them to make sure that they are able to get the information they need, get the resources they need to be able to ensure that we can have these celebrations. We need to have these celebrations as a community. And we also need them to be safe.
As you mentioned, this is a difficult situation because it does seem like mental illness, by all accounts, seems to be at play here. You also mentioned there will be a lot of people, a lot of taxpayers, a lot of constituents who are saying, we're so the healthcare system is not adequate. It needs an overhaul. province, yet we have people who are mentally ill on the streets who are potentially, in this case, killing multiple people. We saw something last week on the seawall, a mentally ill person whose family couldn't get him help, who allegedly attacked a woman. How do you respond to the inevitable anger from British Columbians surrounding this story?
Well, I would say British Columbians are right to be angry. Here's a community that has done nothing but give, has been overlooked in terms of their contributions to our province, to this city, to this country, is finally having an event where their culture is upheld and celebrated, and it's destroyed by a single individual. Now, obviously, this person is profoundly ill, but there's so many questions that I have, there's so many questions that British Columbians have about how that could take place, how we could get to that moment. And as we learn those answers, we'll take the action that's necessary to ensure that it can't happen again. For now, our focus is on supporting the families of the victims and the victims who are injured and struggling right now in hospital to make sure that they have what they need. And for the whole community to wrap our arms around the Filipino community to support this incredibly important community in a moment of real desperate need.
Next, we'll go to Penny Daflos from CTV News.
Hey, Premier. Just wanted to, it was only a couple of days ago that we were talking to you about the opening of those secure and voluntary care beds. At the time, you told us that you wish that judges had had that option in other cases as well. Does this give you a new sense of urgency? Are you going to fast track more of those beds? Because 10 does not sound like a lot to start out with.
Yeah, we have a huge need in the province for interventionist mental health services. We've been working on this with Dr. Vigo. I was really pleased that we got those beds open in a very short period of time at Surrey Pretrial, but it's just the start. We have additional beds in Maple Ridge and other places. I'll say, though, in relation to this event, is I think it's important for investigators, for others, to go into this with an open mind, to provide the answers to the public, to everybody that they find, so that we can ensure that we have the systems in place to prevent this kind of thing from happening. And in some cases, that may be a change in how the city does security for events. It may be a change in healthcare response. We don't know the story of why or what led up to this man taking the horrific action that he did. But my commitment is we will support the police in finding those answers. We'll support the public in knowing as best we can what happened, as well how we're going to ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Next, we'll go to City News.
Hi, Premier. I'm just wondering if your conversations with the Consul General of the Philippines have maybe indicated how many of the victims may be Philippine nationals who may be dual citizens, who might be from this neighborhood, just what you know from them on who's been affected directly.
Thanks, Keir. The Consul General is obviously very interested in doing two things. One is supporting the Filipino expat community that lives here in British Columbia. It's very core to our mandate. And the other is identifying Filipino nationals who may have been visiting here that need additional support. Our intergovernmental relations team is working with the Consul General to get her access to hospital. Obviously, the hospitals are still under considerable strain right now. And so we're trying to balance that need for that diplomatic contact with the fact that they're still working very hard to respond to the volume of injuries that were caused by this horrific incident.
Do you have a follow-up?
Is there anything else you could share from those conversations that may tell us anything about who was affected?
At this point, I understand that families are being sought to be contacted by police and by others, and so you have the information I do. I don't have any additional information about identities of individuals to share.
Okay, and with the last questions, we'll go to CBC.
I'm just wondering, the Vancouver police talked about this being a watershed moment, and Sarah at Global mentioned this off the top. What do you say to people in Vancouver who are planning to attend big events
moving forward, and who will be given pause given what has happened here?
Well, in this moment today, it's hard to imagine another celebration. We're grieving, people are in shock, people are in hospital, families are still being notified. People are trying to reach loved ones who they haven't been in contact with. But I know that this attack will not stop us from gathering and celebrating the cultures, celebrating the people of Vancouver or British Columbia. The Filipino community in particular will come out stronger. We'll work with the city, we'll work with police to ensure that events have the systems in place to keep people safe while they're celebrating. And we will, as a community, come out of this stronger.
Sarah, do you have a follow-up? Okay, that concludes today's event.
Thanks,
Thank you
everybody.
so much.
All right, friends, we've been taking you live to Vancouver, British Columbia, where the Premier, David Eby, has been speaking to reporters about the tragic incident that took place last night at a Filipino street festival. So what we heard from the Premier was a real sense of solidarity, really pushing that the Filipino community gives so much. This is a giving community, and it is a time now for us to take care of them, he said. He acknowledged that it's hard to not feel rage against the suspect, who is likely responsible for the deaths of at least 11 people, possibly more, as the police anticipate more people might die due to the severity of the injuries many are being treated for. He acknowledged that we don't know why, but was forceful to say that this event does not define us. And he's expressing again his deep appreciation for the first responders, the medical officials, the nurses, the lab techs who were working last night to make sure they could save as many lives as possible. And he acknowledged that many of them are of Filipino descent who likely had loved ones who were at this very event last night. You saw some of the pushback from reporters on the ground on more political issues like that of mental health, catch and release, so-called, when it comes to those who are convicted of crime, and also lack of resources as a whole, and perhaps a sense of lack of safety right now in the city of Vancouver. The Premier was not specific in his answers to those queries, but he did say that he's going to be meeting with the Prime Minister tonight, along with members of the Filipino community, about how to move forward. He said all the leaders of the major political parties have reached out for support. So we'll continue to track this story for you as the day develops. Sheldon Nipshank was actually at the festival yesterday. He lives in the area. Sheldon, thank you for making time for us, and I'm really sorry for what you and the community are dealing with today.
Hi, Natasha. Thank you. Yeah, I just send my regards out to the family, and I hope everybody is able to deal with this in a way where they can cope with everything.
Sheldon, tell me about where you were last night, just after 8, when this horrible incident happened. What did you see?
I left my house because I was going to go to an AA meeting, so I stopped at Church's Chicken, and then I heard the music across the street, so I went across the street to check it out. And I heard all the music, so I was checking out the food trucks, and I hung out there for a minute, for maybe like 5-10 minutes, and then I walked down to the AA meeting, and then I stayed there for a bit, and then I wanted to go check the festival back out. So as I was walking back up there, I saw the sirens, and I saw a bus pulled over with a car parked in front of it. And then I heard somebody on the street talking, saying, "Did you hear what happened?" Didn't really click in, but I thought maybe a car accident maybe have happened up in front of the bus. So I kept walking up towards the festival, and then I started seeing cops running down the street, paramedics, firefighters. And so I kept walking. I walked into the school field where the music was playing, but the music wasn't playing no more, obviously. But I walked down the fence line of the sidewalk, and I started seeing bodies and injured people. I saw a lady yelling, saying she can't feel her legs, and the paramedics were helping her. And then on the video that I got, there was 4 cops there. I think the guy was deceased. And then, so I kept walking down the side of the fence, and I was seeing more bodies and stuff like that. It was pretty traumatic.
I'm so sorry, Sheldon. I've never witnessed anything like that. I imagine most people have not. What was going through your mind as you were seeing this scene?
I was just thinking, like, how can you wake up in the morning and just, like, want to do that to a bunch of people that are just innocent, that are just minding their own business, enjoying a festival?
Were you alone at that moment? Were you with anybody?
I was by myself. I don't live too far from there, so I was, and my AA meeting is close by, so I was just walking to it.
Were you scared?
Yeah, I was pretty scared. I was like, because I was there before it happened, so I was like, imagine if I would have stayed and listened to the music, and somebody was just telling me, I guess the Black Eyed Peas were there, so I was like, oh, imagine if I would have stayed to listen, and I was there, so.
And what were the police like? I was by that time you saw the police there, right? So what were they telling the
Yes,
public?
the police were there, but they weren't really worried about the people that were in the surrounding area. They were more worried about the people that were laying on the ground and the injured. But after like me filming the video, the video was 3 minutes, and then I took some pictures. It was all together about 10 minutes, and then after that, I heard on a police walkie-talkie of saying, clear the area. And then as people were taking photos and pictures, the cop was saying, okay, you guys got to clear the area. This isn't time for pictures and videos. So they started moving us down the street towards Tim Hortons. And then they kept moving us back so they can put up police tape. And then that's when all the way down from Church's Chicken on 41st all the way up to 43rd, it was filled with police cars, ambulances, and fire trucks.
Sheldon, I just want to acknowledge that you mentioned that you recorded that videotape. We're not airing it because I understand it's very graphic, and you know, people, they're still waking up to this news. A lot of people are still waiting to find out if their loved one is alive or not, so, or if they're going to make it because they're being treated in hospital. So we don't want to show it. And you've sort of described the scene already, but what were you able to capture in that moment?
I was able to capture, when I first walked into the field, I was able to get, there's 4 police, they were holding, I'm pretty sure, I'm going to presume that the guy was deceased. I saw there's a bunch of blood on their shirt. They carried him for a few minutes to a table, and then they put him on a table, and then they carried him down the street. And then on the video, I got the paramedics, they were giving CPR to somebody that was on the ground that got hit. I don't know if he lived or not, but they were going pretty hard. They were trying to save his life.
Do you know anybody who was affected by what happened?
No, I don't. I just live in the area, and I heard the music, and I thought I'd go check it out. It's the weekend, my day off at work, so it seemed like something cool to check out.
Yeah, I mean, anybody would. And by all accounts, before 8 p.m., this was a wonderful, wonderful day and filled with thousands of people from across the community getting together, having a good time. What's it like there in the neighborhood today, Sheldon?
I imagine everybody's pretty down. Everybody's probably pretty traumatic event. Probably not a whole lot of words, just a whole lot of sadness, and just hoping that everybody gets through this.
What you witnessed is horrifying. How are you feeling? I mean, how are you going to process this yourself?
I don't know. It hasn't fully sunk in yet, but I imagine when it sinks in, I'll be pretty rough. But I live in a house with a group of guys at a recovery house, so I have a lot of people to talk to. So,
Sheldon, I just want to thank you for your time. I'm so sorry for what you've witnessed, and if you need support, my friend, because you might, these things settle into the spirit and the soul, and you know they can sort of eat away at you. Make sure you talk to somebody about it, okay?
Yes, thank you, Natasha.
You take care of yourself. Thank you again for making time for us.
Yeah, you have a good day. Thank you.
You too. And we do want to show you this scene. This is 24 hours ago, the location where thousands of people were celebrating the Filipino community of Vancouver. And now it is a makeshift vigil, a memorial for those who have been lost. We know at least 11 people have died and many more have been injured. Community members are gathering, laying flowers, leaving cards. We will continue our coverage on CBC News Network.